Chapter 30-31. His current strength had reached the middle hierarch realm and his control over the Skyfrost sword had reached an extremely high level. He was like a completely different person now. Although Ying Lu had taken over his body, he had also left behind a precious treasure for Shuai Liang. As long as Shuai Liang could suppress Ying Lu's soul forever, Shuai Liang would be able to benefit greatly from the Skyfrost sword. Your sword is not bad, but it's a pity that you're still not my match. Xianyuan Kanglan went straight for the broken sword. But at that moment, he was once again forced back by the 8-trigram sacrificial altar. That was an ocean-like force that bounced both of them back. Shuai Liang also quickly retreated as he did not expect to be hit by the 8-trigram sacrificial altar. He and Xianyuan Kanglan retreated after one strike. Both of them were evenly matched, no one was able to gain the upper hand. This 8-trigram sacrificial altar itself is a forbidden formation. How can the sacrificial altar set up by the Northern Liang ancient emperor be taken lightly? Lan Luo sneered. It was ridiculous that both Xianyuan Kanglan and Shuai Liang wanted to take the broken sword. There's something wrong with this sacrificial altar. Retreat! Jiang Qin shouted. Shuai Liang quickly retreated while Xianyuan Kanglan did not rush forward recklessly. As expected, a terrifying sword rain fell from the sky. The blood-red sword light pierced through the heavens and earth. If the two of them did not dodge in time, they would have been killed by the sword rain even with their strength. Shuai Liang felt like he had just survived a disaster. That's Sword of Solitude. After the sword rain, Jiang Qin saw an ancient parchment scroll under the 9 regions ancient emperor. There were 4 ancient characters written on it that only existed in the 9 regions immortal world. He was shocked. It's really him. Jiang Qin was shocked. The Sword of Solitude was created by the 9 regions ancient emperor. Jiang Qin finally understood why his Sword of Solitude was so compatible with the Sword of Solitude. It was because their solitude came from the same place, the immortal world of the 9 prefectures. Jiang Qin's Sword of Solitude was able to command the heavenly guards of the Dragon Knights in the tomb of the martial monarchs. Just at this moment, the rain of swords came to an end. Rocks fell from the surrounding stone walls, and blood-colored inscriptions appeared, filled with endless sorrow. That's the great emperor's diary. Bing Yun looked at the words and exclaimed. Time flowed by, spanning from the past to the present. I became the emperor for countless years, defeating the Northern Liang imperial monarch, sweeping through the lands without a single opponent. I stopped the war in the central prefecture. The heavens moved, the earth mourned. Only then did I realize that I was a frog in a well, with no cultivation. Even if the light of the great Tao swallowed the universe, it could not allow the 9 fairies to kill all the emperors of the ages. Their might could not cover the Tao of the heavens. Fang Xingjian could understand the Tao, but it was an extraordinary Tao. My Tao is to take from those who have too much and make up for those who have not. Thus, I walked in the sky, killing to prove my Tao. My sword was broken, and my heart died. I killed all the ancients, and was defeated by Zhou Shan. My sword was broken, and my heart died. I killed all the ancients, and was defeated by Zhou Shan. Jiang Qin murmured. It was so tragic, so powerful, but also so lonely. The life of this great emperor could be said to be extremely exciting. He fought with people, with the heavens, with the earth, and it was amazing. The immortal slaying sword was broken. How lamentable! Lan Luo said in a low voice, shaking his head and sighing. It's the immortal slaying great emperor. Jiang Qin's expression became extremely serious. The immortal slaying sword was the life-divine weapon of the immortal slaying great emperor. Was that sword really the immortal slaying sword? The sword was broken, and his heart died. It must be the immortal slaying great emperor. You know of the immortal slaying great emperor? Lan Luo also did not expect Jiang Qin to know of the immortal slaying great emperor. The history of the immortal slain great emperor's era was almost erased. No one knew of the existence of the immortal slain great emperor. Even they only knew about it because their clans had existed for too long. They knew that the tomb of the great emperor was opened every billions of years, when his seal was at its weakest. However, Jiang Qin actually knew of this great emperor. How could Lan Luo not be shocked? Because he and I came from the same place. Jiang Qin could not help but sigh in his heart. Perhaps he had climbed up the social ladder, but the immortal slain great emperor was indeed a great emperor that he deeply respected. There were countless legends about the immortal slain great emperor in the 9 regions immortal world. Who would have thought that the immortal slain great emperor who came from the 9 regions immortal world would be even more terrifying, becoming such a terrifying existence in the divine world? The might of the immortal slain great emperor was world-shaking. Even though billions of years had passed, his aura still remained. Everyone looked at Jiang Qin in shock. What he said was really shocking. However, since he came from the same place, could it be that Jiang Qin and the immortal slain great emperor were related? Not only Xianyuan Kanglin and Lan Luo, even Shuiliang thought so. However, it was not the case. Jiang Qin and the immortal slain great emperor both came from the 9 regions immortal world. However, the only thing that they had in common was the sword of solitude. This was also the reason why Jiang Qin had always been troubled. Only he could comprehend the sword of solitude. All along, Jiang Qin thought that the immortal slain great emperor might be an expert from the 9 regions immortal world. However, he never thought that it was the immortal slain great emperor. No wonder the immortal slaying sword could resonate with the heavenly dragon sword. Only a powerful divine weapon like the immortal slaying sword could resonate with the heavenly dragon sword. However, the immortal slaying sword was already broken at this moment. Then, do you know how to activate the 8 trigrams altar? Lan Luo looked at Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin shook his head. He did not have any connection with the immortal slaying great emperor. This 8 trigrams altar was quite strange, even he did not know about it. In the middle of the 8 trigrams altar, the black altar would occasionally turn pitch black, and occasionally turn scarlet. The 8 trigrams altar, the immortal slaying great emperor wants to kill everyone. Chapter 30-32. The universal 8 directions formation and the 8 trigrams altar formed a terrifying life and death formation. 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. The 8 trigrams altar was formless, while the 6 directions formation was tangible. The 8 trigrams altar was the core of the formation. This formation has formed its own space and has completely sealed us in the universal 8 directions formation. The immortal execution great emperor is really ruthless. Jiang Qin smiled bitterly, but the terrifying power was already closing in on them. The invisible pressure was terrifying. Even Jiang Qin, who was well versed in the formation Tao, could not continue. If the 8 trigrams altar was a formation, then it was a formation. If it was an altar, then it was an altar. It was not easy to break it. Moreover, the universal 8 directions formation was not something that he could break. Jiang Qin knew about the formation, but it was as easy as ascending to the heavens for him to break it. On the 8 trigrams altar, streams of blood flowed out from the altar and spread in all directions. The blood flow was extremely strange, flowing out from each of the 8 altars. It was like 8 soul-locking bloodlines, causing one's breath to stop. Does the immortal execution great emperor want to trap and kill us all here? I thought that this would be a journey of fortune, but I didn't expect that I would be trapped in it. Fate really makes a fool out of us. Ha ha ha. Lan Luo smiled bitterly and shook her head. Facing this hopeless situation, her face was filled with despair, because their soul power seemed to have been sealed and suppressed. Moreover, the divine origin power in their bodies was disappearing bit by bit. The blood flowing out from the altars made them feel that death was approaching. My soul power seems to be restricted. Qian Rinji's face became extremely ugly. Her soul was restricted, which meant that her throat was being strangled. Everyone looked at each other, except for Jiang Qin. The soul of an Emperor realm expert was not that easy to be restricted. Although this was a peerless killing formation left by the immortal execution Great Emperor, it was not without loopholes. At least, the soul of an Emperor realm expert could not be restricted at all. I'm afraid it won't be so easy to escape this Universal 8 Desolation formation now, Shuiliang said. None of them dared to act rashly, but the blood flowing out of the altar had already gathered towards them. Let me see if I can break the formation, Jiang Qin said in a deep voice. Right now, the only way was to break the Universal 8 Desolation array. However, breaking the array was not an easy task. The 8 trigrams altar was there, intertwined with the Universal Octaterra formation. It was very likely that it would activate the altar. Jiang Qin had an ominous premonition. If the Universal Octaterra formation was destroyed, or if the altar was activated, then the figure sitting on the stone platform, which was the Immortal Slayer Emperor, would very likely stand up and start a massacre. Although that person had been dead for tens of thousands of years, the means of a great emperor couldn't be measured with common sense. At this moment, Xianyuan Kanglan was the only one who remained silent and looked at Jiang Qin silently. He was like a cunning eagle that was vigilant against his surroundings at all times. Jiang Qin held a corner of the no beginning formation and began to search for ways to break the Universal 8 Desolation formation. Although his spiritual energy wasn't weakened or restricted, the consumption of his spiritual energy was extremely exaggerated. His spiritual energy was devouring the Universal 8 Desolation formation continuously, but he still couldn't find anything. Although the Universal 8 Desolation formation wasn't the best formation, it wasn't far from it. Most importantly, the person who set up the formation would determine the strength of the formation. A heavenly god realm formation master might not be able to break through the formation that was set up by a great emperor. This was the reason why the formation was set up casually by a great emperor. Since we can't break the formation, let's end it here. At this moment, Xianyuan Kanglan pointed his sword at Jiang Qin. No one would have thought that this fellow was not afraid of death. In his eyes, only a battle could satisfy him. He's a madman. Bing Yun and Qian Rinji looked at Xianyuan Kanglan in disbelief. Their lives were in danger now, but this fella's eyes were still filled with killing intent. Jiang Qin had already expected Xianyuan Kanglan's battle intent. He was not surprised that Xianyuan Kanglan wanted to fight him. After losing to him twice, Xianyuan Kanglan's obsession was more important than anything else. Just like Shuiliang, even though he was close to Jiang Qin, he still had the obsession to defeat Jiang Qin. An expert did not need a reason. Only by defeating the experts and the obsession in their heart could they reach the peak. The surrounding blood was getting thicker and thicker. That kind of silent fear was suffocating. Because no one knew what was going to happen in the next second. In the Universal 8 Desolation array, they kept retreating, trying to escape, but it was futile. The Universal 8 Directions 8 Desolation formation and the 8 trigrams altar could change at any time. Their soul strength was restricted, and their divine origin energy was constantly being compressed. The fear of losing their strength was truly despairing. If you want to die, I don't mind sending you on your way. I hope that you won't run away like a drowning dog, Jiang Qin said with a smile. You were just lucky earlier. Now, you won't have that chance again. Xianyuan Kanglan's eyes turned solemn. A terrifying aura was released from his body. His strength was not restricted at all. To think that you're not restricted at all. Jiang Qin looked at Xianyuan Kanglan in surprise. Aren't you the same? You don't have much time left. Die! Xianyuan Kanglan roared like a mad beast. His roar was deafening. Jiang Qin dared not to be careless because his opponent was Xianyuan Kanglan, the one who was defeated by him twice. Undeniably, Xianyuan Kanglan's talent was on par with Jiang Qin. Xianyuan Kanglan's strength and talent were all based on his own strength. To be able to be discovered by the Xianyuan clan of the Central Region Divine Land in the Linha boundaries border, it was already the best recognition for his strength and talent. Jiang Chen had to be on guard. Under the dragon transformation, Jiang Chen's strength was facing Xianyuan Kanglan directly. His middle hierarch realm cultivation realm was not to be underestimated. The battle between the two was extremely terrifying. Each of their attacks was lethal. The thrill of flesh and blood colliding with each other made the spectators feel satisfied. Jiang Chen and Xianyuan Kanglan fought barehanded. That kind of feeling of brushing past death made the spectators' blood boil. Xianyuan Kanglan's attacks were extremely terrifying. Jiang Chen's dragon human body was much stronger than Xianyuan Kanglan's. Xianyuan Kanglan looked at Jiang Chen furiously. His grudge with Jiang Chen had reached a point where only one of them could survive. Hence, he only had one goal, to kill Jiang Chen. Both of them were not afraid of death. They would fight till the end. Whoever took a step back would be crushed by the other. Jiang Chen was not afraid even if he was facing Xianyuan Kanglan. However, Jiang Chen had to admit that Xianyuan Kanglan was too strong. Although the difference in cultivation realm was not the deciding factor, it still gave Jiang Chen a headache. Xianyuan Kanglan was also determined to fight to the death. Chapter 30-33. The two of them fought for a long time. Their punches and kicks could shatter the heavens and earth. "Let me help you," Shui Liang said in a deep voice. As soon as he took action, he was forced back by Xianyuan Kanglan. Shui Liang's soul power and divine origin energy were suppressed. At this moment, he was no longer a match for Xianyuan Kanglan in terms of strength. Shui Liang felt a little depressed, but he could not change the fact. "Our strength is being suppressed. You don't have to blame yourself, Brother Bai." Bing Yun comforted Shui Liang. Shui Liang could only smile bitterly. He initially wanted to help Jiang Chen. Although his situation was not that bad, Xianyuan Kanglan's attacks were too overbearing. Jiang Chen had fallen into a disadvantageous position to some extent. Since he did not have any effective counterattack, he could not change the fact that he was being suppressed even when he was charging towards Xianyuan Kanglan. Two sick fellas. Lan Luo was shocked to see how Xianyuan Kanglan and Jiang Chen were able to fight to their heart's content. With their strength, the result would not be good no matter which one of them he fought. Moreover, Jiang Chen and Xianyuan Kanglan were still fine when the four of them had their soul and cultivation realms suppressed. This was the scariest part of it all. 3,000 Flame Heavenly Seal. Jiang Chen merged the 5 elemental divine fire and the 3,000 Flame Heavenly Seal. The terrifying flame engulfed Xianyuan Kanglan, shattering mountain and splitting earth. Xianyuan Kanglan was extremely ferocious. He threw a punch and intertwined with Jiang Chen's seal. Both of them could not gain the upper hand. 5 elemental divine dragon seal. Jiang Chen unleashed one move after another. His terrifying technique forced Xianyuan Kanglan to retreat again. However, it was difficult for him to defeat Xianyuan Kanglan. Fallen Petals Profusion, Sword / 10 Directions. Xianyuan Kanglan finally could not hold it anymore. He raised his sword and attacked Jiang Chen again. With the Heavenly Dragon sword in hand, why would Jiang Chen be afraid of Xianyuan Kanglan? Seeing the Heavenly Dragon sword in Jiang Chen's hand, Xianyuan Kanglan coveted it even more. Sooner or later, he would take the Heavenly Dragon sword from Jiang Chen. The Xianyuan clan was also famous for their swordsmanship, and the Xianyuan art was one of the strongest techniques in the world. Jiang Chen did not dare to underestimate him. He raised his sword and the Sword of Solitude slashed at the heavens again. Xianyuan 9 slashes. Xianyuan Sanglang's attack was filled with killing intent as he slashed the heavens with his sword. Unfortunately, his sword was incomparable to Jiang Chen's Heavenly Dragon sword. Jiang Chen's sword, coupled with the Sword of Solitude's sword intent, was on par with Xianyuan Kanglin. There's more and more blood. Lan Luo knitted his eyebrows tightly, a hint of worry could be seen in his charming eyes. However, no one could change the current situation. The four of them had actually been suppressed to the Divine King realm. To them, this was a fatal blow. Looks like we can't break the immortal execution Great Emperor's peerless killing formation. Are we going to be killed here? Shuai Liang was extremely unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. Jiang Chen could not do anything else. It was almost impossible for them to change the situation. Even if I die, I want to die beside you. Bingyun hugged Shuai Liang tightly and looked at him tenderly. Qian Rinji could not help but sigh. Where was the person that she once loved? Zi Qingtian, you bastard. Why don't you have the courage to stand together with me? Xianyuan Kanglin pressed forward. His Xianyuan sword technique had reached perfection. His aura was much more terrifying than before. Even the dead Xianyuan Qi could not be compared to him. Because Xianyuan Kanglin was not just a human anymore. He had inherited the will of the Tao Tai. The heaven-devouring Tao Tai was one of the 9 sons of the dragon. It was a fearsome beast in the ancient times. The reason why Xianyuan Kanglin could reach this stage was because he had merged with the Tao Tai. Moreover, Xianyuan Kanglin's physique was not any weaker than Jiang Qin. I'll let you have a taste of my heavy sword technique. Jiang Qin, you will die in my hands one day. Xianyuan Kanglin held the long sword in his hand and shouted. His sword rose into the sky and his aura was extremely heavy. Every strike of his sword had the power to suppress the void. The heavy sword technique was based on the word heavy. The invisible heavy sword carried a terrifying inertia. It was even stronger than Mount Tai. The heavy sword technique made Xianyuan Kanglin invincible. Coupled with the Xianyuan sword technique, Xianyuan Kanglin was like a fish in water. Jiang Qin did not hesitate at all. He quickly retaliated with the limitless sword. It was not easy for the heavy sword technique to suppress Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin pulled out his sword one after another. 7th sword technique, 8th sword technique, 9th sword technique. However, they were all blocked by Xianyuan Kanglin. Jiang Chen's heavy sword technique pressed toward Xianyuan Kanglin again. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with the unstoppable sword shadow. Jiang Chen was going to be defeated in the end. Puff, spurting out a mouthful of blood, Jiang Chen was unable to avoid the attack. The heavy sword technique came crashing down on him. He had no strength to defend himself and could only receive the attack. However, Jiang Chen did not want to show any weakness, he would not let Xianyuan Kanglin have a good time. Soul separation soul. Jiang Chen seized the chance to unleash the soul separation soul. At this moment, Xianyuan Kanglin was hit by the attack. However, he did not suffer any serious injuries or even death. He managed to react in the shortest time possible and spurted out a mouthful of blood. Xianyuan Kanglin's expression changed drastically. He stared at Jiang Qin. He had underestimated Jiang Qin. Because Xianyuan Kanglin possessed an Emperor Realm soul. How could a Divine King Realm expert do that? Jiang Qin was ready to unleash the second departed soul extermination. However, he held it back in the end. If he were to forcefully unleash it, Xianyuan Kanglin would be on guard against it. He might suffer from the backlash of the Emperor Realm soul. Jiang Qin was also shocked. Xianyuan Kanglin had also reached the Emperor Realm soul realm. This fella's dreadfulness was beyond his expectation. However, it made sense when he thought about it. Xianyuan Kanglin was able to fuse with the Tao Tai and fuse their souls into one, reaching the Emperor Realm soul realm. However, even though Jiang Qin was shocked, Xianyuan Kanglin was even more shocked. It was like a fairy tale. Both of their eyes were filled with fear. Instantly, none of them continued to fight. Right at this moment, 8 pitch-black devilish figures appeared on the 8 pitch-black sacrificial altars. Every single devilish figure held the death god's scythe, and they were ghastly, terrifying, and imposing like a tiger. These demon shadows have reached the peak hierarch realm, Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. Among those demon shadows, there were 2 green eyes staring at them. This 8 trigrams altar, is it finally going to unleash its power? Lan Luo said. The 8 trigrams altar corresponds to 8 people. It should be diluting the divine origin energy and soul of 8 people. These 8 demon shadows are actually the demon shadows in our hearts. However, there are only 6 of us. How can there be 8 demon shadows? Bingyun looked at the 8 altars in confusion. There should be the 3rd elder and the fire Qilin. Chapter 30-34. These 8 demonic shadows are too powerful, we can't resist them at all. Qian Rinji said with a frown. Even when they were at their peak, they still couldn't fight against them, let alone now. These 8 demonic shadows are formed by our soul and divine origin energy. Looks like there are inner demons. Jiang Chen said. You guys can enjoy yourselves here, I'm not going to keep you company. You'll only be qualified to fight me if you can come out alive. Xianyuan Kanglin smiled and slowly retreated. Under the gaze of Jiang Chen and the others, he retreated from the universal 8 directions formation. How did he? Bingyun covered her mouth in disbelief. Damn it. This fella, could it be that the universal 8 directions formation can't trap him? Shueliang said. To be more precise, the heaven, earth, man, god, ghost, and demon formation can trap all the people and things within the 6 directions. However, he has jumped out of the 3 realms and is not within the 5 elements. This is because he has fused with the Taotia's soul. Only the 9 sons of the dragon, this kind of heaven-defying divine beast, can do this. Out of the 3 realms and not within the 5 elements, the 9 sons of the dragon are heaven-defying creatures. They're considered as the evildoers left behind by the ancestral dragon emperor. That's why the 9 sons of the dragon were punished by the heavens and almost went extinct. Even the dragon clan could not escape from the 3 realms and 5 elements. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and looked at Xianyuan Kanglin Lang. Undeniably, this fella is really lucky. You're smart, but it's useless. These 8 demonic shadows are formed by the inner demons. You guys are not their match. The universal 8 directions formation and the 8 trigrams altar are a perfect match. But it's a pity that it can't trap me. Xianyuan Kanglin roared. At this moment, his gaze fell upon the blood-colored sarcophagus in the deepest part of the palace. That might be the final location of the treasure. Out of the 3 realms and not within the 5 elements. Lan Luo murmured in a low voice. This wasn't something that just anyone could do. Since the ancient times, there were only a few divine beasts. Yet, that fellow managed to fuse with the soul of the Taotai. It could be said that he was lucky, but it was an undeniable fact. Although she had thought of countless ways to escape, it was all to no avail. The 8 demonic figures held the death god's scythe in their hands and stepped toward them step by step. Xianyuan Kanglin left the universal 8 desolation formation, leaving Jiang Chen and the others trapped inside. Danger lurked everywhere. 8 demonic figures followed one after another. Terrifying scythes sliced through the air, emitting a dark aura. Jiang Chen was fighting against 4 demonic shadows by himself. As for the other 4, each of them was fighting against a demonic shadow. However, it was still difficult for them to do anything. Their strength was greatly suppressed, and they were practically no match for the demonic shadows. It was extremely difficult for Jiang Chen to fight against 4 demonic shadows. The demonic shadows were even more powerful than Xianyuan Kanglin. Most importantly, these demonic shadows were formed by their own soul and divine origin energy. Hence, they might die in their own hands. Under such a dangerous situation, Jiang Chen could not turn the situation around by himself. The four of them exerted their full strength, but they were still injured by the demonic shadows. The situation was extremely grim. Xianyuan Kanglan retreated from the Universal Eight Directions formation without any fear. He was the only one left in the great sovereign's tomb. Wouldn't all the treasures belong to him? Xianyuan Kanglan stared at the blood-red sarcophagus in the deepest part of the tomb. The aura it emitted was terrifying. However, Xianyuan Kanglan still walked towards the sarcophagus. Ancient Sovereign's Aura. On the blood-colored stone coffin, there were 4 bold and powerful words. Each word carried an incomparably majestic aura, and each word seemed to prove the vicissitudes of thousands of years. Open. Xianyuan Kanglan moved his palm and the sarcophagus flew away. Inside the sarcophagus, there was a person lying on the ground. On the person's body was a set of incomparably precious armor. Feather. Immortal Execution War Armor. Xianyuan Kanglan was surprised. He had investigated the Immortal Execution Great Emperor before he came here. Although he could not find anything from the outside, it was still recorded in the ancient records of the Xianyuan clan. Crimson Battle Armor, able to defend against thousands of soldiers and horses. Violet Cloud Feather, able to evade the peerless heavenly lightning. It's a treasure that even great sovereigns fear. Xianyuan Kanglan held the Immortal Execution War Armor tightly in his hand. Xianyuan Kanglan was extremely curious about the person lying in the sarcophagus. I would like to see the true face of the Immortal Execution Great Emperor. Xianyuan Kanglan reached out his hand, but he was forced back by a sharp light. It was a cold-faced man holding a 9-foot green cherry spear. His gaze was as sharp as a blade. His aura was even more terrifying than Xianyuan Kanglan, especially those fearless eyes, giving off an unparalleled battle intent. He wore a spotless white robe. His face was cold and handsome, even more so than a woman. His long hair fluttered in the wind, his mouth was filled with arrogance and disdain. Put down the thing in your hand. The man holding the green cherry spear said faintly, as if the thing in Xianyuan Kanglan's hand already belonged to him. Such arrogance. You want to reap the benefits of the third party. You're not qualified to make me, Xianyuan Kanglan, surrender without a fight. You're too full of yourself. Xianyuan Kanglan said coldly. He wanted to snatch the Immortal Execution War Armor effortlessly. But he did not expect this fella to know about the existence of the Immortal Execution Great Emperor. Then only death awaits you. The man holding the green cherry spear, Lang Lang, said. The 9-foot spear radiance and the green cherry flashed. Xianyuan Kanglan felt the pressure. This fellow was not an ordinary person. Within the Universal Eight Directions formation, Jiang Chen and the others were forced into a desperate situation. The 4 of them were like arrows at the end of their flight. Jiang Chen was also being pressured by the demonic figures. The situation was extremely dangerous. Jiang Chen helplessly tried to bring them into the Zulong Tower. Unfortunately, the Universal Eight Directions formation was the same as the space within the General's execution stage. The Universal Eight Directions formation was a shrunken space. Jiang Chen's Zulong Tower was completely ineffective here. Even he could not enter the Zulong Tower. Soul-seizing divine art, soul extermination. Jiang Chen unleashed his final technique. The dreadfulness of a sovereign realm's soul was not to be underestimated. In an instant, the 7 devil shadows were all slashed by Jiang Chen and turned into nothingness. The 4 of them fell down on their butts, losing the dignity of an expert. What happened just now was a matter of life and death. It was a matter of life and death. Jiang Chen slashed the 7 demonic figures, but he could not slash his own. At this moment, he was extremely weak, even weaker than Shuai Liang and the others. At the last moment, Jiang Chen slashed the 7 demonic figures and consumed a lot of his soul energy. Facing the last demonic figure, Jiang Qin and the others could not withstand it. Moreover, Jiang Qin could feel that the last demonic figure was his own demonic figure. As the Tao rises 1 foot, the devil rises 10. Although Jiang Chen's Emperor Realm's soul was diluted, the 8 trigram sacrificial altar had created his own inner demon. I, Jiang Chen, have been unstoppable all my life. I have risen to the sky and walked on the sky. I have no inner demon. Jiang Chen's eyes were burning like torches and he kept roaring in his heart. He stared at the terrifying demonic figure that was approaching him step by step. I walk on the sky and walk on my own path. Where is the inner demon? Jiang Chen closed his eyes. At the moment when the sickle of death in the hand of the inner demon figure slashed down, he turned into a blade of quicksand and dissipated in the void. Walking on the sky. Ha ha ha. What I am looking for is someone like you. I did not expect that you are also from the 9 states immortal world. It seems that my inheritance will not be extinguished just like this. Jiang Chen suddenly raised his head and looked at the back of the figure in the 8 trigram sacrificial altar. However, the voice came from all directions and finally echoed in Jiang Chen's mind. Chapter 30-35. You don't have to look for me. I've already been annihilated. The person talking to you is just a remnant of my will. You're the only one who can hear me. The source of the voice came from the back of that figure. You're the ancient emperor of the 9 provinces. The great emperor immortal slayer. Jiang Chen asked in shock. He did not expect the voice to belong to the great emperor immortal slayer. It was simple, leisurely, and had a hint of dominance and arrogance. That's right. My immortal slayer sword is broken, but my inheritance is still there. I didn't waste my efforts to find someone like you to inherit my legacy. The immortal slayer martial emperor said with a hint of relief. So, the 8 trigrams altar and the 6 directions 8 wastelands formation are not supreme killing formations, but tools for you to find your successor. Jiang Chen finally understood the reason behind it. In fact, the heart devil shadow was left behind by the immortal execution great sovereign in order to find his successor. It wasn't a true killing formation. Of course, it couldn't escape from the heart devil shadow. As such, to the immortal execution great sovereign who had killed countless people and cut down the heavens and earth, he deserved to die. That's right. If you can't get my inheritance, so what if you die? The great emperor immortal slayer's cold voice made Jiang Chen sigh. The great emperor immortal slayer was too cold. In his eyes, the weak had no right to speak except for life and death. Yu Zongheng had never met a match in his life, but he was not as good as the 9 heavens. I thought that an era had passed and my inheritance was no longer karmic, but in the end, I managed to wait for it. Ha ha ha, I believe that when the broken sword is reforged and the night returns, the disciple of the immortal slayer king will bring my glory back to the divine world. What a pity, what a pity. Your strength is still too weak. A little brat who hasn't even reached the immortal emperor realm. I wonder if you will be able to inherit my legacy. However, this might be the only choice I have. The great emperor immortal slayer's sigh echoed in Jiang Chen's ears. Jiang Chen's mouth twitched slightly. Indeed, although he was very strong, he was just a drop in the ocean in the eyes of a real expert. It would be easy for them to kill him. He had a long way to go on the path of cultivation. A 9th grade emperor heavenly king can create a divine being with a thought. I don't know how long it will take to reach the emperor realm, but since you have an emperor realm's soul, you should not disappoint me. Once again, Jiang Chen heard these words. A 9th grade sovereign king conferred the title of heavenly king. A single thought can create a god. But he didn't know the meaning of this sentence. The first time he heard it was from Zhuang Zhouzi the Nanhua immortal. He only knew that this sentence was closely related to cultivation. Senior immortal slayer, what is the meaning of a 9th grade emperor heavenly king can create a divine being with a thought? Jiang Chen asked. Ha ha ha, it's normal that you don't know. Even I don't dare to say that I can understand the meaning of this sentence. It's just that this is a supreme realm that even Emperor realm experts can't reach. In your opinion, Emperor realm experts are the strongest in this world, above the divine world, right? Are there more powerful existences above the Emperor realm? Jiang Chen asked. The Emperor realm is just another step for a cultivator. It can be said that only after reaching the Emperor realm can one be considered a true cultivator. Before the immortal Emperor realm, one could only be considered as a cultivator. And to reach the immortal Emperor realm, one had to be born with Tao accumulation. Cultivating the Tao, cultivating one's own Tao, a Tao that no one had ever walked before. This was the foundation of the immortal Emperor realm. The Emperor realm is divided into 9 grades, each of which represents a heaven. After the 9th grade Emperor realm is the Heavenly King realm. That Heavenly King realm is the true dominator of the world. There are stronger existences above the Heavenly King realm, namely the Rebirth realm and the Divine Spirit realm. At least, in my era, the Heavenly King realm experts no longer exist. Even I haven't seen the real Rebirth realm and the Divine Spirit realm. The great Emperor Immortal Slayer's words made Jiang Chen yearn for it, and a huge wave was set off in his heart. What a 9th grade Emperor Heavenly King, creating a divine being with a thought. It turned out that the Emperor realm was just the beginning of a cultivator. The real peerless experts were born from Tao. Remember, without Tao, you can't become an Emperor realm expert. No matter how strong you are, if you can't condense your own Tao, then the Emperor realm expert is just empty talk. Only by condensing your own Tao can you be called a first-grade Emperor realm expert. Although it's a little early to tell you this now, you have to understand that even I haven't reached the Heavenly King realm. As for the even more ancient existences, I don't know. This divine will was left behind by me 100 million years ago. Although I don't know about it, thousands of years ago, during the primordial era, those heavenly kings, rebirth realm, and gods were the true rulers of this world. However, those experts are long gone. This is also the reason why I chased after the heavens. Although I lost, I believe that you will be able to inherit my mantle. The great Emperor Immortal Slayer's words revealed great depression and emotion. The great feat that he had not accomplished could only be continued by his successor, carrying on the past and opening up a new path. Without Tao, you can't become an Emperor realm expert. Without Tao, you can't become an Emperor realm expert, Jiang Chen murmured, repeating the words of the great Emperor Immortal Slayer, which shocked him greatly. To become an Emperor realm expert, one had to create their own Tao to become a first-grade Emperor realm expert. By the way, Senior Immortal Slayer, do you know what the Bronze Throne is? Jiang Chen suddenly remembered the Bronze Throne he had obtained before. So far, he had 4 Bronze Thrones. The Bronze Throne. I only know that it doesn't belong to this world. Don't touch it. At least, before you become an Emperor realm expert, those things are not something you can know about. Jiang Chen could hear a trace of fear in the great Emperor Immortal Slayer's words. Obviously, the Bronze Throne was not something he could control. Now, I don't have much time left. An era is exactly 100 million years. After this era, even my divine thought will disappear. However, at this last moment, I managed to wait for you. It's my good fortune, ahaha. Chapter 30-36. The embryonic form of a Tao. Great Sovereign Immortal Execution hadn't thought that Jiang Chen's body had already formed the embryonic form of Tao. This also meant that Jiang Chen had already opened up his own Tao, but it wasn't complete. Or perhaps, he didn't even know about it. Before reaching the Martial Emperor realm, the Immortal Execution Emperor had never heard of anyone who could condense a Tao. It was a mysterious thing, but it was also a real existence. Everything originated from Tao and was formed from Tao. Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. This was the beginning of Tao, and it was also the key to achieving Tao. The Tao in Jiang Chen's body was not complete yet. It was only in its embryonic form, but it already had the aura of Tao. No matter what, the immortal execution emperor would not pass his inheritance to Jiang Chen. Tao could not coexist. As long as one defined a Tao that belonged to him, it would be his lifelong pursuit and cultivation. For the rest of his life, he would only be cultivating this Tao. The Tao in Jiang Chen's body carried an indomitable and domineering aura. It soared into the sky, soared into the sky, and soared into the sky. The domineering aura of Tao shocked the immortal execution emperor. How terrifying would it be to condense the embryonic form of a Tao in the divine king realm? The immortal execution emperor condensed his own immortal execution Tao after becoming an emperor, but Jiang Chen was able to silently condense the embryonic form of a Tao at this moment. How could they not be shocked? Most importantly, Jiang Chen's inheritance might be completely broken now that he had formed the embryonic form of his own Tao. Jiang Chen's original Tao could not be destroyed. If it was destroyed, it would be equivalent to destroying Jiang Chen. Although the immortal execution emperor was bloodthirsty, he could not help but admire Jiang Chen's amazing talent. Moreover, they were both from the 9 provinces immortal world, so the immortal execution emperor would not kill Jiang Chen. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to have your own Tao. Kid, one day, you might even surpass me. Who knows? Who knows? You might surpass me one day. Remember, you must never tell anyone that you've already condensed your own Tao. Otherwise, it'll definitely bring death upon you. Even those supreme figures of the primordial era might not be able to condense their own way at God King. The younger generation will surpass us in time. The immortal slayer great emperor looked at Jiang Chen with satisfaction. Although he couldn't continue his legacy, the immortal slayer great emperor was still very excited to see Jiang Chen's Tao. Jiang Chen's heaven-dominating Tao was definitely not weaker than his own. The embryonic form of the Tao. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. Even he didn't know that he had condensed the embryonic form of the Tao. Jiang Chen was very puzzled that the immortal slayer great emperor could see through his Tao at a glance. Does the Tao really exist in my heart? Jiang Chen didn't know. However, he didn't know if it was a good or bad thing that he couldn't obtain the immortal slayer great emperor's legacy. At least he didn't feel that much pressure anymore. The immortal slayer great emperor didn't pass the legacy to him, which showed that he was an extremely responsible person. If he forcefully destroyed Jiang Chen's Tao and forced his Tao onto Jiang Chen's body, the consequences would be unimaginable. That's right. When you reach the hierarch realm, you should be able to feel the existence of the Tao. It's the ultimate Tao for us cultivators. Different paths lead to the same destination. The true Tao is the same, but also completely different. Since you've already cultivated the embryonic form of the Tao, I can only lament my inadequacy. There was a trace of loneliness in the immortal slayer great emperor's voice. He thought that he had found an inheritor, but unfortunately, it was all for naught. He had waited for 990,000 years, but in the end, it was still to no avail. This kind of pain was not something that anyone could understand. Damn it! Shuai Liang held the Skyfrost sword in his hand and knelt on one knee. His face was extremely pale. At that moment, his soul was attacked again. Shadow Stream reappeared and wanted to seize control of Shuai Liang's body. Shuai Liang's strength and soul were both extremely weak, so Shadow Stream's choice to attack at this time couldn't be any safer. He seized this opportunity to launch a strong attack. His purpose was to prevent Shuai Liang from reincarnating, and he wanted to control Shuai Liang's body forever. Once the fusion was completed, Shuai Liang would have no chance. Brother Bai, what's wrong with you? Bingyun asked anxiously. She grabbed Shuai Liang's hand, but Shuai Liang shook her off. His eyes were bloodshot, and he struggled desperately. A terrifying aura pervaded the air, and Shuai Liang's momentum also changed greatly. Shuai Liang constantly competed with Shadow Stream for control of his soul. After Shadow Stream had recuperated, he was more confident than Shuai Liang now. It's impossible for you to defeat me, lowly guy. It's your good fortune to be controlled by me. I will make you famous in the divine realm. Ha ha ha. Shadow Stream's voice echoed in Shuai Liang's mind again and again, but Shuai Liang never gave up. The only thing left in his belief was the sword. He was born for the sword. He held the Skyfrost sword tightly in his hand, and a terrifying sword essence arose spontaneously. It was born from the heart sword, and that sword essence became the last trump card for Shuai Liang to fight against Shadow Stream. His incomparably persistent sword essence grew endlessly in his heart, and it was also this sword essence that prevented Shadow Stream from erasing Shuai Liang's soul. Persistent, born from the heart, unstoppable sword essence, immortal and indestructible. Because of this, Shuai Liang persisted in the sword essence of the Skyfrost sword, allowing him to fight against Shadow Stream as an equal. He struggled painfully, and this was his last chance of survival. If he was defeated, Shuai Liang was very clear that he would no longer exist in this world, and Shadow Stream would definitely devour him completely. Previously, he had Jiang Chen's help, but at this moment, he had nothing but himself. Oh no, it's Shadow Stream again. Jiang Chen suddenly turned his head and looked at Shuai Liang, who was kneeling on one knee with a pained expression. Sigh, thousands of years have passed, and he still doesn't repent. 108 Emperor Realm souls can't suppress him. What a vile creature. The sigh of Great Emperor Immortal Execution echoed in Jiang Chen's ears, and it seemed that he was exasperated that Shuai Liang didn't live up to his expectations. Senior Immortal Execution, can you save my friend? Jiang Chen asked in a deep voice. Of course, he couldn't tell Great Emperor Immortal Execution that he had already absorbed the 108 Emperor Realm souls into the Great You soul-forming light. Not bad, not bad. Great Emperor Immortal Execution did not reply to Jiang Chen, but looked at Shuai Liang, and the light in his eyes became brighter and brighter, as if he had seen a gem. Maybe this is God's will. I, the Immortal Slayer Emperor, dominated the ancient times and killed countless people. My sword was unstoppable and my heart was invincible. Therefore, my sword heart was as stable as a mountain and no one could shake it. The true sword will is born from the heart. You already have the sword will and sword heart. This is the most precious thing. From now on, you are the inheritor of the Immortal Slayer Emperor. Don't let me down. I will impart all my inheritance to you. I hope that you can recreate my glory in the 9 heavens divine realm. The Immortal Slayer Emperor said earnestly. At that moment, the figure slowly turned around. A figure with sharp eyebrows and sharp eyes was sitting cross-legged, holding a dagger in his hand. The ancient and leisurely aura was suffocating. Chapter 30-38. Truly worthy of being an ancient great emperor. Jiang Chen praised sincerely. The immortal slaying sword is broken. My inheritance is in this half of the immortal slaying sword. I will guide you to the Tao of the great emperor. The half of the immortal slaying sword that was in the hands of the great emperor silently appeared in Shuai Liang's hand. The immortal slaying Tao is the Tao that you will cultivate in the future. However, the depth of the Tao is not something that you can comprehend now. When you break through to the emperor realm in the future, you will be able to comprehend the true power of the immortal slaying Tao. Slaying all the ancient times, I am the only immortal. This is the immortal slaying Tao. The immortal slaying great emperor's solemn voice made Shuai Liang even more solemn. The inheritance of the great emperor was something that not even Jiang Chen could obtain. Shuai Liang's heart was in turmoil. It seemed that the day when he surpassed Jiang Chen and fought with Jiang Chen was not far away. Shuai Liang was not happy or sad. Not everyone would be chosen to inherit the great emperor's inheritance. If he was not qualified enough, the immortal slaying great emperor would not pass it to him even if the inheritance was broken. Otherwise, it would be a disgrace to the immortal slaying great emperor. Shuai Liang thought silently. His sword in hand would definitely reach a higher level after obtaining the inheritance of the immortal slaying great emperor. Kid, you have cultivated my sword of solitude. Since we are from the same world, I will also give you a good fortune. Your Tao is only in its embryonic form. I will give you a trace of Tao essence to help you break through to the hierarch realm. Whether you can comprehend the true origin of the Tao will depend on your luck. Thank you, Senior. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with gratitude as he nodded silently. A ray of white light was emitted from the immortal slaying great emperor's head. It was misty and it floated directly towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen closed his eyes and sat cross-legged. A wisp of Tao essence flowed into his mind. Jiang Chen held his breath and focused his mind. At this moment, he entered the state of cultivation. Jiang Chen calmed his state of mind, and his entire body entered a state of selflessness. This tranquility and transcendence caused Jiang Chen's body and heart to completely condense within his dantian. His Tao was the Tao of ascending the heavens. He was above the heavens, above all living things. Only by ascending to the heavens could he achieve the Tao of ascending the heavens. Jiang Chen emptied his mind and soul. His soul entered the Tao. Waves of Taoist connotation rose into the sky and rushed to the 9 levels of heaven. This is, Lan Luo and the others looked at Jiang Chen silently because an incomparably powerful aura suddenly appeared from his body. His aura was like a heavenly dragon soaring up into the sky, as if thousands of dragons were roaring in the sky. Even the expressions of Xinyuan Kanglen and the man with the green cherry blossom spear slightly changed. What a terrifying aura! The overbearing Tao of ascending the heavens. This aura is a little too strong. Xinyuan Kanglen and the man with the green cherry blossom spear never thought that there would be such a terrifying aura within the 8 trigrams altar. It soared into the sky, causing everyone to tremble in fear. This was an unparalleled domineering aura. This fella's Tao is actually so terrifying. Even the immortal slayer great emperor murmured. At this moment, Shuai Liang had also entered the inheritance of the great emperor. The immortal slayer great emperor was even more shocked by Jiang Chen's Tao. His Tao was just a guide for Jiang Chen. It wouldn't take long for him to break through the Tao. Moreover, this Tao was truly terrifying. The Tao of ascending the heavens, reversing the universe, this was a Tao that no one had ever cultivated before. Just think about it, one did not even put the heavens in his eyes, ascending the heavens, how terrifying it was. This kind of fearless overbearing Tao was extremely rare since ancient times. If he really attained the Tao, then where was the end of this Tao? The immortal slayer great emperor couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Jiang Chen's Tao was too terrifying. Jiang Chen had entered a mysterious state. There was nothing around him, but he felt like he was standing on a boundless sea, holding the heavenly dragon sword. Thunderstorms and storms were gathering, and a 5-colored golden dragon appeared in the sky. The dragon's eyes flickered as it stared at Jiang Chen, as if it wanted to kill him. Jiang Chen was fearless. He looked up and stared at the 5-colored golden dragon. In the next moment, the 5-colored golden dragon rushed towards Jiang Chen like a hot knife through butter. Jiang Chen's heart froze because this 5-colored golden dragon was too powerful. Jiang Chen did not know how terrifying it was. Divine Emperor Realm Expert? Emperor Realm Expert? Or was it the Emperor Realm Expert that the immortal slayer great emperor mentioned? Jiang Chen did not know, but the pressure coming from all directions made Jiang Chen's aura shrink. Even if I know I can't beat it, so what? My Tao is ascending the heavens, defying the heavens. I am the master of the 3,000 great Tao. My Tao is unstoppable. The Tao of ascending the heavens, who else but me? Such a voice sounded in Jiang Chen's heart. His Tao was to break through the shackles of the heavens. So what if it was the heavens? So what if it was the earth? He didn't care about it either. Great Tao is simple, I want to ascend the heavens. Jiang Chen raised his sword. Even in the face of the invincible five-colored golden dragon, Jiang Chen did not retreat half a step. Instead, he fought fearlessly. Jiang Chen's sword chi soared to the clouds, shattering the mountains and rivers, roaring all living things, the sea surged. Wherever his sword pointed, he would ascend the heavens, invincible. At that moment, the five-colored golden dragon was destroyed by Jiang Chen. At the same time, 8 dragon shadows appeared in the sea and pounced towards Jiang Chen. They wanted to end Jiang Chen's life. I want to ascend the heavens, who can stop me? Even the heavens are no exception. Jiang Chen swept out with his sword, and the 8 dragon shadows were once again destroyed by him. Jiang Chen soared into the air, his sword cleaving through the dome of heaven, parting the layers of clouds and mist as he stepped onto the peak of the 9 heavens. The 9 dragon silhouettes continued to circle around Jiang Chen, eyeing him covetously and breathing out terrifying dragon breaths. At this moment, the dragon silhouettes were intertwined, but they were still unable to block Jiang Chen's domineering aura. That kind of domineering aura was simply not something that anyone could resist. Especially the path that Jiang Chen cultivated, the path of conquering the heavens. How arrogant and domineering was that? How domineering and domineering was that? Jiang Chen stepped on the 9 dragon silhouettes. The dragon silhouettes struggled, ferocious and terrifying. The dragon breaths were like a rain of swords, closing in on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was awe-inspiring and fearless. He had always worshipped beyond the 9 heavens. At this moment, he felt that his own Tao seemed to have condensed into a chi that looked down on the 9 heavens, ignoring all living things in the heavens, ignoring the ages, and ignoring all the Taos in this world. In Jiang Chen's dantian, a dense chi appeared spontaneously, bringing with it endless domineering aura. It constantly transformed into signs of time, like flowing clouds, like green cotton, like the 5 elements and 8 trigrams, surpassing the Taiji universe. This was a supreme Tao, a ravine in the heart, a single chi that could shake the heavens and earth. This is my Tao, the path of conquering the heavens. Chapter 30-39. Jiang Chen finally had a hint of enlightenment. He had to admit that the Tao connotation of the immortal execution Great Emperor had indeed helped Jiang Chen a lot. Otherwise, it would have taken him a long time to fully master the heaven-ascending Tao and comprehend the Tao connotation. Even if he had reached the hierarch realm, he might not be able to comprehend it so quickly. However, the Tao connotation of the immortal execution Great Emperor had directly helped Jiang Chen to connect his inner enlightenment and the embryonic form of the Great Tao. Without him, Jiang Chen could still build his Tao, but it might take a long time for Jiang Chen to take some detours on the foundation of building his Tao. Roar, roar, terrifying dragon roars could be heard incessantly. Jiang Chen looked disdainfully at the 9 dragon shadows, accompanied by bolts of lightning. At that moment, 9 bolts of heavenly lightning appeared above the 9 dragon shadows, as if to destroy Jiang Chen's Tao. Even the immortal execution Great Emperor himself did not expect that Jiang Chen would build his Tao so quickly, because he only wanted to help Jiang Chen stimulate his understanding of the Tao as soon as possible. Although the embryonic form of the Great Tao already existed, it was unknown how long it would take for him to build his Tao completely. Even so, Jiang Chen was the most terrifying person that the immortal execution Great Emperor had seen since ancient times. His talent was absolutely heaven-defying. The dragon shadows were mottled and colorful, and the lightning surged. Its aura was like a tiger that could devour thousands of miles. Between the clouds and mist, the 9 dragon shadows brought along 9 bolts of heavenly lightning, almost completely covering Jiang Chen's path in all directions. The thunder was deafening. The 9 dragons had been entangled for a long time, and between the flashes of lightning, it could fall at any time. The 9 bolts of heavenly lightning were extremely terrifying, and the aura of destruction permeated the air. Jiang Chen's expression became extremely solemn, but he knew that he had to merge the Tao at this moment. Otherwise, all his previous efforts would be in vain. No one could stop him. The embryonic form of the great Tao must be completed quickly, or it would become a real regret, and he would never be able to build his Tao successfully again. "It's their aura," Immortal Slayer Great Emperor murmured. But at this moment, Jiang Chen couldn't hear it. He was completely immersed in his own Tao and didn't notice the outside world. "How many years has it been?" "It's them again," the Immortal Execution Great Emperor seemed a little excited. No one knew who the person he was talking about was, but the familiar aura made him excited. However, he was silent at this moment. Although he didn't know how difficult it was for Jiang Chen to reach the Great Tao Foundation establishment realm, his heaven-conquering Tao had already made them wary. The heaven-conquering Tao was a heaven-defying path. After all, what Jiang Chen had experienced was not an easy path. Let bygones be bygones. The path of the Great Tao begins with a single step. Tao establishing in the God King realm was something that not even Great Emperor Immortal Slayer had ever heard of. Furthermore, they had appeared, and he couldn't be more familiar with their auras. Jiang Chen stepped on the 9 dragon shadows and the heavenly lightning flashed. However, he had no way to retreat. He could only move forward with an indomitable will. Only in this way could he complete his Tao and build his Tao. "No one can stop me from building my Tao." Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with disdain. The 9 dragon shadows were filled with anger, and thunder rumbled towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen held his sword and fought with it. A terrifying sword intent appeared in his hand. Even Jiang Chen didn't expect that his limitless sword would make such a huge leap at this moment. Jiang Chen's sword was even trembling and buzzing. The excitement of the heavenly dragon sword was something that Jiang Chen had never felt before. The realm of the sword finger made him feel infinite changes. The limitless sword was formed by the sword Saint Fang Bai, used by Jiang Chen, and returned to the Great Tao. Jiang Chen had finally found the direction of the Great Tao in the sword. The unparalleled sword intent was sublimated and transformed again and again. The 7th sword, the 8th sword, the 9th sword. The long-lost carefree and unparalleled sword intent rippled in Jiang Chen's heart. The intertwining of the Tao and the sword, the collision of the heart and intent, made Jiang Chen and the Great Tao smoother and smoother, like a fish in water. 10th sword. 11th sword. 12th sword. 13th sword. One sword was better than the one before, and each sword was more terrifying than the one before. The Great Tao was simple, and Jiang Chen's limitless sword had a huge sublimation. The sword realm was almost unstoppable. The silent sword realm had also brought the heavenly dragon sword to an unbelievable realm. It merged with the limitless sword, and wherever it went, heaven and earth would mourn. When he released the 13th sword, the 9 dragon shadows were all destroyed, and the thunder above the void also turned into a little starlight. Jiang Chen walked with his sword, and the momentum of the sword realm was sublimated by the Tao. His great Tao became more and more solid at this moment. Jiang Chen raised his eyes and looked at the direction of the Tao that he was pursuing. He still couldn't see the end, but his Tao already had the embryonic form, and it was not the embryo of the Tao. No matter who it is, no one can stop me from soaring to 90,000 miles. My Tao, even if there are thousands of thorns, I will walk step by step. Where the Tao leads, I, Jiang Chen, must go to the heavens. Jiang Chen's domineering aura was overflowing, and his eyes were like torches. The 9 dragon shadows collapsed, and the sky also showed a clearer color. Above his head, a faint shadow appeared between his eyes. It seemed to be the appearance of his Tao, but it was unfathomable. Jiang Chen's aura also rose rapidly at this moment. The dragon marks in his body also skyrocketed in an instant and directly jumped to 5 million dragon marks. From the peak divine king realm, he directly broke through to the ultimate god realm. The great Tao was completed, and Jiang Chen's strength also had a qualitative change. As an ultimate god expert, Jiang Chen was now a real peerless ultimate god. There were 4 dragon balls on the Zulong Tower, including the one given to him by Bingyun. Jiang Chen embedded the dragon ball on the Zulong Tower, and the dragon marks in his body changed again. However, it did not make Jiang Chen's physical strength much stronger. All the power in the dragon ball was absorbed by the Zulong Tower. Jiang Chen was also quite puzzled. At this moment, the 91st floor of the Zulong Tower was finally opened. The 91st floor's opening shocked Jiang Chen greatly because there was only a bluestone jade slip in the space of the 91st floor. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand and grasped the bluestone jade slip tightly in his hand. As he scanned it with his divine sense, Jiang Chen was shocked. It turned out to be a magical seal technique. I am the Divine Father, and I call myself the Heavenly Secret. I step on the 9 extremes, Open Heaven Seal. The first seal, Open Heaven Seal. Chapter 30-40. The ancestral dragon emperor has been silent for so long. Why don't I ask him? Jiang Chen suddenly thought of the ancestral dragon emperor, but the ancestral dragon emperor was still in a deep slumber. Jiang Chen did not wake him up as it would definitely affect him if he woke him up now. It was better to wait for him to wake up on his own. Jiang Chen opened the heavenly torrent seal with a thought, wanting to see what was inside. The current Jiang Chen had just completed his great Tao. Although it was impossible for him to have supreme Tao essence, he would know the benefits when he becomes an emperor realm expert. The great Tao had been formed. Jiang Chen understood the heavenly howling seal in the blink of an eye. The dreadfulness of the heavenly howling seal was beyond Jiang Chen's imagination. It was even more dreadful than the 3,000 burning sky seal because it was going to consume the origin of the great Tao. Only the origin of great Tao could cast the howling heaven seal. The howling heaven seal was only the first seal of Father Tianji. Wouldn't the second and third seal be even more terrifying? Jiang Chen tried to activate the heavenly howling seal, but he found out that his origin of great Tao was almost 0. The heavenly howling seal was too useless for him now. In other words, the howling heaven seal could only be cast with the origin of great Tao. This howling heaven seal might be a peerless technique of an emperor realm expert. Jiang Chen calmed himself down and no longer thought about it. However, he must study it after he had a certain amount of origin of great Tao. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. With the strength of a hierarch realm expert, the feeling of boundless strength made Jiang Chen extremely excited. His battle intent was unparalleled. He had finally reached the hierarch realm. Now, he could definitely ignore Xianyuan Kanglan's attack. At this moment, Shueliang had inherited more than half of the great emperor's inheritance in the immortal execution sword. His strength had also reached the late hierarch realm. The most terrifying part of the immortal execution great emperor's inheritance was the immortal execution Tao, followed by the immortal execution sword formation and the immortal execution sword. Shueliang had to slowly explore and understand the rest of the inheritance. After all, it was almost impossible to fully comprehend the immortal execution great emperor's inheritance in a short period of time. As one of the great emperors of the Northern Liang, immortal execution great emperor naturally had his own pride and means. The inheritance of the immortal execution great emperor finally came to an end when the immortal execution sword's brilliance faded into nothingness. Shueliang had been meditating since then. In the end, it's all for someone else's benefit. Sigh, what a failure. Lan Luo said with a bitter smile. At this moment, she knew that the person who inherited the immortal execution great emperor's inheritance was undoubtedly Shueliang. Jiang Chen was also meditating. Lan Luo was slightly surprised that Jiang Qin did not inherit the immortal execution great emperor's inheritance. In her opinion, the only one who was qualified to inherit the immortal execution great emperor's inheritance was Jiang Qin. However, Shueliang took the opportunity to obtain it. Lan Luo tried hard to obtain some treasures in the immortal execution great emperor's tomb, but she got nothing in the end. Even the immortal execution great emperor's inheritance had found its true owner. What else was worth fighting for? Be willing, be willing. You can only gain by giving up. If you don't give up anything, you might be dead by now. Qian Renji said. Lan Luo was stunned and nodded silently. It was true. If you couldn't let go of anything and wanted to fight for everything, you might really be involved in a life and death situation. Jiang Qin did not kill her, but saved her life at the critical moment. Lan Luo was grateful. I hope so. However, it's a problem for us to get out of the Universal 8-direction formation now. I hope they can leave here when they wake up, Lan Luo said in a low voice. Lan Luo said in a low voice. No matter what, she still felt extremely uncomfortable being trapped inside. That feeling of being restrained made her feel extremely stifled. On the contrary, Bing Yun looked at Shueliang with anticipation. Even she did not expect that the person she had chosen would be able to inherit the inheritance of the immortal execution great emperor. This was too shocking. Bing Yun was brought up by the immortal execution great emperor. She listened to the Tao essence of the immortal execution great emperor and was able to cultivate successfully. No matter how cold and bloodthirsty the immortal execution great emperor was, to her, the immortal execution great emperor was the closest person to her. You've already obtained most of my inheritance. You'll have to slowly comprehend the rest. I've already planted the seed of great Tao in your dantian. One day, when you reach the Emperor realm, you'll be able to open up the immortal execution great Tao. I hope you won't let me down. One day, you'll be able to bring the immortal execution great Tao to the northern cold divine region, the central region divine land, and even the entire divine world. The voice of the immortal execution great emperor sounded in Shueliang's ears. At this moment, Shueliang opened his eyes and looked at the back of the figure that had never turned around. The broken immortal execution sword in his hand made him ponder. I'll remember it. I won't let you down. Shueliang said in a deep voice. When the broken sword is reforged, the night will return. If one day, you can reforge the immortal execution sword, perhaps you'll surpass me. Don't worry, Master. One day, I'll let the light of the immortal execution sword shine on every inch of the divine world. Shueliang's eyes were filled with confidence. Although he had not completely comprehended the Tao of the great emperor like Jiang Qin, his strength had a qualitative leap. Moreover, how could the inheritance of the immortal execution great emperor be so simple? Even if Jiang Qin did not know, he knew that Shueliang must have carried all the hopes of the immortal execution great emperor. Alright, you've already understood my will. At the end of the great Tao, there's always the other shore. The immortal execution king is finally coming to an end. He. The bitter voice of the immortal execution great emperor made Shueliang sigh in his heart. However, the end of an expert was destined to be inevitable. Billions of years ago, in that turbulent era, the immortal execution great emperor was able to look down on the heroes and rule over the northern Liang. This was enough to show his strength. However, no matter how strong an expert was, there would be a day when the hero would be in his twilight years. There would always be someone stronger than him. The era of the immortal execution great emperor had passed, but he would never let him be buried in the long river of history. Shueliang will not let down the name of the great emperor. From now on, Shueliang's Taoist name is Immortal Execution, and I'll pass on the Tao to your master. Good. You're worth teaching. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Ha ha ha, my divine will can't hold on for much longer. I'll pass this to Jiang Qin. This is the sword of solitude. It's the biggest regret of my life and also the sword technique that I'm most proud of. Only Jiang Qin can read my sword essence. Take good care of that little girl. She's listened to my Tao for 10,000 years and will definitely be of help to you in the future. All right. Chapter 30-41. Shui Liang took this sword of solitude and in the next second, the aura of the immortal Slayer Emperor's spiritual sense disappeared in the void. Shui Liang knew that the immortal Slayer Emperor had left with the wind. The moment he lowered his head, the seated figure instantly turned into quicksand and disappeared into the 8 trigrams altar. The surrounding universal 8-directional desolation formation also slowly withdrew at this moment, returning to nothingness once again. He's gone. The immortal execution great emperor has left. Bingyun murmured with a trace of tears at the corner of her eyes. The immortal execution great emperor was like her father and mother who gave her life. Although they had never talked before, in Bingyun's heart, the immortal execution great emperor was a huge gift. Jiang Qin slowly opened his eyes. When Shui Liang and Jiang Qin looked at each other, their eyes were filled with unparalleled battle intent. However, they smiled at each other. Even if they wanted to fight, they would have to wait until they left this place. However, they could feel that each other's strength had increased by leaps and bounds. If it wasn't for the inheritance of the immortal execution great emperor, Shui Liang would never dare to challenge Jiang Qin again. You're awake, Jiang Qin. This is the sword of solitude that the immortal execution great emperor left for you. Shui Liang said. The immortal execution great emperor has left. Jiang Qin said and nodded silently. The great sovereign of a generation vanished into thin air, falling into the mortal world. That lonely but domineering figure had also turned into sand in the wind. Jiang Qin held the sword of solitude in his hand. Only he could understand the loneliness that the immortal execution great emperor once felt. The sword of solitude was not left for the enemy, but for himself. The sword intent was inevitably lonely. At this moment, the 8 trigrams altar was broken and the universal 8 directions formation had disappeared. They finally regained their freedom. Go and find Xianyuan Kanglin. Shui Liang's eyes turned cold as he said. Jiang Qin and the others quickly went deeper and saw Xianyuan Kanglin's silhouette. A silhouette holding a green cherry spear also attracted their attention. You guys are still alive. You're really lucky. Xianyuan Kanglin sneered as he forced the green cherry spear man back. The expression of the man holding the green cherry spear suddenly changed when he turned his head. It was the same for Jiang Qin. The moment their gazes met, it was as if they had traveled through the ages. However, it wasn't a rare feeling of friendship. Instead, it was an unending rage and killing intent. It's you. I didn't expect you to appear here. Lang Lang said as he stared straight at Jiang Qin. His gaze was locked onto Jiang Qin with killing intent. I didn't expect that to only be a clone of yours. Looks like you're very capable to be able to leave behind such a powerful technique in the immortal realm. Jiang Qin said faintly. He was shocked when he saw the green cherry spear man for the first time. He didn't expect to meet this guy in the divine world. It seemed like the enmity between them would be intertwined once again. This guy was Jun Tianqiu, who was killed by Jiang Qin in Saint Origin World. That was only a part of my body. However, you've destroyed a part of my body. Today, I'll take it back with interest. If it wasn't for you, I would have stepped into the Emperor realm a long time ago. Jun Tianqiu and Jiang Qin stared at each other. None of them had thought that there was enmity between them. However, Jun Tianqiu's strength was much stronger than Xianyuan Kanglin. Xianyuan Kanglin had suffered many setbacks in Jun Tianqiu's hands. Then you're really unlucky to meet me. Jiang Qin said. You're lucky too. The divine world is vast and boundless. Isn't it heaven's will for us to meet each other here? Ha ha ha. This means that the heaven wants me to kill you to vent my hatred. Jun Tianqiu's murderous intent had already spread out. He was even more furious than when he faced Xianyuan Kanglan. That was his eternal shame. His 9 revolutions golden body had lost one of its reincarnations. That was why his strength had stopped at the peak hierarch realm. Otherwise, he would have broken through to the divine emperor realm or even higher. He would never forget this guy even if he died. That depends on whether you have the ability or not. I can kill you once. I think I can do it again. Jiang Chen said confidently. Ha ha ha. This is the biggest joke in the world. You think you can fight me with your strength? Pathetic and ridiculous. Today, I'll send you to the Avicii hell. It's not your fault that you're ignorant. It's your stupidity to treat ignorance as confidence. Jun Tianqiu said coldly. Jiang Chen was only an early hierarch realm expert. Killing him was as easy as taking something out of his pocket. Don't forget how you died in the past. Jiang Chen crossed his arms and said indifferently. Jun Tianqiu was so angry that his face turned pale. This guy was too arrogant. Your good days have come to an end. Jun Tianqiu took a step forward, causing the void to tremble. The terrifying aura he exuded was incomparable to spiritual master Qi Yan and Xianyuan Qi. Although they were in the same realm, Jun Tianqiu's current strength was much stronger than the two of them. No wonder Xianyuan Kanglan was defeated by him. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Why don't we join hands? Xianyuan Kanglan took the opportunity to look at Jun Tianqiu and said with a smile. All right. Although Jun Tianqiu was incomparably arrogant and disdained to team up with others, it would be a good thing if he could get a free helper. It wouldn't be too late to kill him after killing Jiang Chen. It seems like they're not convinced, Jiang Chen. Shueliang looked at Jiang Chen and said. Then let's fight. Life and death are decided by a single thought. Only the living have the right to speak. Jiang Chen smiled and said. Your aura. You've broken through to the hierarch realm. No wonder you're so arrogant. You've broken through too. Xianyuan Kanglan looked at Shueliang. His strength was stronger than him, reaching the late hierarch realm. This made Xianyuan Kanglan extremely serious, especially when Shueliang could make such a huge leap in such a short period of time. Xianyuan Kanglan had to be cautious. He had prepared a method to deal with Jiang Chen, but now it seemed like he could not hide it anymore. Leave Xianyuan Kanglan to me. You take care of that guy. Shueliang said. He had wanted to fight Xianyuan Kanglan for a long time. Now that his strength had made a qualitative leap and he had obtained the inheritance of a great emperor, his strength was even stronger than Xianyuan Kanglan. If he still could not defeat this guy, he would be too ashamed to say that he was the successor of immortal execution great emperor. All right. Jiang Chen nodded and looked at Jun Tianqiu. Jiang Chen was confident that he could defeat his old friend a second time if he could defeat him once in a battle for revenge. Chapter 3042. Arrogant brat, a barbarian from the immortal world dares to fight against me, Jun Tianqiu. I was just a reincarnated body back then. Now, I'm not someone you can resist. In this world, those who go against me will not have a good ending. Only by killing you can I get rid of my heart's devil and broaden my vision on the great Tao. Today, I will get rid of my heart's devil. Jun Tianqiu looked at Jiang Chen silently, his eyes full of determination. In the past, due to all kinds of coincidences, he had fallen into Jiang Chen's deadly trap and died with regret. His reincarnation was almost invincible, but he was still defeated by Jiang Chen. Back in the immortal world, Jun Tianqiu was indeed in the limelight, but the current divine world wasn't a place where he could dominate. Noisy guy, if I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time. Jiang Qin shouted and took the initiative to attack. His hierarch strength had boosted his confidence. Even when facing a peak late hierarch expert like Jun Tianqiu, Jiang Qin was not afraid. Terrifying attacks were launched one after another, many times stronger than before. Although there might not be a qualitative change, the Tao essence contained in the attacks made Jiang Qin deeply feel how terrifying it was. Good, today is the day you die. Jun Tianqiu was not shocked but happy. His face was ferocious, holding the green cherry spear in his hand. He did not expect to meet Jiang Qin in this trip to the tomb of the great sovereign. This was the reason why he could not break through to the divine emperor realm. There was a lingering devil in his heart, and it was Jiang Qin. He had reincarnated 9 times, but only Jiang Qin killed one of his reincarnations. One could imagine the despair and anger he felt. But today, Jun Tianqiu could take his revenge. Compared to him, Jun Tianqiu's strength was like heaven and earth. Jun Tianqiu's spear momentum was like a dragon, dancing in the air and shaking the universe. Jiang Qin didn't use any fancy moves. He punched out one punch after another, surging towards Jun Tianqiu with supreme divine might. The battle between the two was astonishing. Every time his explosive fists were thrown out, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth would be stirred up. Although Jiang Qin couldn't display his Tao at this moment, the great Tao of heaven and earth contained within his punches had steadily improved his strength. Experts at the same level as him were no match for him. Even a peak hierarch like Jun Tianqiu wouldn't be afraid of death as he continued to charge forward. Kid, I didn't expect your strength to be so terrifying. Jun Tianqiu did not care at first, but after fighting with Jiang Qin, he realized how terrifying Jiang Qin was. Jiang Qin fought the heavenly dome realm alone with his bare fists. Although Jun Tianqiu's strength was still far from a half-step divine emperor, almost no one below the peak ultimate god realm could match him. Only those who had fought with him knew that Jiang Qin's strength was like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The difference in strength was not something ordinary people could compare with. Some people even said that his strength was infinitely close to a half-step divine emperor. However, only Jun Tianqiu himself knew that there was still a gap between his strength and a half-step divine emperor. Jiang Qin's strength is too terrifying. Lan Luo was slightly shocked. An early-stage ultimate god had such a supreme divine power. It was almost impossible to defeat him even if Lan Luo used all her skills. Even a peak ultimate god could not break through such peerless power. Lan Luo knew this guy. He was the 8th generation ultimate god of the Jun family. What surprised her even more was that this 8th generation ultimate god who had inherited the ancient will was supposed to be a divine emperor of 9 generations. However, he was killed by someone, and it was Jiang Qin who killed him. This was too shocking. The Jun family of the Central Plains Divine Land had an 8th generation ultimate god. They originally wanted Jun Tianqiu to become a 9th generation ultimate god emperor, but they were still one step behind. Jun Tianqiu's body was cut off, which became one of the biggest regrets of the Jun family. However, in the Central Plains Divine Land, the Jun family's 8th generation ultimate god was quite powerful. Lan Luo had to admit that he was no match for him. On the other side, the battle between Shui Liang and Xianyuan Kanglan was also thrilling. Shui Liang's strength had been further improved and he had also obtained the immortal execution Great Emperor's inheritance. He seemed to have the upper hand against Xianyuan Kanglan and was no longer the Shui Liang of the past. Xianyuan Kanglan was getting more and more shocked as the battle went on. That guy's strength had completely crushed him. Moreover, why did he suddenly become so terrifying? Until now, he still did not know that Shui Liang had inherited the immortal execution Great Emperor's inheritance. Xianyuan Kanglan kept retreating and was extremely passive. The current Shui Liang had fully displayed the power of his Skyfrost sword. There was no longer any grudge between him and the immortal execution Great Emperor's inheritance, and Xianyuan Kanglan's strength had completely acknowledged Shueliang. Immortal execution sword rain. Shueliang slashed the sky with his sword, creating a huge wave that caused a terrifying sword rain. Under the immortal execution sword rain, even Jun Tianqiu could not help but look at Shueliang. The sword rain was too terrifying. Xianyuan Kanglan could only avoid it and was being suppressed by Shueliang. Xianyuan Kanglan had no choice but to use his ability to judge the price. You actually obtained the immortal execution Great Emperor's inheritance? Shueliang said in shock. It's too late to know now. Humph. Shueliang said with a smile. You forced me to do this. Roar! The light in Xianyuan Kanglan's eyes became even brighter. Since this guy had obtained the immortal execution Great Emperor's inheritance, then he must teach him a lesson. His Tao Tai physique was his greatest trump card. As long as he devoured Shueliang, he would be able to inherit the immortal execution Great Emperor's inheritance. Shueliang had made a gift for him. As long as he inherited the immortal execution Great Emperor's inheritance, who would be his match? Whether it was Jiang Qin or the man with the green cherry spear, who would dare to compete with him? Xianyuan Kanglan finally revealed his terrifying fangs and clashed with Shueliang's immortal execution sword rain. True Dragon Seal. Jiang Qin struck out with the True Dragon Seal, causing the heavens and earth to change color. The True Dragon Seal was like a dragon that had transformed into a dragon. A terrifying dragon shadow soared into the sky. Divine Spear of Chaos. Jun Tianqiu bellowed. The shadow of his spear pierced through the dragon's shadow and soared into the sky. Jiang Chen's hand changed again. The 5-elemental divine dragon seal collided with the dragon's shadow. The shadow of the spear and the dragon's shadow intertwined, producing a series of terrifying explosions. Jun Tianqiu and Jiang Qin were evenly matched. Neither of them had the upper hand. Is that all you've got? Jun Tianqiu said indifferently. The show has just begun. Chapter 30-43. Jun Tianqiu did not expect Jiang Qin to be so difficult to deal with. His strength was 3 levels higher than Jiang Chen's, but it was still difficult for him to defeat Jiang Qin easily, which made Jun Tianqiu very depressed. 3,000 Burning Sky Seal. The divine fire changed again as the 3,000 Burning Sky Seal turned into 3,000 dragon shadows that filled the sky and crushed down. Jun Tianqiu immediately raised his sword and pointed his divine spear at the void. The 3,000 Burning Sky Seal forced Jun Tianqiu to retreat dozens of steps, but his spear's shadows were also extremely terrifying. Jiang Qin held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and pursued Jun Tianqiu. Kid, you've made me very angry. I won't give you any more chances. Jun Tianqiu's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Being forced back dozens of steps by Jiang Qin was a great humiliation to a proud expert like him. He thought that he could easily kill Jiang Qin, but who would have thought that Jiang Qin could even force him back? Sky-dominating divine spear. Supreme divine light. The green cherry spear in Jun Tianqiu's hand changed again and again. The spear's shadows shot out and pierced through the starry sky. Layers of spear shadows covered the sky and the earth. That kind of supreme divine power forced Jiang Qin to go all out. Limitless Sword, 10th Sword. Jiang Qin swept his sword and the impact of the 10th sword directly turned Jun Tianqiu's supreme divine light into nothingness. However, what followed was Jun Tianqiu's spear shadows. The terrifying limitless sword once again made Jun Tianqiu suffer, but his sky-dominating divine spear was not to be underestimated as it completely blocked the peerless divine power of the 10th sword. The sky full of phantoms shocked Lan Luo and the others. Jiang Chen's terror was once again revealed because he was facing a real peak ultimate god, the 8th generation ultimate god of the Jun family in Tianfang Divine Land. The 8th generation ultimate god was supposed to be a divine emperor of 9 generations, but unfortunately, one of his generations was destroyed. The 8th generation ultimate god was an extremely powerful existence in the entire Jun family. For Lan Luo, Jiang Chen's ability to repel the 8th generation ultimate god Jun Tianqiu was enough for him to laugh proudly for the rest of his life. The battle between Jiang Chen and Jun Tianqiu could be said to be quite intense. Neither side gave way to the other. Terrifying waves of qi rose higher and higher, dazzling the onlookers. However, the battle between the two didn't show any signs of stopping. Jiang Chen switched from defense to offense and began a life-and-death battle with Jun Tianqiu. Jiang Chen had been suppressed by Jun Tianqiu previously, but now he displayed the ancient soaring dragon technique again. His aura was no different from Jun Tianqiu's, and his battle strength had reached the peak hierarch realm. Jun Tianqiu was furious, but there was nothing he could do. How could an early hierarch be on the same level as him? How could he have such terrifying aura and power? It was his aura. Jiang Chen's aura had completely crushed Jun Tianqiu's. The great emperor's Tao accumulation did not bring any substantial benefits to Jiang Chen, but his aura had already surpassed all living beings. No one could overwhelm him in terms of aura. Jiang Chen's charge had also caused Jun Tianqiu a lot of trouble. After displaying the ancient soaring dragon technique, Jiang Chen seemed to have become a different person, suppressing Jun Tianqiu to the point where the latter could hardly breathe. The heavenly dragon sword soul also became extremely excited at this moment. Wherever the sword soul pointed, coupled with the terrifying limitless sword, Jun Tianqiu was almost unable to resist. Under Jiang Chen's fierce attacks, he seemed to be a little exhausted. It was unbelievable that Jiang Chen could suppress Jun Tianqiu despite the gap of 3 minor realms. Jun Tianqiu was incomparably depressed. He was stronger than Jiang Chen in the past, but he was still killed by Jiang Chen. But now, Jiang Chen was no longer the same as before. Jiang Chen had almost surpassed the entire hierarch realm and was still able to suppress him. What did this bastard eat to grow up? Jun Tianqiu was furious. He knew that his chances were running out. If he was suppressed by Jiang Chen, it would become more and more difficult for him to stand out. He must find a chance to fight back. Jun Tianqiu swore that this was the most useless battle he had ever fought in his life. Jiang Chen's sword intent was like a lone goose flying in the sky. The domineering aura of his sword qi was displayed at this moment. The way of dominating the heavens and the sword intent made Jun Tianqiu feel the pressure of life and death. The limitless sword in Jiang Chen's hand became more and more skillful. Its powerful aura soared to the sky. There was not much time left for Jun Tianqiu. Under the pressure of Jiang Chen's unparalleled aura, Jun Tianqiu finally roared and was about to explode. Jiang Chen, I'm going to tear you into pieces. 8 Supremes gather, heavens will reincarnation. The 9th transformation golden body can break anything. Jun Tianqiu's spear momentum changed. 8 afterimages converged into one. This was his most powerful technique, the 9th transformation golden body. Jun Tianqiu, who had inherited the will of the ancient times, thought that he could reach the power of a divine emperor expert by combining his 9 reincarnations into one. He never thought that Jiang Chen would kill one of them. Even so, his strength could not be underestimated. Although the 9th transformation golden body was lacking by 1, it still had the power to destroy heaven and earth. What a 9th transformation golden body! Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed and his face turned cold. This guy's strength had climbed to the extreme. Even Jiang Chen felt a great pressure. The 9th transformation golden body was so terrifying. His strength had reached an unprecedented level. The moment Jiang Chen and Jun Tianqiu exchanged blows, he was already on the passive side. With the power of 8 Supremes, Jiang Chen already felt a great pressure. The terror of the ninth transformation golden body had transformed his strength once again. This guy is really not easy to deal with. Jiang Chen frowned. He retreated in order to advance. With the Sword of Solitude, he could command the 7 Dragon Cavalry Heavenly Guards and the 12 Fire God Guards. As for the strength of the ninth transformation golden body, he would have to test it with his Ashura sword formation. Want to run? You won't have the chance. Jun Tianqiu sneered. The Dragon Rider Heavenly Guards and Fire God Guards stood in front of Jun Tianqiu. The 12 Fire Gods were almost destroyed by Jun Tianqiu. At this moment, Jiang Chen's face turned extremely cold. However, he had to arrange the Ashura sword formation to deal a fatal blow to Jun Tianqiu. This was his most terrifying technique. However, it was not easy to arrange the Ashura sword formation. Moreover, every time he used the Ashura sword formation, it consumed a lot of energy for Jiang Chen. Now that he had just used the ancient soaring dragon technique, he had consumed nearly half of his divine origin energy. If he used the Ashura sword formation again, it would definitely increase the pressure on him. However, this was the only way to kill Jun Tianqiu. Let's see how long you can hide. Jun Tianqiu attacked one after another. Although the Dragon Cavalry Heavenly Guards were strong, they still couldn't withstand Jun Tianqiu's might. 4 of the 12 Fire God Guards were torn to pieces by Jun Tianqiu. The ninth transformation golden body. It seems that Jun Tianqiu is really angry. Rumor has it that the ninth transformation golden body allowed him to withstand a blow from a half-step divine emperor and come out unscathed. This shows how terrifying the ninth transformation golden body is. Lan Luo said in a deep voice. Jiang Chen fell into a passive position. Is this guy really so terrifying? Chapter 30-44. Although the Jun family of the Central Region Divine Land is not the most powerful force in the Central Region Divine Land, it's not to be underestimated. They're considered a famous family in the northern part of the Central Region Divine Land, and they even have Emperor Realm experts. The most dreadful thing about the Jun family is that they can inherit the ancient will. Jun Tianqiu's 9 transformations golden body was cultivated by inheriting the ancient will. Otherwise, his strength wouldn't be so terrifying. However, his 9 transformations golden body should not be complete. One of his reincarnations was destroyed by Jiang Chen, which caused great damage to him. Otherwise, Jun Tianqiu would have been able to kill everyone here. Lan Luo said solemnly. What about you? Who are you? Qian Rinji looked at Lan Luo. This woman's identity was mysterious. Qian Rinji couldn't help but think more about it. Furthermore, she knew the Jun family like the back of her hand. Xianyuan Qi treated her with respect, and even the Scarlet Flame Sage was somewhat afraid of her. This was not something that an ordinary person could do. Me? A defeated general doesn't talk about bravery. Compared to Jiang Chen, I'm just a drop in the ocean. Lan Luo said with a wry smile. Qian Rinji nodded silently and did not ask any more questions. However, this Lan Luo was too shrewd. She knew everything. She couldn't help but think more about it. At this moment, Jiang Chen was advancing step by step. Finally, the Ashura sword formation was completed after Jun Tianqiu had destroyed 9 of his fire god guards. Let's see how long you can hide, you coward. Ha ha ha. Jun Tianqiu roared madly. His roar was as loud as thunder as he continued to chase after Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen was setting up the formation at a leisurely pace. At this moment, Jun Tianqiu's counterattack was coming. Let's see if your 9 transformations golden body is more powerful or if my Ashura sword formation is better. Jiang Chen looked at Jun Tianqiu coldly. He was furious that 9 of his fire god guards were destroyed by Jun Tianqiu. It's time for you to die. Don't struggle anymore. The 9 transformations golden body is invincible. You want to use a formation to trap me? You must be dreaming. Jun Tianqiu harumphed coldly. However, the moment Jiang Qin activated the formation, the corners of Jun Tianqiu's mouth twitched. 108 Origin Divine Tools. What a big deal. These 108 Origin Divine Tools, I'm definitely going to get them. Jun Tianqiu didn't retreat. Instead, he rushed to the top of the formation. However, at this moment, Jiang Qin completely activated the Azura sword formation. Terrifying sword rain filled the air, completely submerging Jun Tianqiu's 9 transformations golden body. However, the 9 transformations golden body actually resisted Jiang Qin's Azura sword formation. Your sword formation is only so-so. Jun Tianqiu sneered. However, in just 10 breaths of time, Jun Tianqiu's 9 transformations golden body began to crack. The smile on Jun Tianqiu's face also disappeared. The current Jiang Qin might be able to hold on for 60 breaths of time, but the Azura sword formation consumed too much of his strength. If Jiang Qin wanted to perfectly control the Azura sword formation, he would need to be at least a mid-hierarch realm expert to not be so cautious. Even so, 60 breaths of time was already terrifying enough. Even Jun Tianqiu, who had activated the 9 transformations golden body, couldn't hold on for more than 10 breaths of time before his 9 transformations golden body was broken. This showed how terrifying the sword rain of the Azura sword formation was. Every breath was a choice between life and death for Jun Tianqiu. At the 30th breath, Jun Tianqiu finally couldn't hold on any longer. The 9 transformations golden body was completely broken and he also suffered a great injury. Jun Tianqiu fought with his life on the line. The 9 transformations golden body was destroyed under the attack of the Azura sword formation. Jun Tianqiu was furious, but he also panicked. He wanted to fight back, but it was too late. The 9 transformations golden body was broken. Jun Tianqiu couldn't withstand the terrifying sword formation at all. He still had his spear, but his aura had dropped to a very low level. Get lost! Jun Tianqiu roared furiously. The sword rain pierced through his body. Jun Tianqiu swung his spear in all directions, but he still couldn't withstand the sword rain. Finally, under everyone's gaze, he knelt down on one knee and slowly fell to the ground. Jun Tianqiu actually lost, and in such a miserable way. Lan Luo couldn't believe it, but Jiang Qin was still standing proudly. At this moment, Jiang Qin's divine origin strength was almost depleted. It was impossible for him to continue the battle. Do you think it's that easy to kill me? Jiang Qin, there will come a day when I will make you pay with your blood. Jun Tianqiu's voice reverberated in Jiang Qin's ears all of a sudden. The fallen figure stood up abruptly, turned around and fled at a terrifying speed. Jiang Qin didn't expect that Jun Tianqiu could survive the Azura sword formation. Jun Tianqiu has the 9 transformations golden body. Although he only has 8 doppelgangers, it's comparable to 8 lives. It's understandable that you didn't crush his soul, so he could be reborn in another body. It's a pity that he escaped. Lan Luo said faintly. Jiang Qin felt relieved. Jun Tianqiu wasn't easy to deal with. It was already not easy for him to kill one of his doppelgangers and severely injure him. After all, the gap between their strength was too big. Jiang Qin didn't have the strength to continue the battle. On the other hand, Xianyuan Kanglin and Shuai Liang were evenly matched. Both of their auras were extremely terrifying. Shuai Liang had broken through to the late hierarch realm and inherited the immortal slayer great emperor's inheritance. He was no longer the same Shuai Liang of the past. Xianyuan Kanglin roared furiously. His Tao Tai body swept across the sky, engulfing the earth. He was entangled with Shuai Liang for a long time, but neither of them could do anything to the other. Xianyuan Kanglin's Tao Tai body was so terrifying. He was able to fight against Shuai Liang time and time again without being at a disadvantage. Xianyuan Kanglan, who had the advantage of being a divine beast, was quite overbearing. Even Shuai Liang's Skyfrost sword could not do anything to him. This was also related to the fact that he had just received the inheritance. He had yet to fully comprehend and master the inheritance of the immortal slayer Great Emperor. Although Jiang Chen didn't have the strength to continue the battle, he could help Shuai Liang suppress Xianyuan Kanglan and recover his strength during the battle. It would be a piece of cake for him to kill Xianyuan Kanglan. Xianyuan Kanglan also felt a great sense of crisis when Jiang Chen joined the battle. At this moment, he already had the intention to retreat. 2 against 1, what kind of hero are you? Xianyuan Kanglan gritted his teeth and said. There's a saying in the ancient times. Regardless of whether it's a black cat or a white cat, it's a good cat as long as it can catch a mouse. Ha ha ha. Chapter 30-45. You're right. Do I need a reason to kill you? Shuai Liang harumphed. Both of them advanced and retreated at the same time. Xianyuan Kanglan instantly fell into a disadvantageous position. Xianyuan sword concealment. Activate. Xianyuan Kanglan shouted and quickly retreated. This is the Xianyuan clan's blood escape technique. It will greatly damage his vitality. Lan Luo said. At this moment, Xianyuan Kanglan had already run for his life. If he continued to fight, he would definitely suffer a great loss. He might be trapped here forever by Jiang Chen. Hence, Xianyuan Kanglan could only leave. Trying to leave. Not so easy. Leave the item behind. Jiang Chen's sword slashed through his immortal execution armor and purple cloud feather. Xianyuan Kanglan's eyes were filled with hatred. However, he dared not stay any longer and left the blood shield. Shuai Liang wanted to give chase but was stopped by Jiang Chen. He shook his head and said, "Don't chase a cornered enemy. You might not be able to catch up to him anyway. Now that you've obtained the inheritance of immortal execution Great Emperor, the rest is not important." Jiang Chen smiled. Although Shuai Liang had obtained the inheritance of immortal execution Great Emperor, he had also opened up his own Dao. The immortal execution Dao was different from his heaven domination Dao. Jiang Chen believed that one day, the heaven domination Dao would become the ruler of the divine world. The immortal execution Dao was bloodthirsty. It was not suitable for him. It was not the Dao that he had been pursuing. Compared to Shuai Liang, Jiang Chen was the most suitable person. Holding the immortal execution armor and purple cloud feather, Jiang Chen passed them to Shuai Liang. He was not a greedy person. Since the immortal execution Great Emperor had given the inheritance to Shuai Liang, it should belong to him. What you've obtained is yours. The legacy of the immortal slayer Grand Emperor is more suitable for you. But you gave it to me. I can't think of anyone else who could be so indifferent in the face of such a terrifying legacy. Shuai Liang smiled. Jiang Chen nodded and put away the immortal execution armor and the purple cloud plume feather. Jiang Chen already had a candidate in mind for the most suitable person for it. However, it wasn't that Jiang Chen didn't want the inheritance of the immortal slayer emperor. It was just that he wanted to walk a unique path that belonged to him. It wasn't something that the immortal slayer emperor could help him with. He had to rely on himself for everything. Jiang Chen's smile froze as he turned around. At this moment, Qian Rinji and Bing Yun were under Lan Luo's control. I didn't expect that a woman's heart is really unfathomable. Jiang Chen shook his head. Release Bing Yun. Shuai Liang growled with a gloomy face. Lan Luo smiled faintly as her beautiful eyes flickered. Her flirtatious demeanor was captivating. My request is not high, I only want the Zhu Xian sword, even if it is broken. Impossible. Shuai Liang said in a deep voice. From the looks of it, You want the sword and not the person. Ha ha ha, do you see that, little girl? I don't care about you. Lan Luo said with a smile as she turned into the charming demonic fox again. Don't believe her, brother Bai. Don't worry about me. You can't give her the Zhu Xian sword. Bing Yun said while gritting her teeth. Shuai Liang's aura became extremely gloomy at this moment. Jiang Chen patted Shuai Liang's shoulder and gestured for him to calm down. This was what Lan Luo wanted to see the most. How about exchanging your Zhu Xian armor for her? Lan Luo and Jiang Chen looked at each other and smiled elegantly. You're thinking too much. Jiang Chen shook his head. Really? Then I'd like to see if these two women are more important than those two treasures. Ha ha ha. Lan Luo's eyes were instantly filled with cold killing intent. No. I'll give you the Zhu Xian sword. Shuai Liang couldn't help but nod heavily in the end. That's right. Be obedient and I'll like it. Ha ha ha. Little brother, it's your turn. What do you think? I didn't want to kill you because you're not a threat to me. But you insist on seeking death. Alas. Jiang Chen let out a sigh. Lan Luo narrowed his eyes and sneered. You're already an arrow at the end of its flight. What else can you do? Besides, they're both in my hands now. Do you think I'll be afraid of you? Fine. Here's the Zhu Xian armor. Come and get it. Jiang Chen said. Want to blow me up? Throw it over. Okay. Catch. Jiang Chen threw the armor to Lan Luo without hesitation. However, the moment Lan Luo tried to catch it, Jiang Chen directly launched the soul-stealing technique. Soul separation technique. In an instant, Lan Luo's soul seemed to have suffered a huge shock. His body swayed and he directly knelt on one knee, paralyzed. Seizing this opportunity, Qian Renji and Bing Yun quickly escaped from Lan Luo's control. After a short moment, when Lan Luo slowly raised his head, his eyes were filled with regret. He was incomparably furious, but even more than that, he was filled with boundless fear. You have the soul of an Emperor realm expert? Lan Luo knew that she had made a huge mistake. She hadn't expected that her soul would be severely injured by this guy. Her strength had also been greatly damaged. She had initially thought that she would be able to reap the benefits from the fight, but she hadn't expected that Jiang Chen would still have such a trick up his sleeve. This guy was too terrifying. Many things aren't as simple as you think. Jiang Chen said indifferently. Can you spare my life? Lan Luo said while gritting her teeth. She knew that she had taken a wrong step, but it would be extremely difficult to reverse the situation. Previously, Jiang Chen hadn't intended to kill her, but now it wasn't the case. There's nothing wrong with thinking twice before you act, but you insist on taking a path of no return. Jiang Chen had no intention of letting Lan Luo go. I'm begging you, please let me go. Lan Luo's gaze gradually became gentle as she looked at Jiang Chen with tears welling up in her eyes. The charm in her eyes seemed to have penetrated through Jiang Chen's past and present lives, entering his heart. At this moment, Lan Luo's appearance changed slightly. She actually looked like Yan Qinyu. At that moment, Jiang Chen was in a daze. He had actually fallen for this woman's charm technique. However, he recovered in an instant. After all, his soul strength was far beyond what Lan Luo could imagine. Xiao Yu's appearance lingered in Jiang Chen's mind. Especially when she had turned into Xiao Yu, it had almost entered his heart. However, his mind instantly became clear, because the person in front of him wasn't Xiao Yu at all. Your charm technique is actually so powerful. He, I still couldn't escape from your palm, right? Xiao Yu, there's actually such a stunning woman in this world. Lan Luo murmured. Her smile was full of bitterness, because she knew that she couldn't escape from Jiang Chen's palm. Jiang Chen stared at Lan Luo, her eyes full of resentment and shame. Xiao Yu's appearance was still changing between her and Lan Luo. At this moment, Jiang Chen's sword was raised and slashed once again. Go! I don't want to see you again. Facing Lan Luo, who had turned into Xiao Yu, Jiang Chen ultimately didn't slash down with his sword. Men are indeed strange creatures. He, since you don't want to kill me, this lady will go. Lan Luo laughed delicately, turned into a ray of light, and quickly disappeared in front of Jiang Chen. Little man, this lady will remember today's kindness. If I catch you one day, I won't kill you. He. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. Her eyes were filled with endless sorrow and worry. Xiao Yu, where are you now? Chapter 3046. The trip to the tomb of the immortal execution emperor had been completed, but Jiang Chen was still worried about Long San. At this moment, Long San was still imprisoned in the Heaven Dragon prison. How could Jiang Chen feel good? Long San was his dearest brother. This time, after returning to Tongxian Mansion, Jiang Chen must rescue Long San from the Heaven Dragon prison. What's your next plan? Shuai Liang looked at Jiang Chen and asked. Go back to Tongxian Mansion. My brother is imprisoned in the Heaven Dragon prison. This time, I'm afraid that I'll have a falling out with Tongxian Mansion. Jiang Chen said. Are you really ready? Qian Rinji glanced at Jiang Chen and said. Based on his current strength, he must be quite powerful. However, she was worried about Tongxian Mansion. After all, Tongxian Mansion had existed for tens of millions of years, and its foundation was profound, which ordinary sects couldn't compare with. At this time, if Jiang Chen acted rashly, he would probably die. That was why Qian Rinji asked Jiang Chen if he was ready, because this was a road of no return. Tongxian Mansion. I've heard about it. I've always heard that Tongxian Mansion is quite powerful. I also want to see how powerful it is. Shuai Liang said with a smile. This time, it's likely to be a life and death battle. I'm afraid it'll be more difficult than the tomb of the immortal execution emperor. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. You're treating me like an outsider. I've never admired anyone in my life, including you. But you're the only one who helped me regain my sense of self. My life is for the sword, and my sword is fighting for you. Fighting against you, and everywhere. Shuai Liang said seriously. All right. Jiang Chen didn't say much, because Shuai Liang had made it clear enough. If he continued to be polite to Shuai Liang, he would really regard him as an outsider. With the help of Shuai Liang, Jiang Chen was more confident when he returned to Tongxian Mansion this time. After all, Shuai Liang had inherited the importation of Immortal Execution Emperor. There were less than 5 people in Tongxian Mansion who were stronger than him. Master Ji, you don't have to go back with me this time. Jiang Chen said. He didn't want to get Qian Rinji into trouble. This time, he would fight to the death with Tongxian Mansion, and Qian Rinji would be stuck in the middle. I, Qian Rinji, am not a coward. With your current strength, you don't need to call me Teacher Ji anymore. But I know how to repay kindness. This time, I will put an end to the relationship between me and Tongxian Mansion. If I can survive, I will go to Qilian Boundary. Qian Rinji smiled faintly. Her calm and elegant look was very touching. Jiang Chen even doubted why Ziqing Tian would give up on Qian Rinji and return to the Qilian Boundary alone. Alright, as long as Jiang Chen is here, Teacher Ji is here. Jiang Chen promised Qian Rinji. He knew that she didn't need such a promise. She had died several times in the tomb of the great emperor, and all of them were saved by Jiang Chen. If Qian Rinji still didn't understand, she didn't deserve to be a teacher in Tongxian Mansion for millions of years. I still need to refine a medicinal pill. This time, let's go to Blissful City first. I need to prepare some medicinal pills. Jiang Qin said. Alright, let's go to Blissful City first. Our whereabouts must not be exposed to Tongxian Mansion. Otherwise, Tongxian Mansion will be suspicious. If we don't return to Tongxian Mansion immediately after we finish the task, we will definitely be suspicious. Qian Renji said. I understand. Jiang Qin nodded. The four of them rested and prepared to leave Blissful City. They did not return to Tongxian Mansion. The clear lake was thousands of miles long, and the river flowed down from the sky. The bamboo forest was covered with grass and red lotuses. Birds were chirping. The white-robed lady sat at the head of the bamboo raft, gazing afar. Her soul power was severely damaged. Even a divine emperor expert would not have a chance to save her now. Jiang Zhu's expression was leisurely as she danced in the air. Her grace was unparalleled. She was an absolute beauty who stood aloof from the world. I'm sorry, Jiang Zhu. I couldn't help you. Yu Qinglong said in a low voice. He landed on the bamboo raft like a dragonfly touching the surface of the water and sighed faintly. I know you've tried your best. Brother Yu, it's not your fault. I can only blame myself for being unlucky. It's enough for me to live for 100 years. Jiang Zhu said with a smile. Where is the person you've been waiting for? I don't understand. Why are you searching for him? Is he really that obsessed with you? Yu Qinglong asked in a low voice. Is it really dangerous ahead? I don't know. Perhaps waiting is the most gentle thing. Even if we can't meet, I'm willing to protect him and remember his existence. You won't understand that kind of mutual help. Jiang Zhu shook her head. Her heart was filled with expectation. She knew that he would not appear in the next moment. Yu Qinglong sighed. His eyes were filled with helplessness. What kind of outstanding man could be worthy of the beauty of the North? Perhaps only someone like Jiang Qin could be worthy of her. Oh right, you haven't been here for a long time. How's the outer disciple competition at Tongxian Mansion? Jiang Zhu asked. The outer disciple competition. Sigh. Let's not talk about it. My strength is still not enough. When I become a hierarch realm expert, perhaps I'll be qualified to be arrogant. Even a hierarch realm expert was defeated by that fella, wasn't he? Yu Qinglong shook his head and said with a bitter smile. Who's so powerful that Brother Yu of the outer sect's 3 dragon heads is so afraid of him? He's just a new disciple who entered the inner sect for over 100 years. It's really shameful. Thousands of Divine King realm experts couldn't suppress that new disciple. In the end, even Chen Long, who had broken through to the hierarch realm, was defeated by him. I've met him outside of Tongxian Mansion. But his strength wasn't that terrifying. But now, he's not the same as before. I think only a peerless genius like him is worthy of you. Brother, you must be joking. The person I like is just an ordinary person. Jiang Zhu shook her head. Sigh. Success belongs to Jiang Qin and failure belongs to Jiang Qin. However, a peerless genius like him is not someone I can catch up to. Yu Qinglong said. He was relieved of Jiang Chen's strength because Jiang Qin was like a mountain that was difficult to surpass. Jiang Zhu suddenly raised her head and looked back at Yu Qinglong. Her beautiful eyes flickered with a sparkling luster. Brother Yu, tell me. What's his name? Jiang Zhu asked in a trembling voice. She couldn't believe her ears. Jiang Chen. The outer sect's #1 disciple, Jiang Qin. As soon as Yu Qinglong finished speaking, crystalline tears began to flow from Jiang Zhu's eyes. Her body began to tremble violently. It was as if the world in her heart had completely collapsed at that moment. Chapter 3047. Sister Zhu, Yu Qinglong looked at Jiang Zhu in disbelief. He had not expected that Jiang Zhu would be crying like a child at this moment, with tears and snot flowing down her face. Jiang Zhu did not respond and continued to cry. Yu Qinglong did not know what to do and did not know what was going on. Jiang Zhu's heart was filled with shock, anger, joy, and excitement. When Yu Qinglong said Jiang Chen's name, she almost broke down, because she had waited for too long. Finally, he appeared in her life. If he didn't appear, she might really disappear from this world. Jiang Zhu's heart was filled with shock, anger, joy, and excitement. She did not dare to mention this name. She was afraid that she would not be able to control the sadness of missing him. She was afraid that she would not be able to stop herself from thinking about him. However, the divine world was vast. Where should she go? How could she find Jiang Qin? She did not know what to do. However, she knew that as long as their hearts were connected, he would appear in front of her one day. Time passed and 100 years had passed. Her soul was heavily injured and she was faced with the choice of death. She thought that she would never see Jiang Qin again. She thought that the world was going to abandon her. Her loneliness, helplessness, and longing. No one could share her worries and difficulties. From the moment Jiang Qin left the 9 regions immortal world, her heart and 9 shadows followed him. However, when she entered the divine world, she knew how terrible the pain and cruelty was. Along the way, she only had one belief in her heart. That was to find the little Qinzi that she had been longing for. And she was Wu Ningzhu. The infatuated Wu Ningzhu. The Jiang Zhu who only had Jiang Qin in her heart. Suddenly, Jiang Zhu stopped crying. She was afraid. She did not even dare to ask Yu Qinglong again. What if that person was not Jiang Qin? What should she do? There were millions of people with the same name in the world. Although she had a hunch that that person was Jiang Qin, she was afraid that the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. He used a sword. The sword was like a dragon and its power was like the wind. Hence, the name Heavenly Dragon Sword. Wu Ningzhu whispered. He should be the person you've been looking for. Yu Qinglong took a deep breath and said with a solemn expression. Although it was too much of a coincidence, he had to believe it because he felt that only a peerless monstrous genius like Jiang Qin could be a match for Jiang Zhu, a peerless lady who was aloof from the world. Yu Qinglong took a deep breath and said solemnly. A lifetime of elegance, a lifetime of songs, a lifetime of ambition, unparalleled in the world, a perfect match, ha ha ha. Yu Qinglong shook his head. He was unwilling, but he knew that he was not good enough for Jiang Zhu. Thank you for telling me this, brother Yu. My real name is Wu Ningzhu. Wu Ningzhu said. Qing Wu Qingshuang, Lingzhu stands proudly. What a good name. There's no need to write it down. It's all fate. If I had told you his name earlier, you might have been able to reunite a long time ago. Unfortunately, I'm afraid it's not possible now. Yu Qinglong said. Wu Ningzhu's heart tightened. Her pretty face was filled with worry. She quickly asked, why not? Previously, Tongxian Mansion had a secret operation. No one knew about it. It was said to be an experiential learning. But I heard from Elder Dan that it was to explore the tomb of a great emperor. It has been more than 5 years, but no one came back. So, it's very likely that there was a huge change in that experiential learning. As for the result, it's still hard to say. After all, 5 years is not long, but it's not short either. Yu Qinglong said in a dignified manner. I believe that he will come back. Wu Ningzhu lightly bit her pearly white teeth and said. Her eyes were bright and kind, like a fairy from the heavens. Yu Qinglong knew that the fairy would leave one day, and he was just a passerby in her life. Jiang Chen, will you really come back? The blissful city was quite lively. As the hub connecting all the major forces around Tongxian Mansion, the prosperity of the blissful city was far beyond anyone's imagination. This time, when Jiang Chen returned to the blissful city, it was even more lively than before. Now that the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill was about to be refined, Jiang Chen could not afford any mistakes. If he succeeded, his strength would definitely have a qualitative leap. If he failed, then all his previous efforts would be wasted. After all, he only had one chance. Now that he had the Great Emperor's skeleton, the ethereal flower, and the purple fragrance devil taro, he only lacked a few supplementary herbs. Therefore, Jiang Chen was not in a hurry. Once he gathered the herbs, he could wholeheartedly refine the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill. In the Lihuan sect's blissful city's branch palace, a gloomy old man with an unconcealable gloominess in his eyes said to the 2 subordinates beside him in a deep voice. Quickly go and inform the patriarch. This time, we must not let him escape. This guy is the one who killed the young patriarch. Yes, Lord. The 2 subordinates received the order and went straight to the Lihuan sect. Jiang Chen only stayed in the blissful city for a total of 3 days and gathered the herbs. However, he would definitely not refine the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill in the blissful city. If he did, it would probably attract experts from all directions to snatch it and watch. Once the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill was successfully refined, it would definitely cause a terrifying change in the heaven and earth. At that time, even Jiang Chen would not be able to conceal it. Therefore, he had to find a remote mountain. Looks like the pill you're going to refine this time should be extraordinary. Shueliang said. It definitely won't work in the blissful city. If it's discovered, it'll probably be very difficult to refine it. Jiang Chen said with a smile. The few of them found a relatively secluded mountain. The surroundings were filled with withered trees. Even birds and beasts rarely appeared. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, there was not a single trace of human. Jiang Chen was finally satisfied and carved out a cave to refine the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill. Monkey, don't worry. I will definitely save you. I will kill the 2nd Mansion Master and the 3rd Mansion Master to relieve the hatred in your heart. In this world, no one can offend my brother, Jiang Chen. Tongxian Mansion, I will definitely annihilate you. Jiang Chen held the myriad chi cauldron in his hand tightly. The success or failure of the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill depended on this. After refining the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill, he had more confidence to rush to the Tongxian Mansion. Rescuing Longshan was urgent. However, Jiang Chen had to make sure that everything was in order. Otherwise, it would be a pointless sacrifice. If he fell, who would be able to save Longshan? Are you sure it's here? It's here. Sect Master, I've been watching for a long time. That guy must have gone in. It seems like he's going to break through. A tall and mighty man appeared on the peak of the mountain range. He silently stared at the towering mountain range. His eyes were filled with fury. His only son had been killed. No one could understand the pain of him sending off his son. He had been searching for traces of this person for over 100 years. However, there was not even the slightest news of him. At this moment, he had finally found news of him. He must crush his bones and scatter his ashes. Chapter 30-48. Although the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill had yet to reach the level of a divine grade pill, it was not far from it. It was extremely difficult for Jiang Chen to refine a peak immortal grade pill. Therefore, Jiang Chen was extremely cautious in order to refine the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill. He did not dare to be careless in the slightest. He was afraid that if he did not do it well, it would greatly affect the process of refining the pill. The 9 Supreme Saint Bones Pill, 1 pill turned into 9. For a hierarch realm expert, it was like a cloning technique. Moreover, the 9 Supreme Saint Bones Pill was even scarier than a cloning technique. It was 9 identical copies of oneself with the same strength and techniques. That was the scariest part of it. Jiang Chen's expression was solemn and he did not dare to be careless. Although he had not refined a pill for a long time, he was not messed up at all. He methodically threw every medicinal ingredient into the myriad qi cauldron. Purple aromatic konjac, ethereal flower, great emperor's bone essence and several other precious medicinal ingredients were continuously condensed. Jiang Chen concentrated and gradually condensed all the medicinal ingredients. Finally, it was time to condense the pill. He did not dare to try before as he was worried that he would fail at the last step. After all, the medicinal ingredients were too difficult to gather. If he really failed this time, he did not know when he would be able to gather them again. Therefore, Jiang Chen did not dare to take any risks. He only dared to try now that his strength had reached the hierarch realm. The 9 Supreme Saint Bones Pill is too difficult to refine. Although I have never refined a divine grade pill before, I guess a divine grade pill is just like that. Jiang Chen thought. The reason why the 9 Supreme Saint Bones Pill could have such a powerful effect was naturally related to the difficulty of refining it. However, Jiang Chen was now 70% confident. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to refine it at this time. Moreover, the situation was urgent, so Jiang Chen had to succeed. The essence of the 9 kinds of medicinal herbs in the myriad qi cauldron had been completely refined by Jiang Chen, and the elixir congealing began. Streams of terrifying essence surged and converged. A golden light shone from the myriad qi cauldron. The surroundings were also dazzled by this light. Terrifying energy fluctuations spread out. Even Shuai Liang and the others were slightly shocked. I wonder what kind of pill Jiang Chen is concocting for it to be so terrifying. Bing Yun said doubtfully. To be able to choose to go into seclusion at this time, the pill he concocted must be incomparably terrifying. Let's just wait patiently. Shuai Liang said. Qian Rinji was also shocked. Jiang Chen's mysteriousness made it hard for them to guess. Moreover, his strength was also shocking. How could an ordinary early hierarch realm expert have such a technique? He wanted to return to Tongxian Mansion. At that moment, he was no longer the teenager he used to be. He wanted to become the enemy of Tongxian Mansion. Jiang Chen, come out quickly and accept your death. A deep shout made Shuai Liang and the others feel a great sense of crisis. A powerful force came crushing down from the void. The surrounding heaven and earth became extremely gloomy and cold. Who dares to act rashly? Shuai Liang flew up to the sky and looked coldly at the man in the void. There were tens of thousands of people behind him. The skinny old man made Shuai Liang feel pressured. This guy is so powerful. Who are you? Shuai Liang asked coldly. It doesn't matter who I am. But you are not Jiang Chen. Today, I must kill Jiang Chen. Anyone who stands in my way will die. The skinny old man said faintly. His cold aura permeated tens of thousands of miles. It's the Lihuan sect's people. Is it Han Wanshan? Qian Rinji's expression changed as she said in a deep voice. When she rushed out, her face finally turned gloomy. Sure enough, it's really him. Sect Master Lihuan, how have you been? He, I am Qian Rinji, a mentor of Tongxian Mansion. 1,000,000 years ago, we met in Tongxian Mansion. Oh, it's Tongxian Mansion's mentor. But this time, I'm here to deal with my family's affairs. I hope you won't make a mistake. Otherwise, I will not give face to Tongxian Mansion. Han Wanshan said in a deep voice. Even though he recognized Qian Rinji, he would not give face to her. This matter was related to his son. With such deep hatred, even if Tongxian Mansion was in front of him, he would not let Jiang Qin go. Qian Rinji's heart moved. It seems that there is such a deep hatred between Han Wanshan and Jiang Qin. She asked in confusion. Sect Master Li Huan, Jiang Qin is my student. How did he offend Sect Master Li Huan? There's no need for a big shot like you to stoop to his level. Qian Rinji knew that they would be at a disadvantage if they fought. Moreover, there were tens of thousands of disciples of the Li Huan sect behind them. Han Wanshan must have sent out all his people. Was it just to kill Jiang Qin? Wouldn't that be too much of a ruckus? Hee, it seems like you're not done yet. My only son died in the hands of Jiang Qin. Tell me, what should I do? It's the teacher's fault for not being strict enough. Looks like you're also to blame for Jiang Qin killing my son. Today, even if I have to offend Tongxian Mansion, I will kill you too. Han Wanshan's eyes turned cold as he said with a gloomy expression. Qian Rinji's expression changed. Jiang Qin killed Han Wanshan's son. Was it Han Shaoqian who was on par with the 3 dragon heads of the outer sect? But Jiang Qin was in Tongxian Mansion all the time. Did he kill Han Shaoqian before he entered Tongxian Mansion? Han Shaoqian seemed to be much weaker than he was now. He was only an early divine king. This fella is too terrifying. He's good at causing trouble. It seems like there's no turning back today. Sect Lord Han, do you really want to start a war with Tongxian Mansion? At this moment, Qian Rinji had no other choice. Jiang Qin was still refining the pills. It was impossible for the 3 of them to fight against the entire Li Huan sect. Han Wanshan was already very difficult to deal with. The entire Li Huan sect was one of the greatest sects around the blissful city. Now that all the elders and disciples were here, there shouldn't be many people who could fight against such a force. Don't use Tongxian Mansion to pressure me. Do you think I'm that stupid? I think Tongxian Mansion won't fall out with me for a mere disciple. The one who died was my only son. Don't tell me that I don't deserve to take revenge for this enmity. I'm not even going to let you go. Today, I, Han Wanshan, will let the entire blissful city know that I, Han Wanshan, am not someone to be trifled with. My son won't die in vain. Han Wanshan snorted coldly. He stared at Qian Rinji and the others with killing intent. He can only blame himself for not being strong enough to be killed. He killed the little one and the old one came out to take revenge. Today, I shall not stop until one of us dies. Shuai Liang was in high spirits. With the strength of a late hierarch realm, he could disregard many people. Even the 3rd elder was no match for him. So what if it was Han Wanshan? His strength was at most on par with Shuai Liang. If he could not stop Han Wanshan, it would be too shameful for Jiang Qin. Arrogant and conceited fellows, all of you will eventually pay the price. I shall kill you first and then kill Jiang Qin. I, Han Wanshan, shall start a massacre today. Han Wanshan said in a deep voice. He pointed his blood-red long saber at Shuai Liang. Bloody light shot up to the sky and a violent dark aura surged. Good timing. Shuai Liang laughed coldly. His eyes were cold as he held the sky frost sword in his hand and pressed towards Han Wanshan. The 2 of them were like 2 crazy rays of light, one black and the other red, which exploded with an unimaginable might. Brother Bai, be careful. Bing Yun said worriedly. On the other side, 10 hierarch realm experts and 300 elite disciples of the Li Huan sect rushed over, targeting Bing Yun and Qian Rinji. You too, be careful. These people of the Li Huan sect are not simple. Qian Rinji and Bing Yun had also fallen into a passive situation at this moment. Although both of them were middle hierarch realm experts, the people they were facing were not easy to deal with. The Lihuan sect had come out in full force. The 10 hierarch realm experts were all top experts. In addition to those elite disciples, their situation was even more dangerous than Shuai-Liang's. Shuai-Liang fought Han Wanshan alone. However, Han Wanshan's strength was much stronger than Shuai-Liang's. After all, Han Wanshan was the leader of a sect. There was a reason why the Lihuan sect could survive for millions of years around the blissful city. Han Wanshan's ruthlessness had been forgotten by many people after so many years. However, the true experts would never forget that Han Wanshan had slaughtered millions of people in a city by himself. His ruthlessness made people's hair stand on end. But at the same time, his strength also made people flinch. Immortal fighting soul. Wherever Han Wanshan's long saber pointed, the soul would move 3,000 miles. The deafening soul sound was getting closer to Shuai-Liang. Every time the saber light slashed down, it was like an unparalleled killing weapon, forcing Shuai-Liang to retreat. Immortal execution sword essence. Shuai-Liang struck out a terrifying sword essence. How could the inheritance of a great emperor be ordinary? The immortal execution sword essence was like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves, colliding with Han Wanshan. The ripples of Yuan Qi caused the surrounding people to be blown away. Not bad. Such a terrifying sword essence. However, you're still too weak compared to me. Fighting soul flame, burn. Chapter 30-50. Han Wanshan's long saber slashed towards Shuai-Liang, shaking the heavens and earth. Even Shuai-Liang could only avoid Han Wanshan's indomitable killing intent. Although the inheritance of a great emperor was powerful, Shuai-Liang had yet to fully comprehend the Tao of a great emperor. Moreover, he needed time to slowly comprehend the Tao of a great emperor. Currently, Shuai-Liang had only obtained 10 to 20% of the inheritance of immortal execution great emperor. Even so, it was enough for him to be successful in every endeavor. However, his opponent was Han Wanshan. Han Wanshan was too cunning and terrifying. An ordinary half-step divine emperor might not even be able to kill him. Han Wanshan's strength had once again shown Shuai-Liang the true terror of Han Wanshan. Immortal execution sword essence, domineering of the heavens and earth. Shuai-Liang's eyes were like torches as his sword qi surged. The immortal execution Tao cultivated the domineering of the heavens and earth. It required one to press forward with unparalleled battle intent to display the domineering aura of killing the 9 heavens deities and Buddhas. Interesting, but it's a pity that your strength is far from enough. Han Wanshan sneered as his burning fighting soul fused with his long saber. That unstoppable peerless sharpness forced Shuai-Liang to retreat again and again, causing the latter to suffer a great impact. At this moment, Jiang Chen's progress in alchemy finally had a qualitative change. His 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill was about to be successfully refined. Once the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill was successfully refined, his strength would undoubtedly undergo a qualitative change. Such a domineering elixir essence. Jiang Chen was shocked. At this moment, he was completely unaware of what was happening outside as he was wholeheartedly refining the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill. The embryonic form of the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill had been formed, but the domineering elixir essence within it was still extremely violent. Jiang Chen had to constantly suppress it. Otherwise, the elixir essence would explode and the embryonic form of the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill would cease to exist. Right now, the embryonic pill was like an unyielding dragon, seemingly wanting to break free from Jiang Chen's embrace, but how could Jiang Chen allow the pill to escape from his grasp? If not for his strength, it would have been extremely difficult for Jiang Chen to suppress the terrifying power of the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill. If he had hastily refined it when he was still a peak divine king, Jiang Chen would have definitely failed. But today was different from the past. At this moment, the five elements divine fire was constantly refining the embryonic pill, extracting the essence and removing the impurities. The embryonic pill was constantly changing and becoming more and more refined. Up in the sky, a series of terrifying lightning bolts began to gather at the top of the mountain. Hun Wanshan's face was grim as he stared at the terrifying heavenly lightning in the sky. Even if it was him, it wouldn't be easy for him to block it. He must be refining some kind of pill or divine weapon. Hun Wanshan's eyes were filled with excitement. If he could capture this fella, he might be able to reap some unexpected rewards. But it's a pity that his son wouldn't be able to see this anymore. Thinking of this, Hun Wanshan's killing intent surged. He wanted to kill everyone here. Hold on, Jiang Chen will be able to refine it soon, Qian Rinji said while gritting her teeth. She and Bing Yun were in a worrisome situation. Their injuries were severe and they were already exhausted. Soon, when those fellas swarmed them, the two of them would suffer a fatal blow. But Qian Rinji believed that Jiang Chen would definitely be able to refine it. At this crucial moment, she couldn't let Jiang Chen's efforts go to waste. It's impossible for you to defeat me. If I want to kill you, it'll be as easy as pie. But what I'm more curious about is what Jiang Chen is doing right now. Why are you guys risking your lives to protect him? Han Wanshan sneered. By the time you find out, it'll be too late. Because at that time, it'll be your death. Although Shuel Yang was being suppressed by Hun Wanshan, he didn't show any signs of defeat. In this life and death battle with Hun Wanshan, Shuel Yang used all his skills. The terror of the Skyfrost sword was completely out of Hun Wanshan's expectation. It wasn't easy for Hun Wanshan to suppress him at this moment. Let's see who will fall first. Reckless fella. Hun Wanshan looked at the rolling sky lightning above his head and said coldly. His fighting soul rose again and a cold and eerie aura filled the sky. Shuel Yang risked his life to fight for time for Jiang Chen. Although he wanted to defeat Hun Wanshan, this fellow was too weak. As the saying goes, the older the ginger, the spicier. This fellow was not only experienced in battle but also had no flaws. He didn't give Shuel Yang any chance at all. In the Zulung Tower, the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill was about to be formed. As long as Jiang Chen could withstand the terrifying sky lightning, he was confident that the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill would be successfully concocted. So what if the wind is coming from all directions? No matter how strong the sky lightning is, what can it do to me? Jiang Chen was fearless. However, this sky lightning came at the right time for Jiang Chen. It's just that the sky lightning was unusually ferocious. Jiang Chen didn't know how strong it was. Rumble, the sky lightning descended, shocking everyone. Countless lights and shadows filled the sky. Jiang Chen flew up and faced the sky lightning head-on. As the sky lightning passed through his body, Jiang Chen's body trembled and his expression turned solemn. The sky lightning was very terrifying. It seemed to be stronger than his dawn sky golden lightning and 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning. However, it wasn't important to him anymore. He had 2 sky lightning in his hands. How could he be defeated by it? Perish. Jiang Chen held the 2 sky lightning source in his hands and fought against the pill lightning. At this moment, Jiang Chen suddenly realized the terrifying battle around him. Bing Yun and Qian Rinji were in danger and Shuel Yang was also greatly restricted. Who was it? Who would attack him while he was concocting the pill lightning? Jiang Chen frowned, but he didn't dare to be slow. He had to deal with the sky lightning first. I'll use the last of the sky lightning source as a sacrifice to you guys who don't want to live. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. The 2 sky lightning source intertwined with the pill lightning. Finally, the 3 sky lightning source converged together. Jiang Chen perfectly balanced them to the point where they could fuse at any time. The three sky lightning source balanced each other. In Jiang Chen's hands, the sky lightning was like a toy. He devoured all the sky lightning source. The 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill that was originally filled with violent energy was slowly forming. Golden light shone brightly, the pill fragrance lasted for 10 miles, refreshing the mind. The 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill was finally concocted by Jiang Chen. Chapter 3051. What a terrifying elixir. This fella is actually refining elixirs? It's really shocking to attract such terrifying elixir lightning. Han Wanshan said with a shocked face. His heart was in turmoil. This elixir lightning is really terrifying. How strong is this fella? To be able to refine such a terrifying heavenly lightning, it's really shocking. It was no wonder that his son would die in his hands. Han Wanshan's eyes were filled with greed. No one could stop his determination to take revenge for his son. Now, he had to end the battle as soon as possible. He had no idea how strong Jiang Chen was. Although he was extremely confident in himself and the entire Lihuan sect had come out, he still believed in one thing: it's better to be safe than sorry. This was also the reason why he could stand tall in the death zone around the blissful city. That was to never underestimate any opponent. Only then could you be invincible. Lad, you don't have a chance anymore. I hope that when Jiang Chen wakes up, he won't find you so weak. Ha ha ha. Han Wanshan said with a cold smile. At the same time, he finally used his real peerless technique, the soul-stealing divine art that he was so proud of. Although he had yet to refine the 3rd level, no one under the Divine Emperor realm could remain undefeated under his soul-stealing divine art. Then, let's see how strong you are. It won't be long before Jiang Chen finishes refining the elixir and it'll be your death. Shueliang looked at Han Wanshan and said. Ha ha ha, how strong can the disciple of Qian Rinji be? Not to mention her, she doesn't even put you and me in her eyes. How strong can that Jiang Chen be? Han Wanshan squinted his eyes and snorted coldly. Suddenly, a terrifying divine soul was released. Soul-stripping technique. Bing Yun and Qian Rinji were both severely injured and were sent flying. Even Shueliang was greatly suppressed and spurted out a mouthful of blood. If it wasn't for the great Tao inheritance in his body, he might have been hit. Even so, Bing Yun and Qian Rinji were severely injured. Shueliang was also suppressed by the soul separation technique. He was far behind Han Wanshan in terms of soul control. Moreover, Han Wanshan was suppressing him. However, Shueliang still managed to hold his ground. At least, he wasn't completely defeated by Han Wanshan. This showed his great confidence. After all, Han Wanshan's name was well known in half of Daming Prefecture. It wasn't an undeserved reputation. Soul extermination. Shueliang was forced back by Han Wanshan once again. This time, his soul suffered great damage. But with the immortal execution sword intent, Shueliang managed to protect his soul. The inheritance of immortal execution great sovereign protected his soul. However, he had already lost all of his will to fight. I told you, you can't defeat me. Who else can be my enemy after I kill you? Jiang Chen, this kid, is still refining pills. He's just making a wedding dress for me. Ha ha ha. Han Wanshan had already expected this scene. He had the strength to defeat anyone below the Divine Emperor realm with the soul-stealing divine art. As long as the opponent's strength was not at the Divine Emperor realm or his soul realm was not much higher than his, then he would not be a match for the soul-stealing divine art. Am I really going to be killed by this fella? Shueliang murmured. However, he would not let Han Wanshan stop Jiang Chen from refining pills even if he had to risk his life. Jiang Chen, when will you be able to finish your cultivation? Qian Rinji was incomparably distressed. They were now in a hopeless situation. Han Wanshan had defeated Shuai Liang, which meant that they couldn't hold on any longer. If Jiang Qin still didn't wake up, they would probably be killed by him. Accept your fate. Your lives will be ended by me, Han Wanshan. You should be happy about that. Han Wanshan sneered. Chapter 3052. At that instant, Han Wanshan's face changed drastically as he realized that his soul-stealing divine art was facing an unprecedented resistance. At the same time, his soul was also facing the crazy counterattack from Jiang Qin. You also know the soul-stealing divine art. Han Wanshan's face changed as he realized that Jiang Qin's soul-stealing divine art was stronger than his. Han Wanshan didn't expect this guy to gain the upper hand in the battle between two soul-stealing divine arts. Furthermore, the most despicable thing was that his soul-stealing divine art didn't suppress Jiang Qin at all. On the other hand, Jiang Qin's departed soul annihilation had left him in a terrible state. Even though he knew his opponent's technique, it was still hard for him to defend against the attack of the soul-stealing divine art. The overwhelming spiritual pressure from Jiang Qin had made him lose his ability to resist. You dare to learn my soul-stealing divine art? Jiang Qin, I'll definitely kill you. Han Wanshan was infuriated. It was too shameful for him to be heavily injured by his famous technique. He didn't expect Jiang Qin to be able to execute his soul-stealing divine art to such perfection. It was even better than his own. The soul-stealing divine art is simply a waste in your hands. You can't unleash the true power of the soul-stealing divine art. Jiang Qin said coldly. Han Wanshan was infuriated. This was a blatant humiliation. His own method had become someone else's method to punish him. Who would be able to stand it? Han Wanshan retaliated at lightning speed. However, Jiang Qin wasn't someone easy to deal with. At this moment, Jiang Qin naturally wouldn't give him a chance to turn the tables. Battle's soul awakens, soul shakes the 9 heavens. Han Wanshan roared in rage as his aura once again rose to its peak. The other Hierarch Realm Elders also took the opportunity to defend Han Wanshan. The 10 Hierarch Realm experts could not even withstand a single blow from Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin only needed to raise his hand to send a late Hierarch Realm Grand Elder flying with a punch. Everyone was in disbelief. Not only that, 2 early Hierarch Realm Elders' bodies were penetrated by Jiang Qin's punch and their souls were destroyed. Such power was like a peerless god of death. Even Han Wanshan could sense how terrifying Jiang Qin was at this moment. This fellow was the true Azura god of death. Han Wanshan's soul power continued to rise and he even reached the mid-divine emperor realm. He once again used the soul-stealing divine art to attack Jiang Qin. However, it was useless this time. The only difference was that he was more injured than before. The backlash from the soul-stealing divine art had almost destroyed his soul in an instant. Damn fella. His soul power is actually so powerful. Just how did he cultivate it? While Han Wanshan was hesitating, Jiang Qin had already arrived. His dreadful fist aura soared up to the sky and landed on the surrounding area. Han Wanshan took a few steps back, but Jiang Qin's mightiness only increased. Han Wanshan was instantly suppressed by Jiang Qin to the point where he could hardly breathe. This is the real Jiang Qin. Looks like it's impossible for me to surpass you within 100 years. Shuai Liang murmured. But he didn't give up. With the inheritance of a great sovereign in his hand, all he needed was time. Once he was given enough time to grow, he would surely surpass Jiang Qin. Once his path to becoming a great sovereign was fully developed, no one in the northern cold divine region or even the central region divine land could suppress him anymore. Therefore, Shuai Liang wasn't in a hurry. One day, he would be able to see the light of the moon. At that moment, he would become a peerless sovereign. Jiang Chen was the only target he wanted to surpass. However, Jiang Chen's talent was too strong and his speed was too fast. Shuai Liang was still not a match for Jiang Chen even though he had been cultivating so hard. Qian Rinji was very confident in Jiang Chen. If Han Wanshan couldn't handle Jiang Chen, then Jiang Chen would be courting death by entering Tongxian Mansion. Since Jiang Chen had such a thought, he must be confident. At least, he wouldn't act recklessly. "You've forced me to do this. I would like to see how strong your soul energy is." Han Wanshan grunted with a gloomy look and murmured incantations. "All disciples, listen to my command. Leave your soul and return to the universe. Only I can use it." 10,000 souls returned to one, soul shaking the heavens. As soon as Han Wanshan finished his incantation, tens of thousands of disciples of the Lihuan sect looked stupefied. Their souls were all devoured by Han Wanshan at this moment. Their soul energy was filled with endless anger, fear, panic and despair. Under the devouring of Han Wanshan's soul energy was strengthened and instantly skyrocketed. This was out of Jiang Chen's expectation. Han Wanshan was willing to use the entire sect's strength to stabilize his soul energy, allowing his strength to skyrocket. "Sect leader, you can't." "Sect leader. Sigh, the Lihuan sect is going to perish. This is simply digging his own grave. You don't understand at all. If it wasn't for the fact that the sovereign was at the end of his life, he would never do such a thing. Where there's life, there's hope. As long as the sovereign is still alive, the Lihuan sect will have the possibility to rise again. But if the sovereign falls, the Lihuan sect will be in real danger." On the entire mountain range, only the 10 great elders were left. All the disciples of the Lihuan sect had their souls devoured by Han Wanshan. Even Shuai Liang, Qian Rinji, and the others couldn't help but gasp. This Han Wanshan was way too cruel. To think that he would treat his own people so cruelly. This was basically equivalent to the destruction of the sect. The strength of the sect was completely devoured. Who could have imagined that in an instant, thousands of people would be annihilated under the control of Han Wanshan? This was simply killing people. Jiang Chen frowned. This fellow was even scarier than the devils from hell. To devour his own people just to increase his own strength. What was the difference between him and a devil? Cruel and heartless. The Lihuan sect was destined to be annihilated. Those pitiful innocent souls didn't even have the chance to seek justice. They thought that they could rely on a powerful backer. Who knew that their lives would be ended by the sect leader himself? The resentment of the soul continued to gather. Tens of thousands of souls were gathered. Han Wanshan's eyes were filled with bloodlust. Compared to before, he was even more violent, bloodthirsty, and insane. It seemed like he wanted to devour Jiang Chen as well. Those who are unjust are doomed to destruction. You're digging your own grave. Jiang Chen bellowed. "As long as I can kill you and take revenge for my son Xiaoqian, so what if I have to kill the entire world?" "Humph, die, kid." Chapter 3053. Tens of thousands of souls were flying around in the sky, forming a formation with resentment. With the control of Han Wanshan, Shuai Liang's expression changed drastically. The 10,000 soul resentment formation made them feel like they were being oppressed by tens of thousands of souls. The power of resentment was fully unleashed. Even a half-step divine emperor expert would have to avoid it. Han Wanshan had been looking forward to this scene for a long time. This was the first time he used it. With such terrifying power, it would be a piece of cake for him to kill Jiang Chen. Most importantly, his soul energy had also reached the late divine emperor realm. He had been cultivating his soul energy for so many years. His soul energy had already reached the early divine emperor realm. Now, with the help of the boundless energy of vengeful spirits, his soul energy had undergone a qualitative change. In this way, it was absolutely safe for him to deal with Jiang Qin. You want to suppress me with just the power of 10,000 souls? Aren't you being too delusional? Jiang Qin said coldly. He waved his hand and the great soul-forming light was instantly thrown into the void by Jiang Qin. Tens of thousands of souls were devoured by the great soul-forming light and the soul power was purified by the great soul-forming light. The great soul-forming light was no longer the same as before. It was just a piece of cake for Jiang Qin to subdue the souls. The scene shocked everyone once again. The elders of the Lihuan sect were dumbfounded. Tens of thousands of resentment spirits were wiped out by Jiang Qin in an instant. Most importantly, tens of thousands of people had died because of this, and it was as if it had not even caused the slightest ripple. Wasn't this too not worth it? The one with the worst expression was Han Wanshan. The 10,000 soul resentment formation that he had spent so much effort to set up was destroyed by Jiang Qin in an instant. It was too shocking. I'll fight you to the death today. Third style of the soul-stealing divine art, soul-stealing technique. Han Wanshan was truly furious. Even he himself had not fully comprehended the third style of the soul-seizing spirit. Even if he cast it with his late divine emperor soul strength, it was still a drop in the bucket. Because the third style could only be cast with the soul strength of an emperor realm expert. Han Wanshan had lost his chance to cast the third style of the soul-seizing spirit. He knew that if he did not try his best, he would die a horrible death. Jiang Qin was too terrifying. Not only did he completely suppress him, he did not even give him a chance to breathe. Even the myriad soul grievance formation could not do anything to him. The third style of the soul-seizing spirit would be his final masterpiece. Digging your own grave. You asked for it. Jiang Qin said Lang. At the same time, Jiang Qin didn't use the soul-stealing divine art but used absolute soul power to resist Han Wanshan. The Emperor Realm's soul was released at this moment. The terrifying soul power covered Han Wanshan. At that moment, Han Wanshan was in complete despair. He had never thought that Jiang Qin's soul power would be this terrifying. How could an early hierarch kid have such a powerful soul power? Why? The Emperor Realm's soul was a goal that he could never reach in his life. He had forcefully used the soul-stealing divine art. It meant that he had to risk his life to fight for it. However, he failed to predict the end. He was completely devoured by Jiang Qin's Emperor Realm's soul. He would never forget that despair. Emperor Realm's soul, this is impossible. I can't accept this, I can't accept this. Han Wanshan's heartbreaking roar was deafening. However, he had completely fallen into the soul's devouring. He hadn't reached the realm to use the third style. Forcefully using it was equivalent to digging his own grave. At this moment, he had lost the ability to fight against Jiang Qin. The Emperor Realm's soul had completely sealed him. He couldn't escape even if he wanted to. He could only accept the judgment of death. Han Wanshan's soul was already full of holes. He didn't even manage to injure himself. At this moment, Han Wanshan was defeated by himself. He succeeded because of the soul-stealing divine art, but he failed because of the soul-stealing divine art. You only have yourself to blame for all of this. Jiang Qin said in a deep voice. Han Wanshan was like a mad bull. He had lost his initial peerless demeanor. At this moment, death was the only way for him to escape. Jiang Qin didn't give Han Wanshan any chance. With a sweep of his sword, the treacherous hero fell. One had to admit that Han Wanshan was strong. He could be considered as a treacherous hero of his generation. However, it was a pity that he had no chance to fight back against Jiang Qin. At this moment, the elders of the Lihuan sect exchanged glances. All of them wanted to escape. However, they didn't have the slightest chance to do so. The terrifying Emperor Realm's soul of Jiang Qin had completely sealed them within. Help me do one thing. Once it's done, your life and death will be determined by fate. If you're still alive, you'll be free. If you're dead, it'll be the will of the heavens. Jiang Qin looked at the remaining 8 elders of the Lihuan sect coldly and said faintly. Everyone had the desire to live. Plus, they weren't loyal to the Lihuan sect. What Han Wanshan had done previously had already made them disheartened. At this moment, they had to compromise in order to survive. Otherwise, Jiang Qin would kill them without hesitation. Jiang Qin looked at the 8 elders of the Lihuan sect coldly. This is an intestine-piercing bone-rotting pill. As long as you do this for me, the grudge between us will be settled. You can choose to leave, I will not stop you. With a flick of Jiang Qin's finger, everyone received a red elixir. After hesitating for a moment, they directly swallowed it. This was because they had no other choice but to obey Jiang Qin's orders. Live or die. No matter how dangerous it was, at least for them, there was still hope of survival. What do we need to do, or rather, where should we go? The great elder of the Lihuan sect asked in a low voice. Jiang Qin looked to the east and said indifferently, what you need to do is to follow me to Tongxian Mansion. Why are we going to Tongxian Mansion? We don't belong to Tongxian Mansion. I'm afraid they won't accept us. Everyone was puzzled. We're going to Tongxian Mansion, not to stay there, but to flatten Tongxian Mansion. Jiang Qin's words made everyone suck in a breath of cold air. Their faces turned as red as a pig's liver. Needless to say, how powerful was Tongxian Mansion? It was the most terrifying existence in Fengyun County. Tongxian Mansion had stood for thousands of years and was unreachable. Today, he actually threatened to destroy Tongxian Mansion. He was simply digging his own grave. Everyone looked at him in disbelief. However, since they had already taken Jiang Qin's poison, they had no other choice. Jiang Qin and the others rested for a while and finally prepared to go to Tongxian Mansion to rescue Long San. Chapter 3054. But this time, Jiang Qin needed to adjust himself to his best condition. Moreover, he needed to be careful. Otherwise, he would be walking right into a trap if he alerted the others. Although he was ready to fight the profound connection divine palace, he was not sure how strong they were. Although the great mansion master isn't here in Tongxian Mansion, the second mansion master and third mansion master are both half-step divine emperors. It's too difficult for you to fight against them. Qian Rinji said seriously. She was worried about Jiang Qin. After all, he had decided to break off his relationship with Tongxian Mansion. There was no room for negotiation. 2 half-step divine emperors. Give me enough time, I might be able to fight against them. Jiang Qin said in a low voice. Qian Rinji and the others were shocked. Since Jiang Qin dared to say such words, he must have his own plans. It was definitely not groundless. Apart from that, Master Lin has more than 10 subordinates, all of them are late hierarch realm. There are more than 50 middle hierarch realm mentors, dozens of early hierarch realm disciples and thousands of divine king realm experts. These are the mainstays of the entire Tongxian Mansion. Qian Rinji said. Obviously, she recognized the strength of Tongxian Mansion. After all, it was a super force that had existed in Fengyun Prefecture for millions of years. These were just the surface strength. No one knew what kind of foundation they had. It's indeed a headache. I will try my best. Jiang Qin nodded silently. These terrifying experts made one's scalp numb, especially the 8 hierarch realm elders of Lihuan sect. They could only smile bitterly. Now, they could only follow Jiang Chen and fight to the death. This guy was seeking his own death. However, they had already boarded the pirate ship. Jiang Chen would not give them a chance to retreat. I'm coming. Damn monkey, I will not let you be trapped here for so long. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes, Leng, and looked in the direction of Tongxian Mansion. In the Heaven Dragon prison, the third mansion master said with a smile, "Second brother, you should be able to completely refine this fellow in no time, right? I still need a little more time, but it should be soon. Although this fellow is stubborn, I only need time to refine him. When he is completely refined by me, his soul will also be completely destroyed," said the second palace master with an indifferent tone. His expression was filled with pride and confidence. However, during this period of time, that demonic monkey had caused him to suffer greatly. That fellow's soul was unyielding even in death. No matter how much he interrogated it, he was unable to make it submit. If it wasn't for the fact that he was powerful enough, refining that demonic monkey wouldn't be that easy. Then I'll have to congratulate you, second brother. Hee, it's really a double blessing for you. Now that you've subdued this demonic monkey, your strength will definitely rise to another level. Now that the origin of lightning is almost completely condensed, you'll be able to break through to the Divine Emperor realm soon. The third mansion master could not help but exclaim. Don't worry. Once I break through to the Divine Emperor realm, I will definitely help you take down the demonic beasts in the Ghost Valley as soon as possible so that you can break through again. Now that big brother is alone, we need to help each other to become stronger. The second mansion master nodded and said. The third mansion master's eyes lit up and he said in surprise, then I'll thank second brother first. Hee, you should seize the time to break through, then I can also follow second brother and soar to the sky. It can't be said to be a double blessing. However, once I subdue that demonic monkey and control his spiritual strength, he will definitely have great achievements in the future. As for that fellow in the thundercloud space, it won't be easy to deal with him. We have already made those students cultivate the heavenly lightning essence for a few million years, and we finally have some progress. When we completely refine the heavenly lightning essence, there will definitely be a life and death battle between me and the heavenly lightning essence. Even so, the heavenly lightning essence has been completely weakened after losing the majority of the heavenly lightning essence. It won't be a match for me. The second mansion master said proudly. Everything was ready now. Now, he would be able to refine the lightning origin in no time. By then, the heavenly lightning on the lightning gathering peak would be completely under his control, completely devouring the lightning origin that had been fighting against him for millions of years. By then, he would be able to break through to the Divine Emperor realm. Second mansion master, outside the Heaven Dragon prison, there's a woman, Wu Ningzhu, asking to see you. A low voice reverberated in the Heaven Dragon prison. The second mansion master frowned. Who is this person? He doesn't know her, but is he someone that anyone can see? I won't see her. The second mansion master said coldly. She wants to ask about the second mansion master about Jiang Chen and the others leaving the Heaven Dragon prison. The old man's words were passed to the second mansion master again. Wait. You said she wants to ask about Jiang Chen. All right, let her wait for me outside the Heaven Dragon Tower. The second mansion master squinted his eyes and said. Third brother, go and cultivate first. That damned monkey is already at the end of his rope, you don't need to guard him day and night. I understand your intention. 3 days later, protect me. I'm going to fight against the lightning origin. Whether I can break through to the Divine Emperor realm or not depends on this. Alright, I'll listen to you, second brother. After saying that, the two quickly disappeared from the Heaven Dragon prison. Little Chinzi, I didn't expect that we would be separated forever. Ha, what a pity. I can't even find my father. I can't accept this. On the 17th floor of the Heaven Dragon prison, the person tied to the stone frame was Long San. At the moment, Long San was in a mess. He was covered in blood and his eyes were blurred. Apart from persevering as usual, his entire body was badly injured by the second mansion master. What had supported him for more than 100 years until now was only an obsession. He wanted to live and fight alongside his brothers. He wanted to live and find the truth about his father. However, from this moment onwards, Long San finally couldn't hold on any longer. This guy kept devouring his soul power and compressing his body, weakening his soul in the end. It wouldn't take long before his soul power was completely exhausted. His soul would perish and he would probably become the second mansion master's puppet at that moment. Chapter 30:55. Little Chinzi, you must avenge me. You must. San let out a heart-wrenching roar. The pain of despair was constantly being released in his heart, filling him with despair. Lingji, Long San, am sorry for what I did to you. San murmured. His soul fire was constantly being weakened and was on the brink of death, as though it could vanish at any moment. In the Zulong Tower, Jiang Chen said to the third elder in a deep voice, "How can I pass through the barrier of the 17th floor of the Heaven Dragon prison?" As a high-ranking elder of the Tongxian mansion, you should know how to pass through the barrier of the 17th floor of the Heaven Dragon prison, right? The third elder took a glance at Jiang Chen and asked in astonishment. What do you want to do?" "Save my brother." Jiang Chen said. "You want to break into the Tongxian mansion by force? Are you crazy? Even if I'm no match for you, do you think you can do whatever you want? You have no idea how powerful the Tongxian mansion is. You're courting death." The third elder sneered. "I don't need you to tell me whether I'm courting death or not. You just need to tell me what I should do to pass through the barrier of the 17th floor. Otherwise, I'll kill you with my own hands." Jiang Chen's calm voice made the third elder panic. After all, his life was in Jiang Chen's hands now. It would not be easy for him to escape. He had no choice but to obey Jiang Chen. "Will you let me go if I tell you?" The third elder said anxiously. He was really afraid that this guy was a madman who killed people without batting an eyelid. If that was the case, he might be killed mercilessly. He might be used now, but he would be abandoned mercilessly when he lost his value. "I, Jiang Chen, am a man of my words, but I don't like it when people lie to me. Otherwise, I don't need to explain the consequences. Even before I die, I can easily crush you to death. In this Zulong Tower, I am the only true God." Under Jiang Chen's pressure, the third elder could only grit his teeth and give in. He couldn't be blamed for not being able to do anything. He could only choose to take a step back and hope that Jiang Chen wouldn't go back on his word. The barrier on the 17th floor of Tongxian Mansion is at its weakest every time the guards change shifts. It won't cause too much of a ripple if you take action at that time. It shouldn't be difficult for you to kill the Hierarch Realm guards and save them. After this is done, I hope you can do as you say. The third elder said solemnly. "Don't worry, I'll keep my word. Moreover, I don't have any deep grudges against you. You'll have to help me stall the second mansion master. Otherwise, there's no need for you to exist. This is a bone-perforating pill. Don't think about how to get out of my control. It's impossible for you to cure this bone-perforating pill. After this is done, I'll give you the antidote. Even if you find the best alchemist, he won't be able to cure the poison in your body. Every alchemist has absolute confidence in this." Jiang Chen flicked his finger. The third elder's hands trembled slightly, but he still received the bone-piercing pill. If he didn't eat it, his life would be taken away. The reason why Jiang Chen restricted him like this was because he was afraid that the third elder might have the intention to rebel. The third elder also understood the methods of these alchemists. Unless it was a pill that could defy the heavens and change one's fate, the pills refined by different alchemists could only be solved by themselves. This was also the reason why many people were unwilling to offend or even be controlled by alchemists, because their ability to restrict others was too strong. Jiang Chen left the Zulong Tower. At this moment, Shuai Liang, Qian Rinji, Bing Yun, and the 8 hierarch realm experts were ready to set off at any time. They were only waiting for Jiang Chen's order. You should enter my Zulong Tower first. I'll sneak in first. If the situation changes, I'll be able to react accordingly. Jiang Chen said. But don't I need to go back to Tongxian Mansion first? I can help you stall the second mansion master first. It'll be easier for you to save the others. Qian Rinji said worriedly. No need. I have someone else in mind. Jiang Chen said. Qian Rinji nodded. She knew that it must be the third elder, but the main reason was that Jiang Chen didn't want Qian Rinji to be involved in this matter, because the situation was too dangerous. Jiang Chen wouldn't let any of them lose their lives because of this. He must save Long Shan first. Only then could he start a war with Tongxian Mansion. Jiang Chen would never let Long Shan suffer such humiliation for nothing. No matter who it was, Jiang Chen would make them pay with blood. Jiang Chen took everyone into the Zulong Tower. However, at this moment, he followed the third elder back to Tongxian Mansion. Everyone knew the third elder. Although Jiang Chen had won the first place in the freshman competition, not everyone knew him. I can't hold on for too long. Once the second mansion master asks about it, I'm afraid I'll be exposed. You must finish it as soon as possible. The third elder said in a deep voice. I understand. Just do what you should do. I hope you can keep your promise, said the third elder. He didn't want to die. The desire to win was very strong, especially for someone like him who had lived for millions of years. He didn't want to die in the long river of history. His fame, his strength, his desire, none of them could make him disregard life and death. Jiang Chen disguised himself and directly entered the Heaven Dragon prison. The Heaven Dragon prison was still the same as before. Some people were quietly condensing heaven fire crystals, while others were painstakingly cultivating. After entering the 10th floor, there was almost no one else. In the 15th floor of the Heaven Fire Purgatory, Jiang Chen once again met the little girl called Bai Yun. Ah, isn't this He too? I haven't seen you for a long time. I really missed you. The little girl instantly opened her eyes from her meditative state and looked at Jiang Chen, who had already put on a disguise. She was still able to see through his disguise at first glance. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly in his heart. Why did he have to meet this little girl at this time? Moreover, she actually recognized him at a glance. Although his disguise was very hard to discover, Jiang Chen had forgotten that there were not many people who could enter the 15th floor of Heaven Fire Crystals. I have something to do today. I don't have time to play with you. Jiang Chen turned around and directly entered the 16th floor of the Heaven Fire Purgatory. No. You have to play with me. Hey. If you leave just like that, won't I lose face? Chapter 3056. There were 2 hierarch realm experts guarding the entrance of the 17th floor of the Heaven Dragon prison. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen used the soul-snatching divine technique to instantly kill the 2 of them. The 2 guards fell to the ground silently. Hey 2, what are you doing? Bai Yun's delicate face slightly changed, but there was a hint of slyness in her eyes. Bai Yun, what I'm doing now has nothing to do with you. You'd better not get involved. Otherwise, it'll be too late to regret it when you realize it. Jiang Chen shook his head and said. The more you don't want me to know, the more I want to know. Hee hee. Bai Yun showed a proud expression and thought, let's see what you can do to me. Do whatever you want. Just don't get in my way. Jiang Chen frowned. This girl was a little difficult to deal with. Moreover, her strength was strange. Jiang Chen did not want to be entangled with her too much. Okay. I'll definitely not disturb you. I'll just watch and not say a word. Bai Yun smiled and walked behind Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen quickly entered the 17th floor of Heaven Fire Purgatory. At that moment, his eyes were wet. He never thought that the dispirited, disheveled, and bloody man on the stone shelf in front of him was Long San, the arrogant and peerless demon monkey. Jiang Chen's heart slightly trembled. It was so painful that he found it hard to breathe. He took a deep breath and his face became extremely cold. Even Bai Yun behind him could feel the majestic murderous intent from Jiang Chen. He hated himself for not being able to come earlier. He hated himself for not being able to save San. That was why San had to suffer so much. He hated himself for being incompetent. The visible scars on Long San's body were so deep that his bones could be seen. It was a ghastly sight. Jiang Chen could not even bear to look at it because he was his dearest brother. No one knew what he was feeling at that moment. He could not wait to cut the second mansion master and everyone in Tongxian mansion into 1,000 pieces. He wanted to avenge Long San. Although he might not have the chance to fight against Tongxian mansion, he wanted to avenge Long San even if he knew he would die. Damn monkey. Little Chenzi. The moment Jiang Chen called out to Long San raised his head almost at the same time. He could feel his brother appearing in front of him when he was at his weakest and most painful moment. The excitement he felt was indescribable. His friendship was as strong as gold. Long San's blood-red eyes were slightly moist at that moment. He could not believe what he was seeing. He had endured too much pain and suffering for more than 100 years. He was on the verge of breaking down. No one knew what he had gone through in the past 100 years. However, from his scarred face, Jiang Chen could feel Long San's undying will and unswerving faith. Otherwise, he might have collapsed and would not be standing in front of him alive. A man does not easily shed tears unless he is deeply hurt. A cold glint flashed in Long San's eyes. He knew that he would have a chance to see the light of day again if little Chenzi was here. He would never let Tongxian mansion have an easy time. He would carve out the second mansion master's flesh bit by bit to pay for the 100 years of torture he had endured. In this world, the only person that Long San could hope for was Jiang Chen. When he was on the verge of despair and death was approaching, he only had one thought in his mind. As long as little Chenzi was here, he would be satisfied. He would not regret it even if he had to die 9 times because little Chenzi would definitely avenge him. Long San had thought that he was on the verge of death. However, he did not expect that little Chenzi would reignite his vitality when he was on the verge of despair. No one could understand how it felt. Long San had been shouting non-stop. Because of this, Jiang Chen had sensed the desperate vitality. He had been struggling on the verge of death. That was why he had felt an extremely strong call in the Heaven Dragon prison. That call was telepathic. Otherwise, Jiang Chen would not have had the opportunity to pursue his curiosity and see Long San's desperate face. The injuries he had suffered were unimaginable and unimaginable. I'm here. No one can bully you anymore. Jiang Chen's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Lang said. When he had said those words, he had blamed himself and felt so much pain. Long San had also held back his tears. However, he was sobbing in his heart. The brotherly friendship and deep affection was the greatest wealth of his life. Jiang Chen was his only family. Little Chenzi, we can fight side by side again. Ha ha ha. Long San roared and held back his tears. His heroic fighting spirit were once again ignited by Jiang Qin. His blazing anger was also ignited. The second palace master used his soul to seal your strength. Jiang Qin furrowed his brows and his expression became extremely ugly. Long San was heavily injured and on the verge of death. His soul was also suppressed to the limit by the second palace master. If Jiang Qin did not show up in time, he might not be able to hold on for much longer. Yeah. I was heavily injured by the lightning tribulation when I was breaking through to the late Divine King realm. Coincidentally, that bastard appeared and suppressed me. From now on, I will never be able to make a comeback. He wants me to submit to him and become his demonic beast. What a joke. I, Long San, will never submit to anyone even if I have to die. Long San said while gritting his teeth. His anger made Jiang Qin feel the anger and despair he had felt in the past. My recovery ability is very strong. Don't worry. As long as I can escape from that bastard's control, I will definitely recover quickly. Soul suppression. Your strength is injured and your soul realm is not as good as the second palace master. You can only be suppressed. Jiang Qin slightly frowned his brows. A terrifying soul energy was released and instantly broke through the soul shackles left by the second palace master. In an instant, Long San was freed. What a terrifying soul energy. Little Qinzi, your strength. Long San looked at Jiang Qin in shock. Just an early hierarch realm. Compared to you, there's still a gap. Jiang Qin said with a smile. You bastard. Long San smiled bitterly. However, his eyes were filled with an unparalleled battle intent. Long San's body was on the verge of collapsing. He knelt down on one knee with a ferocious expression. He slowly raised his head and his blood-red eyes flickered. His gaze was like a rainbow that pierced through the sky, piercing through the 9 heavens, rising up to the sky and looking down upon the world. I, Long San, am back. Chapter 3057. I, Long San, am back again. Long San Leng said. He stretched out his hand and grasped the unparalleled divine staff. A monstrous demonic flame shot out from his eyes. That kind of arrogance and haughtiness that disregarded everything was insufferably arrogant. So cool. Bai Yun exclaimed. Her small face was full of shock. She covered her small mouth and her eyes were full of little stars of worship. You are injured too badly. I will protect you and restore your strength as soon as possible. Today, we will turn the Tongxian mansion upside down. Jiang Qin Leng said. Great! Great! Bai Yun cheered for Jiang Qin and shouted happily. Who is she? Long San glanced at Bai Yun and asked. My name is Bai Yun. Are you Long San? Can I call you Brother San? He. Bai Yun squinted her eyes and chuckled. Her pretty face was full of excitement. I don't know her at all. Black lines appeared on San's forehead. Isn't this girl being too friendly? You don't know me and I don't know you, but you are very cool. That's how we know each other. Bai Yun said in a serious tone. What logic is this? Long San said coldly. Brother San, are you going to turn the Tongxian mansion upside down with hay too? Count me in, count me in. It sounds like fun. Bai Yun said eagerly. If you like it, let's play together. But if you fail, you may face a choice of life and death. Jiang Qin smiled slightly. This little girl was quite interesting. However, Jiang Qin had to guard against her because he had not figured out her background yet. I will pass the myriad qi to you first to help you recover. Jiang Qin said. Long Shersan nodded silently. Brother Shersan, let me give you a hand too. Bai Yun said happily. You? Long Shersan said faintly. Bai Yun's strength was about the same as Jiang Chen's, an early hierarch realm. However, he knew Jiang Chen's strength was not something an ordinary person could compare with. Don't look down on me. Bai Yun pouted. If you have the heart, help him recover his strength with me. Jiang Chen said. Good, good, good. You know me well. White Cloud revealed a pair of beautiful canine teeth and was in high spirits. Long Shersan's body was simply too weak. The damage done to it by the second master was simply too horrible to look at. Jiang Chen could only heal his divine origin energy as quickly as possible, but the injuries to his body wouldn't heal so quickly. Passing the myriad qi to Long Shersan could only achieve this result. Not long after, Long Shersan recovered his strength. At this moment, his body was also recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even Jiang Chen was completely shocked. Since when did this guy have such a terrifying recovery ability? Isn't this comparable to my myriad qi body? At this moment, Jiang Chen turned his head and saw Bai Yun's red face was filled with seriousness. Bai Yun was constantly transferring his myriad qi into Long Shersan's body. She's not human. Jiang Chen's pupil shrunk. If it was a human's myriad qi, Long Shersan might not be able to withstand it. However, Bai Yun's myriad qi allowed Long Shersan's body to recover at such a terrifying speed. Even Jiang Chen was a little shocked. Of course, he wasn't completely sure because Shersan's recovery ability was also very strong. Perhaps it was his own recovery ability, but he wasn't sure. Not long after, Long Shersan's body had completely recovered. Moreover, the domineering aura that soared to the sky had once again appeared on his body. His eyes were cold and bloodthirsty, his domineering aura that could swallow mountains and rivers. With the peerless divine staff in his hand, that kind of aura that could reach the sky was really unstoppable. Shersan's fearless and awe-inspiring aura was especially so. His heroic spirit was like a raging bull. Suddenly, Long Shersan opened his eyes. His aura made Jiang Chen excited. With the strength of a late hierarch realm, no one below the half-step divine emperor would be a match for him. He might even be able to put up a fight against a half-step divine emperor. Why do I feel a little dizzy? Bai Yun said in a daze. The rosy color on her face had been replaced by paleness. Long Shersan looked at Bai Yun in surprise. Bai Yun was the main reason why he could recover so quickly. Because her origin qi had such a terrifying recovery ability. Even Long Shersan could not catch up to her. Thank you. Long Shersan said in a low voice. He was not good with words, but the word thank you came from the bottom of his heart. As long as Brother Shersan can recover. Hee hee. Bai Yun chuckled. Her cheeky face was once again filled with mischief. Even Jiang Chen sighed. The mischievous Bai Yun had become an obedient girl. Everything has its vanquisher. She seemed to be very close to Long Shersan. Bastard, I will take back the mark you left on me bit by bit. I will crush your bones and scatter your soul, never to be reincarnated. Long Shersan was enraged. He wanted to turn Tongxian Mansion upside down. He wanted the so-called second mansion master to be punished for his sins. Us brothers can finally work together again. So what if he's a half-step divine emperor? I will fight with my sword. Who dares to stand in my way? Jiang Chen roared. At this moment, his aura became extremely terrifying. His eyes met with Long Shersan's. At that moment, there was only endless battle intent in both brothers' eyes. This is the immortal execution battle armor. The purple cloud feather belongs to the immortal execution great emperor. It has the effect of protecting one's life. Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen threw the immortal execution battle armor to Long San. Long San did not stand on ceremony. He naturally knew how terrifying the immortal execution great emperor was. His things were naturally treasures. There was no need for him to stand on ceremony with Jiang Chen. All right. Long San wore the immortal execution battle armor and the purple cloud feather on his head. His aura was even stronger, like a peerless god of war. At this moment, Long San's sharpness had reached a peak. He really had the ambition to compete with the heavens. So cool, so cool. Bai Yun said with an infatuated look. Jiang Chen was somewhat speechless. This little girl was definitely Dragon San's worshipper. Even Jiang Chen's brilliance was overshadowed by Dragon San. However, Jiang Chen was not sad but happy. His brother's strength was also his strength. If anyone dared to touch him, Dragon San would certainly repay them tenfold or 100-fold. Really overestimating yourself. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to really come back. Jiang Chen, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Chapter 3058. You came just in time. Even if you didn't appear, I would have gone to look for you. Long San squinted his eyes and stared at the second mansion lord at the entrance of the 17th floor of purgatory. That kind of enmity was irreconcilable. Loser, I'm about to succeed. Unfortunately, it's all because of that bastard Jiang Chen. Otherwise, you would have become my pet. Sigh. The second mansion lord looked at Long San and sighed. Dream on, bastard. Today, I, Long San, will kill you to avenge my blood feud. Long San said in a deep voice. The moment he saw the second mansion lord again, the anger in his eyes had reached the highest heavens. You're overestimating yourself. The profound connection Divine Palace gave you such a good opportunity, but you didn't even let go of the third elder. If it wasn't for the fact that I've set up an inescapable net, I'm afraid you would have escaped. The second mansion lord harumphed. You killed the third elder. How did you know about this? Jiang Chen frowned. Because I'm still alive. Shengguan Yanyan's figure stepped out from behind the second mansion lord. Jiang Chen's eyes slightly narrowed. So it's this fella. You didn't expect it, right? I didn't die in the great emperor's tomb but was sucked into an absolute space. Shengguan Yanyan said proudly. What about Shenkuan? Jiang Chen said. Such a useless person is under your control just like the third elder. What's the point of keeping him alive? The second mansion lord said faintly. His eyes were filled with disdain and coldness. Jiang Chen was like a turtle in a jar. He set up a formation to seal Jiang Chen and wait for him to walk into the trap. It seemed like he had made the right bet. What a good plan. But do you think you can make us submit just like that? You're too naive, second mansion lord. Jiang Chen said coldly. A mere hierarch dares to go against me. Looks like you're really bold. I can crush you like ants if I want to. The second mansion master glanced at White Cloud and continued. Xiao Baiyun, could it be that you also want to be my enemy? Big brother didn't bring you back to betray Tongxian Mansion. I don't care. I'll be wherever brother San is. Baiyun snorted coldly, his face full of indignation. Good, good, good. Since that's the case, I'll send you all to hell together. The second palace master bellowed furiously, his face completely darkening. In order to kill Jiang Chen, this unknown outer palace disciple, he, as the palace master, had schemed and schemed for a long time. Boundless primordial chaos array. Activate. The second mansion master said coldly. The entire Heaven Dragon prison, the 17th floor, was completely sealed at that moment. Along with the endless flames of the Inferno Hell, the boundless primordial chaos array was instantly activated, trapping Jiang Qin, Longshu San, and the others within it. After 49 days, the people in the boundless primordial chaos array will be completely refined by the flames of the inferno hell. The chaotic heaven fire is born from the boundless primordial chaos. You'll die miserably and miserably. Ha ha ha. The second mansion master saw Longshu San and Jiang Chen's angry eyes, but the smile at the corner of his mouth became more and more excited. Jiang Chen, this arrogant outer palace disciple, dared to challenge his dignity. The second mansion master had always abhorred evil. Naturally, he would not let go of someone who dared to challenge him. Moreover, these two fellas turned out to be sworn brothers, which really surprised him. However, if he wanted to kill them, he would kill them together. In his opinion, it was not a pity. However, it was extremely difficult to kill this spiritual stone monkey. After 49 days, he could at most refine that human, but spiritual stone monkey might not be able to completely refine him. By that time, even if he was still alive, he would be an arrow at the end of its flight. It was just the right time for him to subdue him. At that moment, his strength would increase once again. As one of the 4 chaotic monkeys, spiritual stone monkey was even stronger than the ancient divine beasts, the dragon phoenix and the black tortoise. Jumping out of the 3 realms and not within the 5 elements, there were only 1 or 2 spiritual beasts that surpassed the divine beasts. Now that he had gotten his hands on it, it would not be difficult for him to surpass his big brother in the future. What a terrifying formation. Longshu San squinted his eyes. He knew nothing about formations. Whether or not he could break the formation depended on Jiang Qin. Aren't you too arrogant and confident? Do you think a mere fire formation can trap us? Jiang Qin was disdainful. Although this chaos element everlasting formation looked extremely terrifying, requiring at least a half-step divine emperor to have any hope of breaking the formation, it was a piece of cake for him. Jiang Chen's eyes moved. A corner of the no-beginning formation in his mind started to deduce the chaos element everlasting formation. The formless flame in the chaos element everlasting formation gushed out. This was formed by the flames of the 17th level of Hell of Earth fire. It was rather terrifying. That depends on whether you have the capability to do so. How arrogant. The second prefecture master did not believe that Jiang Qin could really break the formation. He said that this formation was worthless. Could it be that he was mocking me? Death was at hand and he did not know it. This was the saddest thing. How long do you need? Longshu San looked at Jiang Qin and asked. He believed that little Chenzi could definitely break the formation. About the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Jiang Qin said. Conservatively, breaking the chaos element everlasting formation in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn would not be a problem. As expected, after the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the chaos element everlasting formation began to show signs of disorder. However, at this moment, the second prefecture master's face finally became solemn. This chaos element everlasting formation was left behind by his elder brother. It was extremely powerful. Even if he wanted to break the formation, he would need at least 100 years to do so. Moreover, he might not be able to escape unscathed. However, this fella actually used the time it took for an incense stick to burn to make a hole appear in the chaos element everlasting formation. It was even on the verge of collapse. Damn it. He really broke the formation. This fella is really strange. The second prefecture master knew that his chaos element everlasting formation could no longer cause any damage to Jiang Qin and Longshu San. It seemed like he had to take action himself. Break for me. Jiang Chen's fingertip lightly tapped, and the chaos element everlasting formation that was originally shrouding them dissipated like water ripples, turning into nothingness. The chaos element everlasting formation was easily broken by Jiang Qin. The second prefecture master's face did not look too ugly. Jiang Chen, Longsher San, and White Cloud turned into 3 streaks of light and rapidly charged out of the Heaven Dragon prison. Looks like I won't be able to suppress you guys if I don't personally take action. Many people who were cultivating in the Heaven Dragon prison and Heaven Dragon pagoda were shocked. At this moment, they were all watching this scene. Jiang Chen's return had greatly shocked them. Jiang Chen. It's Jiang Chen. He's finally back. Chapter 3059. It's been 100 years. Jiang Chen is finally back. I wonder what kind of surprise he will bring us after he enters the inner mansion. This fella's strength is unparalleled in the outer mansion. He could already kill hierarch realm experts when he was still a divine king. Now that his strength has broken through to the hierarch realm, I wonder who else in the inner mansion can beat him. More and more people looked at Jiang Chen, the most terrifying genius in Tongxian Mansion in the past 10,000 years. Who's that? His strength has reached the late hierarch realm. He seems to be even stronger than Master Lin. Yeah, he's wearing golden armor and has feathers on his head. He's really domineering. And that little girl, she's also a hierarch realm expert? The appearance of Jiang Chen and the others made everyone solemn as they watched the scene in silence. Jiang Chen, the Manor Lord will make an example out of you today. You must die. The second mansion master shouted with a thunderous voice that shook the entire Tongxian mansion. His voice was like a great bell that could be heard for thousands of miles. How is this possible? The second mansion master wants to kill Jiang Chen. Gu Maolu looked at Jiang Chen in shock. His strength had reached the hierarch realm, but the second mansion master regarded him as a thorn in his side. Who could stop the second mansion master from killing? It's really him. Is he really going to go against Tongxian Mansion? Going against the second mansion master is no different from digging his own grave. Bai Ying frowned. At this moment, they also did not want to see this scene happen. However, the second palace lord's aura was soaring and his sword was pointing at Jiang Chen. This scene made everyone's heart sink. How did the number 1 genius of the outer prefecture offend the second palace lord? The second mansion master was going to exterminate a student. Bai Ying and Gu Maolu exchanged glances. Neither of them had expected that the situation would develop to such an extent. Jiang Chen was practically doomed to die. If the second palace master wanted to kill him, who could disobey him? Where did Jiang Chen go when he disappeared? This was the issue that concerned them the most. After all, Jiang Chen could be considered a good friend of theirs. If he was killed by the second palace master just like that, it would be somewhat regrettable. Brother Jiang, could it be that you found out about the second manor lord's secret? That's why the second manor master wants to silence them. Gu Maolu said with an ugly expression. Not necessarily. During the Outer Palace Battle Royale, Jiang Chen had somewhat offended the second mansion master. Killing Chen Long in front of everyone was equivalent to giving the second mansion master a vicious slap. From the looks of it now, the second mansion master should be harboring a grudge in his heart. The enmity between the two of them is definitely not that simple. If it wasn't for the deep enmity between them, why would the second mansion master use his status to attack a genius disciple of the outer palace? Bai Ying shook his head and said. At this moment, the people in the outer palace of Tongxian Mansion, those who came from the same place as Jiang Chen, silently watched the scene. They felt sorrow and despair for Jiang Chen. Dong Wangtai, Mo Qihan, Lu Dong, and Zishi were all present. Jiang Chen felt pity for Jiang Chen. He clenched his fists and felt sorry for Jiang Chen. However, they could not do anything. Jiang Chen's early hierarch realm was not even worth mentioning in the eyes of the second mansion master. They were not even at the hierarch realm, they could not even be considered as cannon fodder. Little Chenzi. Yan Qingqing silently watched the scene. Her heart was tightly squeezed together. She could only pray silently. She saw Shirsan. Shirsan's strength had already reached the late hierarch realm. However, it was still a drop in the bucket compared to the second mansion master's strength. Shirsan's strength had already reached the late hierarch realm. Yan Qingqing had also broken through to the hierarch realm. As long as Jiang Qin took action, she would not hesitate to rush forward. Regardless of life or death, success or failure, she would stay with him. She would not separate from him even if she died. You want to go against me with your strength? Ridiculous. Tongxian Mansion has stood strong for millions of years. Do you really think a few thieves can go against it? The second mansion master sneered disdainfully. Jiang Qin waved his hand. Shueliang, Qian Rinji, Bing Yun, and the 8 hierarch realm experts appeared behind him. Master Ji. Even you want to betray Tongxian Mansion? Second mansion master Leng Leng stared at Qian Rinji and said. I only know that Tongxian Mansion did not care about me when I was facing death. The third elder did not care about me. It was my student, Jiang Qin, who saved me. Qian Rinji shook her head and sighed. Many people's hearts turned cold. Countless disciples of the Profound Connection Divine Palace looked at her silently. Even teacher Ji had changed sides. Did Jiang Qin really want to go against the second mansion master and become the enemy of Tongxian Mansion? Fine, fine, fine. Today, I will let you know the consequences of betraying me. All of you must die. Second mansion master said coldly. It's still uncertain who will die. A debt of blood must be paid with blood. Today, I will let you know that you will regret offending me, Long Shirsan. Long Shirsan said while gritting his teeth. The peerless divine staff in his hand was ready to strike. Behind the second mansion master, several figures appeared. The third mansion master, Lin Yukong, and more than 10 elders were all above the middle hierarch realm. Among them, Lin Yukong, the great elder, and the second elder had reached the peak of the late hierarch realm. Needless to say, the third mansion master was also a half-step divine emperor and was not much weaker than the second mansion master. Second brother, this guy really dares to go against Tongxian Mansion. Looks like we have underestimated him. The third mansion master sneered. They're just clowns. Don't make a fuss. Do they think they can fight against me with just a few useless soldiers? Hee hee hee. What a joke. Second mansion master shook his head. Second brother, looks like we have to clean up the house. Of course, we have to kill the traitors. Otherwise, others will think that Tongxian Mansion has fallen. All of them must die. The third mansion master said coldly. I could have left, but you almost tortured my brother to death. I, Jiang Qin, can't take this lying down. Today, I will make you pay even if I have to risk my life. No one can touch my brother, Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin's eyes were cold. He turned into a terrifying sword rain and soared into the sky with unparalleled battle intent. They must fight to the death in today's battle. Moreover, the people behind him were not easy to deal with. This time, he must deal a heavy blow to Tongxian Mansion. You've made a big mistake by not leaving. Otherwise, you might still have a chance to live. But now, even a fly will not fly out of my Tongxian Mansion. Accept your death. You have no other choice. Monkey, we must take revenge. Chapter 3060. With a brother like this, what more could I ask for? Long Shirsan looked at Jiang Qin with a determined look. The two of them would rush up to the 9 heavens and destroy the Tongxian Mansion. To vent their hatred. Ha ha ha. What a joke. You're just a grain of rice and you dare to compete with the moon. You're overestimating yourself. The second mansion master sneered. His eyes were cold and murderous like 1,000-year ice. Bastard! Give me your life. Long Shan stepped on the clouds and soared up to the sky. He held the peerless divine staff in his hand. Everyone was shocked by his unparalleled might. Even Shuai Liang was shocked. He admitted that he was no match for Long Shan. Jiang Chen's brother was really terrifying. His strength was unparalleled and unparalleled. With the peerless divine staff in his hand, the world was his. In an instant, the shadows of the staff danced in the sky. The battle saint technique was earth-shattering. The experts from all directions were shocked. The second mansion master did not hold back. The might of a half-step divine emperor was not something an ordinary person could achieve. An emperor realm expert was a supreme expert even in the central region divine land. In a blink of an eye, the two of them were fighting. Waves of terrifying wind swept across the sky. The entire Tongxian mansion seemed to be shaking. Long Shan was fighting against a half-step divine emperor as a late hierarch. Many people were stunned. Even the experts from Tongxian mansion could not believe it. They were also late hierarch realm experts, but their chances of winning against Long Shan was almost zero. Lin Yokong's face was solemn. However, he did not dare to be careless this time. As a member of Tongxian mansion, he had to take care of the Tongxian mansion. If someone wanted to mess up the Tongxian mansion, he would not stand by and do nothing. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed. He did not show any weakness and rushed up to the 9 heavens. At this moment, his sword was filled with killing intent. I'll fight you. The third prefecture master sneered. Jiang Chen wanted to help Long Shan, but the third prefecture master, who was far away in the void, did not give Jiang Chen the chance to do so. The third mansion master could tell that Jiang Chen was the core of the group. Although his strength was only at the early stage hierarch realm, he was able to make a late stage hierarch realm surrender to him. He was definitely not someone easy to deal with. Even Qian Renji had joined his side, which was a great humiliation for Tongxian mansion. Another half-step deity emperor. The third mansion master might not be as strong as the second mansion master, but he was still a half-step divine emperor expert. A skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. No ordinary hierarch expert could bully him no matter how weak he was. Moreover, he was one of the mansion masters of Tongxian mansion. How could the third mansion master be a nobody? All right. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth became colder. At this moment, the third mansion master's attack was coming towards him. The silver serpent halberd pierced through the void with a soaring battle intent. The third mansion master's aura pierced through the 9 heavens, aiming at Jiang Chen. The heavenly dragon sword intent buzzed, the heaven-splitting sword swept across, the sword's soul also let out a series of explosive sounds at this moment. The sword's soul returned, Jiang Chen's sword aura became even more ferocious. However, he did not dare to be careless at this moment. He used all his skills, the limitless sword broke through the void, using defense as offense. Jiang Chen's sword and the third mansion master's silver serpent halberd clashed against the 9 heavens, the sound of metal clashing was accompanied by the power of thunder. Jiang Chen was eventually suppressed by the third mansion master. The silver serpent halberd danced wildly in the sky, its aura was strong and terrifying. After all, the third mansion master was a half-step divine emperor expert. Even though Jiang Chen used all his skills, he still could not gain the upper hand against the third mansion master. Moreover, his dragon transformation body was also suppressed. After all, the gap between the two of them was too huge. Jiang Chen had just broken through to the early hierarch realm. He might not be afraid of fighting against a peak late hierarch realm expert, but to be able to remain undefeated in the face of a half-step divine emperor expert was really shocking. The third mansion master's attack was swift and fierce, his aura was peerless, causing everyone to tremble in fear. Jiang Chen seemed to be in a mess, but he was actually orderly. Although the third mansion master's attack was extremely terrifying, Jiang Chen was still able to stabilize his body. At least, he was undefeated. However, once he was suppressed, he would be in a miserable state. Not bad, to be able to withstand my attack. Kid, you've surprised me. The third mansion master sneered and said. His attack did not slow down at all, instead, it was even stronger. Under the strong attack, Jiang Chen was already a little tired from dealing with the attacks. However, it was impossible for him to defeat Jiang Chen. The limitless sword was displayed a few times, forcing the third mansion master to defend against it. Jiang Chen's recovery ability was extremely heaven-defying. In addition to his defense, the third mansion master was extremely furious at that moment. In Jiang Chen's eyes, his attack seemed to be lacking momentum. The third mansion master had given Jiang Chen a lot of pressure. However, Jiang Chen's ability to withstand the pressure was too strong. The battle between Longsher San and the second mansion master was extremely fierce. It was not easy for Longsher San to withstand the second mansion master's pressure with his late hierarch realm technique. The peerless divine staff kept striking the void while the second mansion master looked calm. He was extremely calm when fighting against Longsher San. However, Longsher San's peerless divine staff shocked the world again and again. No one dared to imagine that this was an attack from a late hierarch realm expert. The battle saint technique was unparalleled in the world. His battle intent soared to the heavens and broke through 10,000 caddies. Longsher San's eyes were filled with endless anger. He had been tortured by the second mansion master for 100 years. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, he might have fallen into the cycle of reincarnation and disappeared from this world. After regaining his freedom, the rage and battle intent of Longsher San skyrocketed, causing the second mansion master to feel pressured. An ordinary late hierarch realm expert could be easily killed by him. Old fart, take this. Longsher San's battle intent soared to the heavens. The battle saint technique had increased his strength to another level. The second mansion master, who was a half-step divine emperor, was also extremely angry. This fellow was like a war machine. He did not know how to defend himself at all. He only attacked and attacked. Even the second mansion master was extremely angry. It seemed that if he did not teach him a lesson, he would really think that his strength was enough to turn the situation around. Reckless fool, I will refine you sooner or later. The second mansion master roared and charged towards Longsher San. He was not afraid at all and displayed the peerless majesty of a half-step divine emperor. The second mansion master's iron fist swung around with enough strength to destroy the heavens. Both of their figures clashed continuously. The intensity of the battle left everyone speechless. However, the second mansion master's strength had just been revealed. Everyone could see that the second mansion master was just debating with Longsher San. He had not shown his true strength yet. Even so, being able to fight against a half-step divine emperor with a late hierarch realm cultivation was shocking and frightening. Jiang Chen, let me help you. Shueliang took action and was ready to join the battle. However, he was stopped by Lin Yukong. If you want to fight, you have to go through me first. Chapter 3061. Very well, I'll kill you first. Shueliang was not in a hurry as he started to fight with Lin Yukong. The battle between the two late hierarch experts was extremely exciting. Everyone in the Tongxian mansion was paying attention to the terrifying battle. All of them were hierarch experts, the divine king experts could not help at all. The great elder of the Tongxian mansion looked solemn as he looked at Qianrenji and the others with cold eyes. He was ready to fight at any time. Qianrenji, you traitor. The Tongxian mansion has never mistreated you. How dare you go against the Tongxian mansion? You deserve death. Qianrenji sneered and said with a gloomy face. If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. The third elder has abandoned me. Is this how the Tongxian mansion treats a teacher who has served them for millions of years? I have already died once, I am not afraid of death. However, the one who pushed me into the abyss was the third elder of the Tongxian mansion, and the one who saved me was Jiang Qin. You are a stubborn and wicked person. You have betrayed the Tongxian mansion. Kill her without mercy. The great elder shouted angrily. The 10 great elders behind him also rushed towards the void, trying to kill Qianrenji. At this moment, the 8 great elders of the Lihuan sect did not hold back and were ready to fight to the death with the Tongxian mansion. They were restricted by Jiang Qin. If they did not fight to the death, they would never be able to reincarnate. They would rather die than suffer such pain. Han Chensuo, it's you. You are all from the Lihuan sect. Could it be that Jiang Qin is colluding with the Lihuan sect? Is Han Wanshan here too? The great elder was shocked when he saw the elder of the Lihuan sect, Han Chensuo, who had fought with him a few million years ago. Time waits for no one. The Lihuan sect no longer exists. The sect lord of the Lihuan sect has returned to the earth. Now, we will only follow Jiang Qin. Han Chensuo said in a deep voice. Fine, fine, fine. Since you don't know the difference between life and death, I'll fulfill your wish. He's just a hierarch brat, I don't know why you chose to follow a trash like him. It's ridiculous, shameful and pathetic. Ha ha ha. The great elder roared. His heart was burning with anger. He never thought that this little bastard would actually summon so many experts to attack the Tongxian mansion. It seemed that he was well prepared. The great elder led everyone to attack Han Chensuo and the others. Qianrenji was not willing to be outdone. She was prepared to fight to the death with her former colleagues. However, there were more hierarch experts in the Tongxian mansion. In the blink of an eye, the inner disciples of the Tongxian mansion, teachers, and the deacons of the Tongxian mansion swarmed towards the Tongxian mansion. The scale of victory seemed to have tilted towards the Tongxian mansion's side. Countless disciples were extremely shocked. Thousands of divine king realm disciples of the Tongxian mansion were silently watching the scene. Who would have thought that Jiang Qin, who was on the same level as them 100 years ago, would stand on the opposite side of the Tongxian mansion after 100 years? Moreover, he was so terrifying. There were a few late hierarch experts around him in such a powerful formation. It was truly unbelievable. This Jiang Qin is really terrifying. He can actually mobilize so many experts to fight for him. He's really not simple. That's right. It's hard for us to catch up to him. During the Battle of Outer Prefecture, he was the only one who stood out and took the lead. Even Qianlong was killed by him. It seems like we have underestimated Jiang Qin's strength. You can't judge a book by its cover. He's a real expert. But I think he's a little too arrogant. He won't have a good ending if he goes against the Tongxian mansion. The Tongxian Club has been standing in the Fengyin County for so many years. It's not something that an early hierarch kid can shake. That's true. Jiang Qin is quite talented. Unfortunately, he's too arrogant. He won't have a good ending if he goes against the Tongxian mansion. Let's just wait and see how he'll be suppressed by the second and third prefecture lords. He's destined to fall in the Tongxian mansion. Many of the outer disciples of the Tongxian mansion snorted. None of them were optimistic about Jiang Qin's decision. Because Jiang Qin was going to face the entire Tongxian mansion. How strong was he? Could he really change his fate? Anyway, they didn't believe it. Although he was talented, it was impossible for him to go against the Tongxian mansion. How could a puny early hierarch like him shake the foundation of the Tongxian mansion? Although Jiang Qin had found a lot of helpers, how many of them could really fight? It was almost impossible for him to win against the second and third prefecture lords who were both half-step divine emperors. This was no different from courting death. Jiang Qin really didn't know what this guy was thinking. He didn't expect Jiang Qin to be such a brainless guy despite his great talent. There are so many hierarch experts here. Jiang Qin is going to lose. Buying sighed. He and Gu Maolu didn't want to see such a scene. However, Jiang Chen's strength was insignificant at this moment. Wasn't he courting death if he compared himself to the Tongxian mansion? Who in the entire Xingyin County would dare to go against the Tongxian mansion? Jiang Chen had to pay the price for his arrogance. Hundreds of hierarch experts joined hands once again. Jiang Chen would be in a difficult situation again until he was completely crushed by the second prefecture lord. Jiang Chen, oh Jiang Chen. Why are you so stubborn? Why do you have to go against the second prefecture lord? Sigh. Gu Maolu couldn't do anything about it. With their current strength, they couldn't change the outcome of the battle. All he could do was sigh for Jiang Qin. Jiang Chen's talent was enough to make him a true elite in the inner palace. However, he chose a path of no return. Sigh. It's such a pity. Jiang Chen is a genius, why does he have to seek his own death? Zixi face was filled with helplessness and bitterness. It could be said that all of them who came from Lone Dragon County were indebted to Jiang Qin. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen's strong suppression, they might not even have the chance to cultivate. Jiang Chen had done too much for them. Is Jiang Chen really going against the Tongxian mansion? How could he be a match for the Tongxian mansion? Chapter 3062. This might be Jiang Qin. His brother, Long San, must have a deep grudge against the second mansion master. This might be the reason why there's such a terrifying battle. Mo Qihan said in a low voice. His heart was filled with guilt. If his strength had reached the hierarch realm, he would have taken action without hesitation. However, he was useless now. Even if he joined the battle, he would only be a cannon fodder. He was not afraid of death, but it would be stupid if he died for nothing. Lu Dong also looked at Mo Qihan. Both of them knew Jiang Qin the best. If it was not for Jiang Qin, they would not even have the chance to enter the divine world. It was fate. However, in the end, Jiang Qin did something that made them sigh. Would Tongxian Mansion lose? Could Jiang Qin rise and defeat the second mansion master, third mansion master, and the hundreds of hierarch realm experts? There was no need for them to explain the answer. It was already known to everyone. Tongxian Mansion had many opponents, but none of them dared to fight against Tongxian Mansion. However, Jiang Qin dared to fight against the heavens. His majestic aura was something that they could never achieve in their lives. However, in the eyes of many, Jiang Qin was just trying to hit a rock with an egg. His death might be more thought-provoking. Yan Qingqing's eyes were filled with anxiety. With hundreds of hierarch realm experts joining the battle, Jiang Qin's situation would become even more dangerous. However, Jiang Qin was not panicking. He looked at the hundreds of hierarch realm experts and the corner of his mouth became colder. Those who block me, die. Jiang Qin's sword of solitude was unleashed. 7 dragon cavalry heavenly guards descended from the sky. All of them were late hierarch realm experts. Their momentum was incomparably great. Even the hundreds of hierarch realm experts were shocked when they saw the 7 dragon cavalry heavenly guards. Jiang Qin's sword of solitude commanded the dragon cavalry heavenly guards to rush out and attack the hundreds of hierarch realm experts. In an instant, the hundreds of hierarch realm experts were scattered by the 7 dragon cavalry heavenly guards. Jiang Chen's peerless appearance once again shocked everyone. What a terrifying dragon knight. He's even more ferocious than our mentors. That's right. These dragon knights are all puppets. This is simply unbelievable. This Jiang Chen, no wonder he's so confident. He's prepared for this. These 7 dragon knights are probably capable of defeating hundreds of hierarch realm experts. The dragon cavalry heavenly guards' dragon prestige was unparalleled. It was not a problem for them to fend off hundreds of early and middle hierarch realm experts. They even formed a crushing momentum, causing the entire Tongxian mansion to be in an uproar. Limitless sword, 10th sword. Jiang Chen's sword skill was like a hook, invincible. The shadow of the sword filled the air. The 3rd palace lord swept across the void with his silver serpent halberd, not giving Jiang Chen any chance. Ancient soaring dragon technique. Jiang Chen once again displayed the ancient soaring dragon technique. It could be said that he had used all his skills. At this moment, he was gradually gaining a firm foothold in the battle against the 3rd Mansion Master. The 3rd Mansion Master's attacks were getting more and more difficult to take down Jiang Chen. Sky-splitting sky snake. Sky-white snake shadows filled the void. Jiang Chen was pushed back by the sky-white sky snake shadows. The 10th sword's attacks were not enough to push the 3rd Mansion Master back. Moreover, the 3rd Mansion Master's aura was getting stronger. 11th sword. Jiang Chen's attacks were fierce and his sword momentum was extraordinary. If it was an ordinary peak hierarch realm expert, he would have been defeated by him. However, the 3rd Mansion Master was an expert who had surpassed the Emperor realm. Even if he was far from the Divine Emperor realm, the Emperor realm was still not to be underestimated. The 11th sword was like thousands of swords returning to their origin, intertwining with the silver-white snake shadows. Jiang Chen retreated as he fought. He had already started to set up a formation. To defeat the 3rd Mansion Master, he must display the Ashura sword formation. Otherwise, it would be impossible to defeat him. With his current strength, he could only display the 11th sword. If he displayed the 13th sword, he might have a chance. However, although he had comprehended the 13th sword, he could not display it. That was because Jiang Chen was in the void at that time. Therefore, his sword momentum could be displayed. It was a state of nothingness that surpassed the great path and was different from reality. Therefore, Jiang Chen could only display the 11th sword. However, the 11th sword was still inadequate to fight against the 3rd Mansion Master. Jiang Chen retreated as he fought. With his supreme sword essence, he forced the 3rd Mansion Master to retreat. However, the 3rd Mansion Master was not easy to deal with. Jiang Chen could only settle for the next best thing. As long as he could not be defeated, it would be fine. I'm counting on you, Fire Qilin. Block him for me. I only need half an hour. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth and said. He once again forced the 3rd Mansion Master to retreat. However, he was in a dangerous situation. All right. The Fire Qilin did not say anything as he knew his duty. If Jiang Chen died, he would not be able to live either. He and Jiang Chen shared the same fate. The Fire Qilin's strength had reached the peak middle hierarch realm. Ordinary late hierarch realm experts would not be a problem for him. He might even be able to fight against a peak hierarch realm expert. However, it was unknown how long he could last. Jiang Chen knew that it was hard for the Fire Qilin to face the 3rd Mansion Master's attacks. However, he needed time to set up a formation. Half an hour would be enough. It all depended on whether the Fire Qilin could complete his task. It's a Fire Qilin. Ha ha ha, second brother has the spiritual stone monkey to tame. Then, I'll tame this Fire Qilin for fun. The third mansion master laughed out loud. A divine beast like the fire Qilin was quite rare. Even a divine dragon might not be rare. At this moment, the third mansion master did not expect Jiang Chen to have such a trick up his sleeves. The fire Qilin's strength was not bad. It had already reached the peak middle hierarch realm. As long as the third mansion master took care of it, it would definitely be a great help to him. It would not be a problem for it to become his mount. However, Jiang Chen did not deserve to have a fire Qilin. He was also very surprised. He did not expect that Jiang Chen could make the fire Qilin, who was stronger than him, submit to him. He had to admit that Jiang Chen was quite capable. However, in the eyes of the third mansion master, the fire Qilin was already his exclusive property. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. 108 primordial divine tools were displayed at this moment. The Ashura sword formation was quickly formed in his hands. However, to the fire Qilin, the time it took for half an incense stick to burn was too long. The might of a half-step divine emperor was not something that the fire Qilin could withstand. The fire Qilin's attacks were all hit by the third mansion master's attacks. He was completely in a passive position. Resisting with all his might would only make things more difficult for him. His chances of survival were extremely slim. Fortunately, the third mansion master did not intend to kill the fire Qilin. Otherwise, the fire Qilin would have been dead by now. Motherfucker, hold on. Fire Qilin, looks like I'll have to use the thing I prepared for the second mansion master on you. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. 3 types of red, yellow, and blue lightning appeared in his hands. The heavenly thunder rumbled and shook the surroundings. At this moment, Jiang Chen was finally going to fuse the lightning and get ready to fight the third mansion master. Although the Ashura sword formation was not completed yet, Jiang Chen was not afraid at all. This time, he would make the third mansion master pay. Chapter 3063. The tricolored heavenly lightning continued to converge together. The lightning energy in Jiang Chen's palm was getting more and more terrifying. When the 3 types of heavenly lightning were about to fuse together, that kind of dreadfulness was unimaginable to ordinary people. What is he doing? Is that the sky lightning? Is he able to control the sky lightning? No wonder he wasn't affected by the sky lightning at the lightning gathering peak. No. Is he trying to fuse the 3 sky lightning together? Gosh, this Jiang Chen is a lunatic. He is playing with fire. Once the heavenly lightnings fuse, the energy that will erupt is simply not something that an ordinary person can withstand. Furthermore, I have never heard of heavenly lightnings being able to fuse together. This guy is truly tired of living. Is he trying to perish together with the third mansion master? The students of Tongxian Mansion were in an uproar. Even the second mansion master squinted his eyes at Jiang Chen. Did this guy really dare to fuse the 3 sky lightning together? This was unbelievable. The sky lightning was the most terrifying lightning punishment between the heavens and earth. It was born out of the will of the heavens and earth. It was extremely fierce, violent, and ruthless. It was almost impossible to fuse the sky lightning together. No one had ever attempted it before, because those who had tried had all died and vanished from the world. Damn it, what is this guy doing? Can the sky lightning be fused too? The third mansion master stared at Jiang Chen. However, in an instant, the 3 different sky lightning, which were incomparably violent, were actually fused together. The terrifying destructive energy had completely fused into one. A 5-colored lightning halo rotated continuously in Jiang Chen's hand, like a lightning ball that could explode at any time. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered with a bloodthirsty light as he stared at the third mansion master. Accept the judgment of death. Jiang Chen sneered. The terrifying lightning ball gradually formed in his hand and was thrown towards the third mansion master at a strange speed. The injured fire Qilin was sucked into the Zulum Tower by Jiang Qin. The third prefecture master's pupils shrunk as he squinted his eyes. Of course, he knew how terrifying the lightning ball was. However, he was a half-step divine emperor after all. Facing such a terrifying fusion of heavenly lightning, the third prefecture master still managed to remain calm. Heavenly Snake's Wrath. The third mansion master held his silver serpent halberd and slashed towards the incoming lightning ball. However, he had underestimated the terrifying lightning ball. In an instant, the third mansion master's silver serpent halberd was turned into dust by the lightning explosion. His figure was also pushed back by the terrifying lightning. The five-colored lightning ball was like a death lotus that bloomed. Everyone around was affected and kept retreating. The third mansion master, who was the first to bear the brunt of the attack, was heavily injured by the death lotus. Even though he had used all his skills and managed to escape from the desperate situation, it was undeniable that the third mansion master was severely injured by Jiang Qin. The terrifying sky lightning fusion had everyone trembling in fear and shocked them to the extreme. Jiang Qin was only an early-stage hierarch, yet he was able to fight against a half-step divine emperor and even severely injure him. Who could believe that? The terrifying five-colored lightning blossomed in the sky like a beautiful lotus of death. Who could believe that even the third palace master would be so afraid of it as if it was a tiger? Anyone below the half-step divine emperor realm would definitely die from the blooming death lotus. Even the late hierarch realm elders like Lin Yukong and the others were speechless. They thought that the talented young man was only not bad. However, even the third mansion master was severely injured by him. What kind of experience was that? It felt like a lifetime ago. If they were to face Jiang Qin, they would have been killed by him. We can't let this young man live. Lin Yukong squinted his eyes and was shocked. This young man was too terrifying. He did not put anyone in his eyes. However, he did have the ability to look down on everyone. Those Divine King realm experts who thought that Jiang Qin was digging his own grave were completely dumbfounded. They stared at the scene with their mouths agape. Without reaching Jiang Qin's realm, they would not know how strong Jiang Qin was. The fusion of lightning had taught everyone a lesson. They felt the fear that Jiang Qin brought to them. Those who looked down on Jiang Qin kept their mouths shut. Because Jiang Qin, who had severely injured the third mansion master, had given everyone a slap in the face. The third mansion master's clothes were torn, his hair was messy, and his face was extremely gloomy. He had underestimated Jiang Qin's death lightning lotus and Jiang Qin's means. He thought that an early-stage hierarch would not be able to defeat him. However, he was wrong. Very wrong. He was ridiculously wrong. Jiang Qin's power had reached a level where he could balance him. This was the reason why he was so proud. The third mansion master's strength had been greatly suppressed. After being severely injured, he could not recover in a short period of time. Not everyone had Jiang Qin's myriad chi body. Jiang Qin had consumed nearly 60% of his strength after fusing with the three heavenly lightnings. In addition to the Ashura sword formation, he had also consumed a lot of his strength. From the third mansion master's point of view, Jiang Qin was like an arrow at the end of its flight. Jiang Qin's fatal blow did not kill him, so it was time for him to fight back. You should be proud of yourself for injuring me. However, boy, you can't kill me. Now, your time is up. Let me end you. The third mansion master sneered. Although the silver serpent halberd in his hand had turned into dust, his strength was still there. He threw a punch that shook the mountains and rivers. Everyone thought that Jiang Qin was on the verge of death. Although his previous scene had shocked everyone, he still could not escape from the third mansion master's attack. Such a fate might be the best ending for Jiang Qin. However, just as the third prefecture lord was about to rush towards Jiang Qin, something strange happened. Jiang Qin moved his palm and the sword rose up into the sky. 108 origin divine tools flew up into the sky and trapped the third prefecture lord within it. That kind of mightiness shocked the world. The entire Tongxian mansion was in an uproar. 108 primordial divine tools. It was unknown whether all the experts in Tongxian mansion had that many primordial divine tools. However, Jiang Qin, an early hierarch boy, had so many primordial divine tools and could even gather them into a formation. The terrifying formation instantly trapped the third mansion master. The third mansion master's facial expression changed drastically. The formation was formed by the gathering of 108 primordial divine tools. The terrifying pressure of the divine tools made him feel like he was going to die if he was still in his peak condition. However, he was only left with 40 to 50% of his strength. He immediately faced the terrifying sword formation with a serious expression. How many more tricks does this guy have? Yeah, it's unbelievable. How did he get so many primordial divine tools? There's only one explanation. He's a master of craftsmanship. Otherwise, not even the treasury of Tongxian Mansion could have so many primordial divine tools. Jiang Qin's sword formation once again shocked everyone. No one could believe that Jiang Qin had so many primordial divine tools. Those divine king realm students instantly felt inferior when compared to Jiang Qin. 100 years ago, they were still at the same level. However, Jiang Qin had now become a peerless expert who could compete with Tongxian Mansion. Such a difference made them feel extremely unbalanced. Ashura sword formation, kill without mercy. Bastard, I'll sacrifice you to my sword today. Then, I'll kill the second mansion master. Chapter 3064. Damn it, this bastard is actually able to arrange such a terrifying formation. Third brother, be careful. This sword formation is not simple. The second palace master's expression changed. He was somewhat worried for the third palace master. After all, this guy's formation was truly terrifying. Even he could not take out 108 origin divine weapons. Moreover, this guy's terrifying sword intent made even him feel threatened. However, the second palace master also understood that Jiang Qin would not be able to withstand this terrifying sword formation for too long. Even so, once the formation was formed, the attack would gradually take shape. Usually, it would only take an instant to complete the killing. The sword formation was like rain, and thunder rumbled in all directions. The third palace master's expression changed drastically in the sword formation as he constantly resisted the endless sword rain. Your opponent is me. Long Shersan bellowed angrily. Layers of rod shadows smashed the void as he chased after the second palace master. However, Long Shersan's strength was still a notch lower. The second palace master had already injured him 3 times in a row. However, Long Shersan's attack did not weaken at all. This guy was like an unkillable puppet. Even the second palace master had a headache dealing with him. However, he could no longer hold back at this moment. He had to defeat Long Shersan before he could kill Jiang Qin. Otherwise, the third palace master would not be able to hold on for too long. Get lost. The second palace master moved his hand and forced Long Shersan to retreat. The world energy that erupted almost instantly made Long Shersan lose his ability to fight. He was severely injured. However, Bai Yun, who had been watching the battle from afar, finally made her move. Brother Shersan, let me help you. Bai Yunfei called out. An extremely powerful energy erupted from her petite body, forcing the second master back. She reached out with a single hand, and a terrifying strand of origin energy fused with Long Shersan's body. Long Shersan's complexion immediately recovered quite a bit. Even he had no idea how Bai Yunfei could recover so quickly. Her origin energy was just too monstrous. He could feel his wounds healing at an extremely terrifying rate. Bai Yun, even you want to go against me? The second mansion master snorted coldly. His face was terrifyingly gloomy as he stared at White Cloud. I won't allow you to touch Brother Shirsan. Bai Yun said solemnly. Why? Do you know him? The second mansion master bellowed. Because he's handsome. White Cloud said lightly. The second mansion master almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Isn't this reason a little too far-fetched? Big Brother didn't leave you in Tongxian Mansion to make you a traitor. Do you really think that I won't dare to touch you? The second mansion master said in a deep voice. So what if I do? I'm on Brother Shirsan's side anyway. Do whatever you want. Don't use that guy to pressure me. If it wasn't for him, would I have ended up in this state? Bai Yunfei curled her lips and said. If it wasn't for Big Brother, you would have died long ago and disappeared in the long river of history. Not only do you not know how to repay kindness, but you're also trying to make a false accusation. Now that Tongxian Mansion is at its most critical moment, you're still trying to help an outsider. You've really disappointed me. Even if Big Brother was here, he wouldn't blame me. Little girl, you asked for it. Don't blame me for being ruthless. As soon as the second mansion master's voice fell, he charged forward. He must force Jiang Qin to retreat before he could defeat the third mansion master. Otherwise, his third brother would be in big trouble. He always felt that Jiang Qin was not someone easy to deal with. It was impossible for an early hierarch to defeat a half-step divine emperor, but he did it. How could the second mansion master not be shocked? However, his third brother did not defeat Jiang Qin immediately, which made him hesitate. Originally, he was waiting for an opportunity to kill Jiang Qin and the others in one fell swoop. But in the end, he didn't manage to wait for that moment. Jiang Qin had already found the opportunity to kill Lao San, causing the second master to be extremely furious. On the contrary, Shuai Liang had the upper hand between him and Lin Yukong. However, that was all. Except for him, everyone else was in a passive state. The 7 Dragon Riders' heavenly guards were not real people after all. Gradually, they were besieged by hundreds of hierarch realm experts and lost their initiative. The Great Elder and the others were also suppressing Hun Chensuo and the others. Xian Rinji was injured several times and was being targeted by the people of Tongxian Mansion. In the whole battle, Shuai Liang was the only one who had the upper hand. It was not easy for Dragon Shirsan to stall the deputy mansion master with his fearless spirit and the help of the battle saint method. On the other side, Jiang Chen's Ashura sword formation had completely sealed off the third prefecture lord's escape route. The terrifying sword rain was like the summoning of the Grim Reaper. The third prefecture lord's strength was heavily injured, he could not withstand Jiang Chen's terrifying sword rain at all. The Ashura sword formation, 108 origin divine tools were fully unleashed. Each of the sword chi was enough to kill a late hierarch expert. It was not easy for the third mansion master to hold on for 30 breaths. However, this time, Jiang Qin did not give up. 4 stars Do formation technique. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with killing intent. He must kill the third mansion master first. Otherwise, he would be in a more dangerous situation. The second mansion master was fighting against Long Shirsan. It was impossible for the stinky monkey to defeat the second mansion master. Jiang Qin was extremely surprised that the Long Shirsan's strength had improved so fast that even Jiang Qin could not catch up to him. However, it was extremely difficult for him to kill the second mansion master. It was already a blessing that he was not killed by the former. Jiang Qin used the Do formation technique on the basis of the Ashura sword formation. The heartless sword rain was even more terrifying. The Do formation technique and the Ashura sword formation consumed Jiang Chen's divine origin energy in just 10 breaths. However, it was too terrifying. The third mansion master did not even have the chance to fight back. The Do formation technique was so powerful and terrifying that it shocked Jiang Chen. However, it also consumed a lot of his divine origin energy. 10 breaths of light shone brightly in the void. Everyone broke out in cold sweat for the third mansion master. Because the formless killing intent had made them feel despair. No one could understand how Jiang Chen was able to set up the formation of 108 primordial divine tools. Because they did not need to experience how terrifying the formation was. They knew that it was a peerless killing formation. Even a half-step divine king would not dare to approach it. Jiang Chen was arrogant. He did have the right to be arrogant. At this moment, they still could not believe that Jiang Chen could force a half-step divine emperor to such a state. However, the truth was right in front of them. They had never seen such a formation before. Including the great elder, Lin Yukong and the others, they looked at the formation in despair, looking at the only person in the formation. It's too terrifying. This Jiang Chen is really going against the heavens. A half-step divine emperor. I don't believe that he can kill the third mansion master. Even if you don't believe it, the third mansion master is already an arrow at the end of its flight. There's no way for him to resist. Everyone was looking forward to the battle to the death between the third manor lord and Jiang Chen. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. The second mansion master wanted to take action, but he could not even take care of himself. Moreover, Jiang Chen's killing formation changed too quickly. In just a moment, when the 4 stars Do formation technique was activated, the ghost prison Ashura sword formation could no longer turn back. Chapter 3065. The third mansion master's eyes were filled with despair. He had given his all. Even though he had lived for thousands of years, he had never encountered such a crisis. At this moment, he finally felt the attack of death. The peerless sword rain was pressing down on him. Compared to the first moment, it was more than a few times stronger. Jiang Chen's face was getting uglier and uglier. He had reached the limit of the terrifying energy used to support the 4 stars Do formation technique and the Ashura sword formation. No! The second mansion master shouted hysterically. His expression changed drastically. However, Jiang Chen had already made up his mind to kill the third mansion master. The support of the Do formation technique was completed within 10 breaths. However, the third mansion master's life force disappeared instantly. Jiang Chen held the great You soul forming light and sucked the third mansion master's soul into it. After all, the third mansion master was a half-step divine emperor expert. It was not easy to kill him as his soul was extraordinarily strong. The third mansion master was struggling in the great You soul forming light. However, he did not have any chance to get out. His body floated down and his aura died instantly. His eyes were dull and lifeless. The third mansion master died on the spot. Jiang Chen. Go to hell. The second mansion lord roared, the clouds rumbled and the sky changed color. The third mansion lord was the closest person to him. No matter how ruthless a person was, he had a soft side to him. They grew up together, step by step until today. The third mansion lord was like a younger brother to him. The 3 of them had dominated the northern domain and founded the Profound Connection Divine Palace, shocking the world. They had promised to explore the world together, but he was killed by Jiang Chen. The sky darkened and the Tongxian mansion became quiet. Countless genius students were afraid of Jiang Chen. Because this guy was too abnormal. He was the model of arrogance and conceit. However, he was also the symbol of great wisdom. Killing a half-step divine emperor. Who would believe such a feat? Who could do it? However, Jiang Qin had done it. The insufferably arrogant third prefecture lord had been reduced to ash by his sword formation. Blood sprayed everywhere, and his flesh and blood were mangled and mangled. His life force had been severed, and he was nowhere to be seen. Jiang Chen's strength had reached the point where they could only look up to him. This was war, this was passion, this was the terror and despair that Jiang Chen brought to them. Was the Tongxian mansion going to be overturned by Jiang Qin? Jiang Qin stood proudly. Although his aura had weakened to the extreme, his silhouette was like a mountain that pressed down on the peak of the void, pressing down on everyone's hearts. Jiang Qin was like an insurmountable mountain. Some were happy, some were sad, some were excited, and some were happy for Jiang Qin. However, the battle was far from over. Bai Yun, even if Big Brother is back, he won't be able to save you. Today, I will make everyone die together with my third brother. The second prefecture lord's cold face became like the god of hell in everyone's eyes. The second prefecture lord's momentum swept across the sky, and directly sent Bai Yun and Long Shan flying. The momentum of a half-step divine emperor was completely unsealed. His terrifying momentum did not stop there. It was close to the emperor realm. In addition to the death of his brother, the second prefecture lord was completely enraged. The second prefecture lord approached Jiang Qin with a terrifying technique. He struck out a palm strike, and the sound of an explosion in the air was ear-splitting. Eastern Emperor Limitless Art, Divine Golden Bell, God's Sealing Prohibition. Jiang Qin displayed the Divine Golden Bell, the absolute defense of the Eastern Emperor Bell, and withstood the second prefecture lord's attack. However, his figure was also sent flying in an instant. The Divine Golden Bell blocked the second prefecture lord's first wave of attack, but it could not block the aftershock. Jiang Chen's strength was too weak, so weak that he did not know how to defend himself, and was directly injured by the second prefecture lord. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth, and his face was cold. However, at this moment, Long Shan and Bai Yun appeared again, and blocked in front of Jiang Qin. The three of them were severely injured, but the second prefecture lord's momentum was getting stronger. You dared to kill my third brother, Jiang Qin. If you force me, I will grind your bones into ashes. The second prefecture lord's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and he clenched his fists tightly. The veins on his face were popping out. This was the first time in a million years that he was so angry. His own brother was killed, and he could not stay calm anymore. However, at this moment, he had to stay calm. Although the third prefecture lord's body was destroyed, Jiang Qin knew that his third brother's soul was trapped in the great Yu soul-forming light by Jiang Qin. This meant that his third brother's soul was still alive, but it was severely injured. If he and his elder brother could break through to the Emperor realm in the future, it would not be impossible for them to revive his third brother. However, if Jiang Qin destroyed his third brother's soul, everything would turn to dust. Even if I don't do this, will you let me go? Even if you don't let me go, do you think that I will let you go? Jiang Qin said faintly. Lang Lang looked at the second prefecture lord, and their eyes met. Give me my third brother's soul. Second prefecture lord Lang Lang said. You're dreaming. Jiang Qin said. That's what you said. If I let you meet someone, perhaps, you won't think so, right? The second prefecture lord's lips curled into a smile, and the coldness in his eyes became even more terrifying. What do you mean? Jiang Qin frowned, and his expression was cold. He seemed to have a bad premonition, and that feeling shrouded his heart, making Jiang Qin feel extremely depressed. Come out, your old lover. Do you still know her? The second prefecture lord said faintly. In an instant, two hierarch realm elders appeared in the void with a green-clothed lady with messy long hair. Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly shrunk, and his expression became cold at this moment. His heart was trembling. When his eyes met the lady's, his heart was filled with endless anger and longing. Little Chenzi. The green-clothed lady was Jiangzhu, the one Jiang Qin had been searching for, Wuningzhu, the sister Ning that he missed so much. At that moment, Jiang Qin could not believe his eyes, but she was really standing in front of him. Their eyes met. Wuningzhu's tears gushed out like a fountain. She was already satisfied to see her beloved husband before she died. Sister Ning, Jiang Qin murmured. However, he knew that this was not the time for them to reminisce, because Wuningzhu was caught by the second prefecture lord. Now, can we have a good talk? The second prefecture lord smiled mockingly, and looked at Jiang Qin with contempt. Jiang Qin's body trembled at this moment. His eyes were filled with the flames of anger. His heart became cold. The divine origin energy in his body was recovering rapidly. Jiang Qin stared at the second prefecture lord and said word by word, "You're a heavenly monarch, you're a heavenly monarch." Chapter 3066. Sister Ning, Yan Qingqing murmured silently. When she looked at Jiang Qin's eyes, she knew that Jiang Qin was thoroughly enraged. She had never seen him this angry before. It was like a raging fire that couldn't be extinguished. Jiang Qin's eyes were filled with an incomparably cold light. It was like a monstrous flame that soared to the 9 heavens. That terrifying aura continued to spread. Jiang Qin's anger was completely unleashed. He could tolerate being bullied, he could tolerate being weak, but the only thing he couldn't tolerate was anyone touching his woman, especially his most beloved sister Ning. This was his taboo, the only thing that he couldn't touch. Once someone touched it, Jiang Qin would definitely erupt. The second palace master didn't know, nor did he understand how important Wuningzhu was to Jiang Qin. In his opinion, she was just a woman. At most, Jiang Qin could be considered as someone who valued friendship. Using her to exchange for his brother's soul was too worthwhile. He didn't even think that Jiang Qin would care about Wuningzhu so much. How could a true expert be shackled by love? When one's strength had reached a truly unparalleled realm, wouldn't he be able to choose any woman under the heavens? On the path of cultivation, the second palace master had never seen someone who placed women first. Jiang Qin's ice-cold murderous intent made the second palace master frown. This fellow was really different from others. He actually valued Wuningzhu so much. Wasn't she just a woman? If it wasn't for the fact that she could be used to exchange for his brother's soul, he would have killed Wuningzhu long ago. Although he couldn't use Wuningzhu to threaten Jiang Qin, this fella had become one of his most important weaknesses. Don't believe him. I don't have long to live. Little Qinzi, you mustn't be led by the nose by him. Wuningzhu said while gritting her teeth. Her blood-red eyes were filled with tears. She was already satisfied to be able to see her beloved before she died. She originally thought that she would be separated from Jiang Qin forever after she came to the divine world. However, God had opened his eyes and allowed her to reunite with Jiang Qin here. She wouldn't expect anything else, because this was her destiny. Moreover, if she became Jiang Qin's shackles, she would regret it for the rest of her life. She could die, but Jiang Qin couldn't be defeated. She couldn't allow her man to be restrained by him. In Wuningzhu's heart, she had imagined countless times the moment the two of them would meet again. She would hug and cry, throw herself into his arms and act like a spoiled child. She would blame him for not looking for her after so many years, and for not treating her well enough. However, the moment she saw Jiang Qin, everything turned into tears. There was only one thought left in her heart: as long as he was here, everything would be enough. Jiang Qin suppressed the rage in his heart. No matter what, he wouldn't let Wuningzhu come to any harm. If the second palace master dared to touch a single hair on her, Jiang Qin would make sure that he would never be able to reincarnate. He would suffer in the cycle of reincarnation forever. But I can't live without you. Although Jiang Chen couldn't suppress the rage in his body anymore, he still managed to remain clear-headed. Even if you die and disappear, to the ends of the earth or the underworld, I will still find you. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. Wu Ningzhu cried like a tearful person. She didn't want to die. She wanted to be with the person she loved. She wanted to give birth to their child for Jiang Chen. She wanted to be with him for the rest of her life. However, fate was so unfair. It caused her to be trapped in a prison, and she wouldn't be able to live for long. You only have this one choice. The second palace master frowned and said coldly. Fine. I promise you. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. As long as Sister Ning was safe, Jiang Chen wouldn't hesitate to make his move. He would definitely kill the second palace master. He would definitely turn his bones into ashes and kill him as soon as possible. Great. Release my third brother. The second palace master said. Don't you think that your sincerity isn't enough? You were the one who proposed the conditions. You should be the one to release him first, right? Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. Since we don't trust each other, let's release him together. I'll count to 3. I don't want to break my promise, but I don't want others to deceive me either. The second palace master squinted his eyes and looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen nodded silently. 1, 2, 3. The moment the second palace master counted to 3, both of them released Wu Ningzhu at the same time. Jiang Chen immediately used the Zulong Tower to keep Wu Ningzhu. The second palace master was even faster. When he obtained the third palace master's soul and wanted to capture Wu Ningzhu again, she was already rescued by Jiang Chen. The second palace master's pupils contracted. He stared at Jiang Chen and said in a deep voice. You will pay for my third brother's death. You dared to use my woman to threaten me. From that moment on, you were destined to die. Jiang Chen said faintly. However, the bloody light in his eyes became even more sinister. Jiang Chen hugged Wu Ningzhu with one hand. It was a familiar feeling, a familiar aura, and a familiar gaze. Jiang Chen had been waiting for this moment for far too long. However, he never expected that it would be at this moment. They were facing a life and death situation. What he could give her was simply too little. What he owed her was still far in the future. Little Chenzi, I missed you. Wu Ningzhu's words made Jiang Chen speechless. This sentence had already filled his heart with satisfaction, but it was also filled with guilt. From today onwards, no one will be able to hurt you, not even by a hair. Jiang Chen said firmly. Wu Ningzhu smiled and nodded silently. Sister Ning, it's great to see you again. Yan Qingqing also appeared beside Jiang Chen. Wu Ningzhu was also very surprised. She held Yan Qingqing's hand, the joy in her heart was overflowing. Gentle as water. It's really enviable. It's a pity that an indecisive man will never be able to enter the Hall of Elegance. The second palace master said with a cold smile. His gaze was directed at Jiang Chen. Take good care of Sister Ning. Jiang Chen looked at the two girls and said softly. Jiang Chen, be careful. Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing said at the same time. They both hoped that Jiang Chen could return safely. However, the second palace master was really too strong. If Jiang Chen went, it would be a battle of life and death. It was a battle of life and death. At this moment, when Jiang Chen turned around again, his aura had reached its peak. His anger had been completely unleashed. There was only one thought in Jiang Chen's mind, and that was to kill the second palace master. Tongxian Mansion must be destroyed. Chapter 3067. Sister Ning, don't worry. Our man is the strongest, Yan Qingqing said in a low voice. She was also comforting herself with this sentence. If he's in trouble, how can I live alone? Wu Ningzhu smiled faintly. No matter what he does, no matter what the outcome is, she will always be the woman who will stand behind him and support him silently. Yeah, he's our one and only. We have reason to believe in him. In this world, he's the only man that we can trust unconditionally. Yan Qingqing nodded. At this moment, Jiang Chen and the second mansion master were staring at each other. Their aura was rising constantly, especially Jiang Chen. The divine origin energy that he had consumed previously was recovering at a terrifying speed. He wanted to become stronger. He wanted to become the strongest person in Tongxian Mansion. He wanted to use the second mansion master's blood to comfort Sister Ning's wounded heart. Touching the reverse scale of a dragon would result in death. To Jiang Chen, the one he loved was his reverse scale. When a person was in despair, he would be able to unleash his incredible potential. At this moment, the anger in Jiang Chen's body was completely ignited. Compared to despair, he was even more furious. He would not let his beloved woman get hurt. So what if the second mansion master was a half-step divine emperor? Didn't the third mansion master still get killed by him? You should be proud that I can kill you with my own hands. It's a pity that my third brother's life was ended by you. One day, I will let him see the light of day again. As for you, you must be buried with him. If I can't defeat you, how can I be a hero? Tongxian Mansion deserves to die. And you shouldn't have used Sister Ning to threaten me. Jiang Chen shook his head. The surging blood and qi in his body had already turned into rays of bloodlight, soaring into the sky and pointing at the second mansion master. Brother Shersan, is he confident? The second mansion master is a half-step divine emperor. He's much stronger than the third mansion master. Bai Yun looked at Long Shersan and asked softly. Long Shersan was stunned. He then shook his head and said, I'm not sure how many tricks little Chinzi has up his sleeves. But since he could kill the third mansion master, it means that his strength has grown to an unimaginable level. He has always liked to fight against those who are stronger than him. Even if he can't defeat the second mansion master, he shouldn't be too far away. Dragon Shersan was still full of confidence in Jiang Qin. He was paying close attention to Jiang Qin at all times, because he didn't know when the second master would kill Jiang Qin. He couldn't let the second master get what he wanted. Once Jiang Qin was in danger, he would be the first to rush to Jiang Chen's aid. If it wasn't for him, Jiang Qin wouldn't have ended up like this. However, Dragon Shersan wouldn't say this because they were brothers. Let's see what you're capable of. The second mansion master waved his hand and a silver feather fan appeared in his hand. Jiang Qin squinted his eyes. Even if this silver feather fan wasn't a primal origin treasure, it had already reached the level of a peak essence divine weapon. This fella seems to have a lot of treasures. I'll kill the danger before it's in the cradle. So, you won't have a chance. The second master knew that Jiang Qin was able to counterattack and kill his third brother. There was no doubt about Jiang Chen's strength. If he showed the slightest bit of negligence, he wouldn't be able to guarantee that he would be able to kill Jiang Qin quickly. Therefore, he had to end the battle as soon as possible. He immediately took out his divine weapon, the Mo feather fan. He wanted to kill Jiang Qin as fast as possible. You're thinking too much. What can a half-step divine emperor do to me? Jiang Qin sneered. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and slashed through the thorns. The shadow of the sword cut through the void and Jiang Qin slashed down without hesitation. The 11th sword was swift and fierce, and the sword of solitude was fully displayed at this moment. Jiang Chen could even kill a peak hierarch realm expert without mercy. However, it was nothing in front of the second mansion master because his strength was not an ordinary half-step divine emperor. He had comprehended the opportunity of the Divine Emperor realm. As long as he was given enough time, it was possible for him to break through to the Divine Emperor realm and reach his eldest brother's realm. However, it wouldn't take long for the Second Mansion Master to achieve this. "Trash, your attack is just a joke to me." The Second Mansion Master looked at Jiang Qin with disdain. He swung the Mou fan fiercely. A terrifying aura shook the void. Jiang Qin couldn't even walk in the void. The Mou fan disturbed the turbulence of the void and even produced countless wind blades. Jiang Qin frowned at the terrifying Mou fan. However, his sword qi intertwined with the terrifying wind blades and eventually turned into nothingness. Jiang Qin's other hand held the upturned drum tightly and punched out. Thunderous roars shook the sky. Experts from all directions covered their ears as a powerful sound wave attack spread out. The upturned drum was comparable to the Second Mansion Master's Mou fan. Jiang Qin used the power of the upturned drum to counter the Mou fan. However, the countless wind blades and sonic booms kept advancing. Jiang Qin's sonic booms seemed insignificant because the wind blades of the Second Mansion Master's Mou fan were too terrifying. The surrounding void was torn apart. That was the difference in strength. If Jiang Qin was a half-step Divine Emperor, he would not be any weaker than the Second Mansion Master when he used the upturned drum. However, his strength was greatly restricted. However, at this moment, Jiang Qin's upturned drum could not suppress the Second Mansion Master at all. "I've said it before. You're not my opponent." The Second Mansion Master was still indifferent towards Jiang Qin. It was too easy for him to kill Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin focused his gaze and held the cold river stone in his hand. Currently, he could use the cold river stone. As soon as the primordial origin treasure weapon appeared, everyone was shocked. Countless people fixed their eyes on Jiang Qin's hand. Even the Second Mansion Master was no exception. Because Jiang Qin's cold river stone was too terrifying. That kind of terrifying cold qi made everyone shudder. The meaning that came from the depths of their hearts was the scariest. "This is a primordial origin treasure. This Jiang Qin is too scary. This primal origin treasure is so scary. That's right. The cold qi is overwhelming. This is definitely a peerless emperor weapon. Otherwise, how could an ordinary divine weapon have such terrifying power? This Jiang Qin is simply a super abnormal monster. He's a monster. If we don't kill him, Tongxian Mansion will definitely be implicated. Tongxian Mansion will be in danger. Look, that great Emperor divine weapon actually withstood the Second Mansion Master's attack." Everyone fixed their eyes on Jiang Qin. The cold river stone in his hand had also become the focus of everyone's attention. The Second Mansion Master's eyes also became extremely cold after the cold river stone made 2 seals in a row. What a good cold river stone. It's indeed a peerless emperor weapon. It seems like you've specially come to give me a treasure. Chapter 3068. The Second Mansion Master's facial expression changed as he continued to use the Moyu fan's power. However, it was to no avail. Jiang Qin struck out another seal and the heavens and earth changed color. After reaching the hierarch realm, Jiang Qin was able to use the cold river stone much more effortlessly. After all, the cold river stone was the destructive ice god's natal divine weapon. Jiang Qin was not surprised at all that it had such power. However, the Second Mansion Master was not an easy opponent. The Moyu fan was completely useless in front of Jiang Qin's cold river stone. At this moment, the Second Mansion Master was even more determined to use his true strength. "I must get this cold river stone." The Second Mansion Master swore in his heart. The cold river stone was too terrifying. Even he had to avoid it. Extreme 5 lightnings. The second mansion master's eyes were cold. His palms were constantly changing. The thunderbolt palm print broke through the sky like a divine palm descending from the heavens. One palm after another, the thunderbolts shook the mountains and rivers, causing great pressure to Jiang Qin. Even though the second mansion master could control the heavenly lightning, he still did not dare to be careless. After all, the second mansion master's strength was much stronger than his. The extreme 5 lightnings was like a divine palm that could destroy the heavens. It descended from the heavens and forced Jiang Qin to retreat. Even the cold river stone in his hand was trembling. Jiang Qin only managed to stabilize his body after he had dissolved most of the 5 lightnings. The might of a half-step divine emperor was fully revealed at this moment. The second mansion master did not show any mercy. He began to use the extreme 5 lightnings to bombard Jiang Qin. At this moment, Long Shan finally took action. He could not let Jiang Qin handle it alone. "Bastard, don't be so arrogant." Long Shan had turned into a battle maniac. He swept his staff horizontally and smashed down. Streaks of extreme 5 lightnings were smashed down by Long Shan's giant stone staff. However, Long Shan and Jiang Qin's staff shadows and sword shadows continued to overlap, but they were still unable to block the second mansion master's attack. The swift and fierce extreme 5 lightnings were even more bizarre than the descent of heaven's lightning. The extreme 5 lightnings was one of the second mansion master's most powerful techniques. "Loser, I didn't kill you because I wanted to lure Jiang Qin here. Do you still want to act so arrogantly in my hands? Dream on." The deputy prefecture lord's palm winds rose again, and the sound was thunderous. Long Shan, clad in his immortal slaying battle armor, took 3 palm strikes from the deputy prefecture lord. He was barely able to stand up straight, but he had already suffered another serious injury. Layers upon layers of staff shadows were not to be outdone. Even though he knew that he was no match for the deputy prefecture lord, he still wanted to cause him a lot of trouble. Jiang Qin's expression darkened. Long Shan was injured, which made his anger rise again. 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill, 1 pill turning into 9 Supremes. At this moment, Jiang Qin activated the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill in his body. Jiang Qin's strength rose to the peak at this moment, and split into 9. 9 Jiang Qins appeared at this moment. Everyone was dumbfounded. 9 Jiang Qins, 9 incomparably powerful auras soared to the sky. 9 Jiang Qins, the real Jiang Qin, even Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing couldn't tell which one was the real one. All 9 of them held the heavenly dragon sword in their hands, and their silhouettes were exactly the same. 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill, 1 pill turning into 9 Supremes, the power of 9 Supremes surpasses the heavens. Doppelganger. You're still too inexperienced to play this game with me. Second Palace Master snorted coldly. From his point of view, Jiang Qin only created a few doppelgangers. However, the 9 doppelgangers had already turned into 9 rapid silhouettes. Wherever Jiang Qin passed, his body and mind would become a prophecy. 9 doppelgangers wasn't accurate, because every single one of them was his original body. This was the power of the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill. Every single doppelganger was the original body, and every single doppelganger was the same as Jiang Qin's. Just think about it, there were 9 Jiang Qins. Their techniques and auras were like dragons. At this moment, he was completely unafraid of the Second Palace Master's powerful attack. 9 doppelgangers as 1 doppelganger as 9. Every single doppelganger was the same as Jiang Qin's. The extreme 5 lightning's transformation rumbled, and a terrifying aura swept over. Jiang Qin was as unmoving as a mountain, and the 9 doppelgangers attacked at the same time. The most important thing was that when the 9 doppelgangers stacked together, they were like one entity. Because he knew that Jiang Qin had a little weakness, he knew that Jiang Qin was strong and weak, and he also knew how much power each doppelganger could unleash. 9 Jiang Chens shattered the second palace master's extreme 5 lightnings transformation. At this moment, the second palace master already felt a trace of danger. This fellow, there was definitely something strange about him. The 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill was equivalent to 9 doppelgangers of himself. They were not weakened at all, and it was not something that could be changed by a doppelganger. The superposition of 9 Jiang Chens was enough to change many things. Not only did it increase his strength, but it was also a kind of unparalleled aura. Jiang Chen could feel that he could transform into 9 doppelgangers. With just a thought, the 9 doppelgangers could combine into one. The 9 doppelgangers possessed all of his strength and techniques. This was the most terrifying thing. However, the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill could only be used 9 times. Moreover, every time it was used, his strength would be greatly damaged, and it would take a very long time to recover. He did not know how long it would take for him to recover his strength. The most depressing thing was that it could only be used in the hierarch realm. Once Jiang Chen stepped into the hierarch realm, the medicinal effect of the pill would disappear. Although the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill was terrifying, it was not invincible. However, at this moment, when Jiang Chen faced the second palace master again, his strength had reached an unprecedented level. He was full of battle intent. Wherever he looked, his chi could control the universe. The prestige of the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill made everyone's expression change. "Today is the day of your death," Jiang Chen said coldly. The 9 doppelgangers soared up to the sky. That kind of powerful aura made Jiang Chen feel a trace of great Tao aura. One doppelganger might not be enough to form great Tao aura, but 9 doppelgangers were different. Although Jiang Chen's Tao aura was negligible, when the 9 doppelgangers overlapped, it could still make Jiang Chen feel a trace of Tao aura. That trace of Tao aura was the foundation that supported Jiang Chen's great Tao cultivation. However, the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill turned into 9 doppelgangers. It was no longer 1 + 1 + 1. The impact of the aura gave the second palace master a great pressure. 9 doppelgangers against a half-emperor, their aura was enough to swallow mountains and rivers. Jiang Chen's oppressive aura had already made the second palace master breathless. To Jiang Chen, the 9 doppelgangers were just one person, but he could control the power of the 9 doppelgangers. If it was a doppelganger, it would not be able to perfectly coordinate with each doppelganger's changes to the original body. However, with these 9 doppelgangers, Jiang Chen was the real ruler. Each doppelganger was a ruler. The 9 doppelgangers of Jiang Chen did not have any formation. They kept bombarding the second palace master, forcing the second palace master to retreat. Such a terrifying scene had shocked everyone. Even Long Shisan, Shueliang, and the others were speechless. 9 Supreme Saint Bones repelled a half-emperor. It was too shocking. Moreover, Jiang Chen's strength was only at the early hierarch realm. Jiang Chen's storm-like attacks overwhelmed the second palace master, causing him to fall into a passive position. Jiang Chen did not show any mercy. With the power of the 9 doppelgangers, he fought against the peak of the firmament. His murderous intent was unstoppable. Chapter 3069. 9 Clones. What kind of demonic technique did Jiang Chen use? How could it be so terrifying? Yeah, it's hard to imagine that he has such a powerful technique. Early hierarch realm. Is he really just an early hierarch realm expert? His cloning technique is so terrifying that even a half-step divine emperor is afraid. It's not easy. Is Tongxian Mansion going to be defeated? Believe in the second mansion master. He will definitely be able to turn the situation around. How can a mere Jiang Chen reverse the situation of Tongxian Mansion? Countless people silently watched the scene. The second mansion master was in a critical situation. Tongxian Mansion was in a precarious situation. Many people did not know what would happen to Tongxian Mansion. Many people were even worried about the second mansion master's current situation. Jiang Chen's powerful attack had greatly shocked them. The invincible image of Tongxian Mansion had gradually shaken the hearts of the students. They could only see Jiang Chen's unstoppable attack. 9 clones had shaken the world. This was a real battle. Domineering, invincible. This is definitely not a clone. If it's a clone, it's impossible to defeat the second mansion master. Lin Yokong's heart was extremely solemn. Only true experts like them could see that these were not Jiang Chen's clones. Each of Jiang Chen's strength was perfectly compatible with each other without any weaknesses. Their attacks were completely different, but they were all the same. Each of these 9 clones could kill him. How could Lin Yukong not be shocked? This was a technique that he had never seen before. He could only sigh and hope that the second mansion master could find a way to fight back in this desperate situation. Shuai Liang squinted his eyes, and the smile at the corner of his lips became even more brilliant. Only he knew that this was the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill that Jiang Chen had concocted previously. He didn't expect this divine pill to have such an effect. No wonder even Jiang Chen wasn't sure if he could successfully concoct it. At the last moment, despite Han Wanshan's attack, Jiang Chen still persisted until he finished concocting the pill. 9 Supreme Saint Bones Dan, 1 Dan turning into 9 venerables. A half-step deity emperor, who says he can't fight. Shuai Liang knew that at this moment, Jiang Chen's victory was already in his grasp. This was his true technique. Everyone thought that Jiang Chen would definitely lose, but Jiang Chen's technique had shocked everyone once again. Shuai Liang felt that there was an insurmountable moat between him and Jiang Chen. It was no different than ascending to the heavens for him to defeat Jiang Chen, who had refined the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill. But Shuai Liang was happy for Jiang Chen. They finally saw the hope of winning this battle. 3,000 Flaming Sky Seal. 11th Sword. 5 Elements Divine Dragon Seal. Sword of Solitude, separate from the world. Cold River Stone, freeze heaven and earth. Heavenly Lightning Fusion. The 9 original bodies of Jiang Chen continued to attack. Even a deity emperor would be defeated. The second mansion master's expression changed continuously. The 9 Jiang Chens attacked together. That kind of power made the heavens and earth tremble. The second mansion master was exhausted. The second master was exhausted from dealing with Jiang Chen's attacks. He was completely suppressed by Jiang Chen. If he wanted to counterattack, he would be forced into a passive position. Lightning flashed, flames soared to the sky, and the divine dragon roared. Jiang Chen's momentum was like a peerless god, incomparable. What a good Jiang Chen. Today, I will fight you to the death. 5 Thunder's Sacrifice. The second mansion master's expression was solemn. The aura in his hands had also condensed to a terrifying peak. That kind of invincible power made the experts in all directions look gloomy. They kept retreating. The collision between Jiang Chen and the second mansion master was like a meteorite exploding. The brilliance was dazzling. Your power is not enough to destroy my 9 supreme strength. Jiang Chen sneered. He did not care about the second mansion master's momentum at all. Instead, he charged forward bravely. Because Jiang Chen gradually realized the true horror of the 9 Supreme Saint Bones elixir. Although it could not increase his supreme strength, it was already quite terrifying to have 9 supremes. After all, this was not something a clone could compare to. The 9 supremes had the complete thoughts and techniques of Jiang Chen, so it was incomparable. However, the most terrifying thing was the 9 Supremes formation. The 9 Supremes formation, as the name suggested, was the fusion of formations. One of Jiang Chen's most powerful techniques was formations, and the 9 supremes could fuse into a formation. This formation was different from puppets. If it was a puppet, Jiang Chen could control it with a single thought. However, the 9 supremes formation could perfectly accommodate all the flaws of Jiang Chen's formation. It could be said that under a situation where the opponent's strength far exceeded his own, the 9 supremes formation was the best way to attack and defend. However, the consumption was also abnormally high. The 9 Supreme Saint Bones elixir consumed Jiang Chen's divine origin energy and the medicinal effects of the 9 Supreme Saint Bones elixir. Therefore, he could still bear such a huge consumption. Otherwise, the 9 Supremes formation would naturally be powerful, but the terrifying power required would also require Jiang Chen to support it alone. 9 Supremes Demon Subduing Formation. Jiang Chen's formation was at his fingertips. He had already comprehended a lot of the no beginning formation. However, if he wanted to fully comprehend the no beginning formation, he would at least need to reach the Divine Emperor realm. Now, Jiang Chen could only say that he had comprehended 30% of the no beginning formation. However, 108,000 formations was just too much for Jiang Chen. The 9 Supremes Demon Subduing Formation had unleashed the power of the 9 Supremes to the extreme. The second Mansion Master could not resist it at all. The 5 Thunders ritual was also suppressed by the 9 Supremes Demon Subduing Formation. The second Mansion Master retreated step by step and his injuries became more and more serious. His long hair was disheveled and fluttered in the wind. Blood stained the sky. If this goes on, the second Mansion Master will definitely lose. Could it be that my Tongxian mansion is really going to be defeated? This is impossible. This guy is a monster. How could the second Mansion Master lose to him? The second Mansion Master's decline was extremely obvious. Now that Shuiliang and Longshisan were fighting against the people of Tongxian Mansion again, their aura was greatly suppressed. Lin Yukong, the Great Elder and the others were very passive because they did not know if the second Mansion Master would be defeated. If the second Mansion Master were to lose, they would lose the initiative and become prisoners of war. Who would have thought that their insufferably arrogant Tongxian Mansion would be defeated by an early Hierarch Realm kid? Although the Great Mansion Master was not here, the second Mansion Master and third Mansion Master's strength was not to be underestimated. However, they were still losing and the situation was very dangerous. Die! Jiang Chen took a step forward and performed the Azure Dragon's 5 steps, walking in the void. The 9 Supremes were oppressing and the second Mansion Master was once again besieged by Jiang Chen. He was forced to retreat with one palm strike. The second Mansion Master had already lost his initial battle intent and was now completely restrained by Jiang Chen. 9 Supremes returned to 1. Jiang Chen struck 9 palm strikes in a row and the second Mansion Master was forced to retreat continuously. Blood spurted out from his mouth and he was finally defeated. His face was pale and a little ugly. Because he was heavily injured and could not do anything. The entire Tongxian mansion was in an uproar. They did not know how to describe Jiang Chen's strength. They did not know how to describe their feelings at that moment because Jiang Chen had defeated the second Mansion Master and the third Mansion Master. He had defeated the strongest expert of Tongxian Mansion. Their ending would definitely not be good. My man is always the strongest. Chapter 3070. Yan Qingqing's eyes brightened. Jiang Chen managed to injure the second Mansion Master with the power of the 9 Supremes. Now, Jiang Chen's face was pale. Although the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pellet was extremely powerful, the side effect was that his strength was being devoured too much. Even if it was only a part of his divine origin energy, Jiang Chen would not be able to hold on for long. Yeah, he has never let us down. Wu Ningzhu smiled faintly, calming herself down. At that moment, her heart was at ease. Knowing that he was still alive and safe, she was satisfied. You've lost. Tongxian Mansion must perish. Jiang Chen looked at the second mansion master Leng Leng. You're strong indeed. You've transformed into 9 supremes. I've never heard of it before. You've surpassed your doppelgangers and are extremely powerful. Looks like I've underestimated you. However, do you really think that you can destroy my Tongxian Mansion? You're too naive. The second mansion master wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said coldly. Although he had lost, he was not willing to admit that everything was over. You don't have a chance anymore. A loss is a loss. You will die just like your third brother and become an eternal part of history. The profound connection divine palace will also be washed away in the long river of history and eventually be erased. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. The second mansion master and Tongxian Mansion had long lost their qualification to be strong. Everyone in Tongxian Mansion was in danger, but he only cared about his own benefits. The existence of Tongxian Mansion was just a pretense for his own benefit. Their goal was to fuse the Heaven Thunder Crystal and the Earth Fire Crystal completely. Only then could their strength be enhanced. And the price was to let the students of Tongxian Mansion continue to refine the origin crystal for them for millions of years, providing them with endless origin energy. Is that so? I think it's too early for you to be happy. The second mansion master sneered. His eyes were cold as he looked at the void above the 9th heaven. Do Qing, since you're already here, just come out. Why do you have to wait until the moment of life and death? Could it be that you'll only be satisfied after I die? Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed. Everyone's hearts trembled. The second palace master's words made them feel that something was amiss. Ha ha ha, I haven't seen you for so many years, but you're still the same. You still have that indignant look on your face. It's not like I owe you anything. Ha ha ha. A hearty laughter reverberated in the sky. A green-robed figure appeared in the sky. His eyes were like torches as he glanced at the surroundings. He smiled calmly and calmly. The azure-robed man was the Do Qing that the second mansion master had mentioned. Battle God Clan. Jiang Chen frowned. He could already feel the opponent's terrifying aura. This guy's strength was definitely not weaker than the second mansion master. The most terrifying thing was that there were 2 people behind him. Their strength had actually reached the half-step divine emperor realm. Ah, even an early hierarch realm fella defeated you. Looks like you've really regressed over the years. Do Qing said with a smile. He looked at Jiang Chen without any joy or sorrow, because he did not put Jiang Chen in his eyes at all. Don't be sarcastic. Do Qing, help me kill this guy first. Otherwise, I won't be satisfied even in my dreams. The second mansion master said in a deep voice. Ha, don't say it if you don't want to say it. But this time, we've gained a lot. Thanks to you for reminding me, the ancestors of our Battle God clan have returned to their homeland. Do Qing smiled faintly, showing that he was a madman. The second mansion master sneered in his heart. If I knew that was the tomb of the immortal execution great emperor, would I have told you? However, at this moment, it was too late to say anything. The only thing they could do now was to kill Jiang Chen, the bastard. Otherwise, the second mansion master would not let it go as the third mansion master had already died in Jiang Chen's hands. He should be the one who secretly learned our Battle God clan's sect guarding treasure, right? Do Qing looked at Jiang Chen again, his eyes were filled with killing intent. The people of the Battle God clan prohibited the spread of their clan's secret technique, the Do formation technique. This was also the secret that allowed the Battle God clan to prosper for so many years. Although they could not be compared to the Battle God clan in the ancient times, in the era when countless experts in clans were gradually declining, the Battle God clan relied on the Do formation technique to pass down to this day. It was irreplaceable. Therefore, the people of the Battle God clan attached great importance to the dough formation technique. No one was allowed to learn the dough formation technique. When the Battle God clan got the news, they were quite angry. Even the people of the Battle God clan had died in the hands of Jiang Qin several times. This made them even angrier and more hateful towards this guy who secretly learned the Battle God clan's secret technique. At this time, Do Qing's friend, the second mansion master of Tongxian Mansion, happened to appear in his sight. It was also because of their relationship that the people of the Battle God clan were able to enter the tomb of the great emperor. In the end, it could be said that the people of the Battle God clan had a great harvest in the tomb of the great emperor. The corpses of the supreme experts of the Battle God clan were of great significance to the Battle God clan. At this moment, they naturally would not let Jiang Qin go. Moreover, this time, they were helping the people of Tongxian Mansion. It could be said that they were killing two birds with one stone. The Battle God clan would never allow anyone to swindle people under the guise of the Battle God clan. Obviously, he came for Jiang Qin. The Battle God clan should not have any good things. Jiang Qin said, "Lang Lang. You are about to die, but you are still so arrogant and despotic. What a pity. Hee, people like you are destined to die soon." Do Qing shook his head and sighed. "I am afraid that you do not have the ability to do so." Jiang Qin and Do Qing looked at each other. Both of them were not willing to show weakness. Do Qing laughed and the coldness in his eyes became even colder. "Arrogant boy, even if the gods come down to earth today, they will not be able to save you." Do Qing suddenly released his aura. Terrifying thunder exploded in the clear sky. Countless people at the peak of the void stopped in their tracks. The experts of the Battle God clan were the greatest saviors of their Tongxian mansion. "Jiang Qin, you should just surrender. Humph, otherwise, you will die a graveless death and your soul will be destroyed." At this moment, the second mansion master was getting colder and colder. Since the reinforcements had arrived, why would he be afraid of Jiang Qin? Could a guy who was struggling at death's door turn the situation around in Tongxian Mansion? What a joke. This bastard actually found such powerful helpers, and there are 3 of them at once. Oh my, 3 half-step divine emperors. This is heaven-defying. Looks like Tongxian Mansion will not be destroyed. Ha ha ha. This is too shocking. Another 3 half-step divine emperors. Our Tongxian Mansion is finally saved. Damn you, Jiang Qin. So what if you are strong? With the help of the experts of the Battle God clan, let's see how you are going to escape. To the experts of Tongxian Mansion, Jiang Qin's strength was definitely not satisfactory. Because once Tongxian Mansion falls, they would all scatter. This was their base. If Jiang Qin failed, it would not affect them at all. Every man for himself. So what if Jiang Qin was strong? No one hoped that Jiang Qin would be stronger than them. Chapter 3071. For Half-Step Divine Emperors, 4. Shueliang said with a bitter smile. Shueliang said with a bitter smile. He felt a sense of helplessness and despair. For half-step divine emperors were not something that they could fight against. One half-step divine emperor was enough to make them anxious. Moreover, the second master's strength was undeniably strong. Even though Jiang Qin had defeated the second master, his strength had been greatly reduced. Now that there were 3 experts that were not weaker than the second master, their situation was getting more and more dangerous. Qing Tian, from today onwards, perhaps we will never see each other again. Qian Rinji murmured. That kind of despair came from the bottom of her heart. Who could fight against 4 half-step divine emperors at the same time? Even Jiang Qin could not do it. Even if he could transform into 9, how many of them could he fight against? Jiang Chen was strong, but what about them? Once Jiang Chen failed, they would be wiped out mercilessly like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. Tongxian Mansion's strength was on par with theirs. Once external forces joined in, they would not stand a chance at all. The appearance of the three experts of the Battle God clan gave the second mansion master a boost of confidence. It also made Jiang Chen and the others' mood fall to the bottom. This kind of strength was not something that Jiang Chen could turn around and turn the tide. Brother Shersan, Bai Yun looked at Long Shersan and said in a low voice. She did not want Long Shersan to die here. However, she could see that the relationship between Long Shersan and He Tu was very good. They were brothers who could go through life and death together. It was absolutely impossible for Long Shersan to leave at this moment. However, she could not change Long Shersan's mind. At this moment, she was struggling in the depths of her heart and it was extremely complicated. If Jiang Chen is here, I will be here. If Jiang Chen is not here, I, Long Shersan, will fight till the last moment, even if I die. Long Shersan said coldly. He looked at Jiang Chen. This was his trust towards his brother. This was his last promise. This was his unwavering determination. Bai Yun knew that she could not change the current situation. She would accompany him through thick and thin. That was her thought. As long as she was here, she would not let Long Shersan fall so easily. The second palace master did not expect the Battle God clan to send out 3 half-step divine emperor experts at the same time. Initially, Do Qing was the only one who came to support the profound connection divine palace. However, there were 3 of them. The second palace master was shocked and shocked. If it wasn't for his big brother, the profound connection divine palace would be helpless in front of the Battle God clan. Brat, your time of death has come. We will take back everything that belongs to the Battle God clan. Do Qing harumphed coldly with a serious expression. He was selfish. He did not believe that Jiang Chen did not bring anything out from the great emperor's tomb. As long as he killed Jiang Chen and brought him away, he would definitely get a great harvest. According to Do Tian Huang's report, Jiang Chen's foundation was very deep. Although he was not an hierarch, he had a lot of things in his hands. Let's see how you are going to defeat me. Jiang Chen stood proudly, facing the 4 half-step divine emperors. Even though he knew that his chances of survival were slim, he still could not afford to fall down. Because once he fell down, the people behind him would be in danger too. Accept your death. Don't be arrogant in your next life. Do Qing's attack was as fast as lightning, approaching Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen held his saber horizontally. Even though he knew that he was no match for Do Qing, he still wanted to fight until the last moment. He turned into 9 Supremes and the 9 Supremes formed a formation to fight against Do Qing. Do Qing's expression changed when he saw the scene. However, he knew how powerful Jiang Chen's 9 Supremes were. Previously, the second prefecture master was defeated by Jiang Chen's 9 Supremes. Do Qing's terrifying palm technique was like a bolt from the blue, clashing with Jiang Chen's 9 Supremes. The heavens and earth trembled, and the wind howled. Jiang Chen and Do Qing were evenly matched. The mightiness of the 9 Supremes made Do Qing feel pressured, and this was under the condition that Jiang Chen's strength was still damaged. Although Do Qing had yet to unleash all of his skills, a series of waves surged in his heart. The shock that Jiang Chen had given him was too great. Everyone, act quickly and suppress this fiend. Do Qing said in a deep voice. The second prefecture master and a half-step divine emperor behind him joined the battle without hesitation. Jiang Chen was instantly suppressed by the trio's attacks. The might of the 9 Supremes was strong, but it was like a cup of water in the face of 3 half-step divine emperors. Jiang Chen's strength was greatly restricted, even reduced. It was difficult for the 9 supremes to display their godly prowess. His situation was getting more and more dangerous. 5 Thunder's sacrificial rite. Battle God destructive strike. The trio continued to press forward. Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon swords might soared in the sky, shattering the sword in all directions. However, it still could not stop the 3 half-step divine emperors. Jiang Chen was forced into a passive position. Finally, the 9 supremes were all repelled. Jiang Chen also felt powerless. Little Chenzi. Wu Ningzhu bit her red lips and said. She held Yan Qingqing's hand tightly. Both of their hearts were gripped tightly, fearing that Jiang Chen would be in danger. Little Chenzi, I'm here to help you. Long Shersan roared. The anger in his heart turned into unparalleled battle intent as he charged towards Do Qing and the others. However, the other half-step divine emperor came forward and repelled Long Shersan with his unparalleled divine staff. Long Shersan did not give way at all. Their battle became fiercer and fiercer. The unparalleled divine staff was invincible, but he still could not withstand the might of a half-step divine emperor. Long Shersan was forced back step by the half-step divine emperor. White Cloud quickly joined in and fought with Long Shersan against the half-step divine emperor expert of the Battle God clan. However, the opponent was too strong. Long Shersan was already severely injured and could no longer display his heaven-defying might. Although the unparalleled divine staff and the battle saint technique were unparalleled, the opponent did not give him a chance. If this goes on, although Long Shersan would not be completely suppressed, it would be impossible for him to save Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's situation was getting more and more dangerous. At this moment, the second palace master turned around and attacked Shuai Liang and the others. After all, with the help of the second palace master, the 2 half-step divine emperors were crushing everything in their way. No one could withstand the might of a half-step divine emperor. Perhaps only the 7 heavenly guards of the dragon riders were able to hold their ground. The rest of the people had suffered varying degrees of injuries. At this moment, everyone's life was hanging by a thread. Jiang Chen was completely pinned down by the 2 half-step divine emperors. The 9 supremes were forced back and merged into one. Under the severe injuries, Jiang Chen's divine origin energy was not enough to make up for the loss. However, the ones he was most worried about were Long Shersan, Wu Ningzhu, Yan Qingqing, Shuai Liang, Qian Renji, and those who should not have been involved in this life and death battle. Only Long Shersan, Bai Yun, and Shuai Liang were able to maintain their condition. However, this time, the second palace master's target was once again Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing. Boy, let's see how you are going to save your lovers. Ha ha ha. The second palace master sneered and rushed towards the 2. Yan Qingqing and Wu Ningzhu were severely injured by the second palace master's attack. They were not a match for the second palace master at all. Bastard! Long Shersan rushed towards Jiang Chen, Wu Ningzhu, and Yan Qingqing. They were the people that Little Chenzi cared about the most. If they died, Little Chenzi would regret it for the rest of his life. This matter started because of him. Long Shersan would never let anyone hurt them. Get lost. Chapter 3072. Jiang Chen looked at this scene silently, but there was nothing he could do. He had tried his best, but the opponent was too strong. If it was the second prefecture master or the third prefecture master, Jiang Chen wouldn't have been defeated so easily. However, who would have thought that the second prefecture master had called for reinforcements? 3 half-step divine emperors of the Battle God clan. This was even stronger than the Tongxian mansion, at least before the great prefecture master returned. Jiang Chen was already struggling to move forward, but the situation of Shuai Liang and the others was even more dangerous. Jiang Chen knew that he had to make a decision now. Otherwise, everyone here would be dragged to death, which was not what Jiang Chen wanted to see. Jiang Chen was constantly being pushed back by the two half-step divine emperors. His face was extremely pale, but he was worried about Long San, Wu Ningzhu, and the others. Otherwise, if he was defeated, everyone here would become history. Damned monkey, run. Jiang Chen glanced at Long San. Long San also looked at Jiang Chen and replied, I'm not leaving. If we don't leave, everyone will die. Bring Sister Ning and Qingqing along. Leave now. Jiang Chen shouted. Long San was slightly stunned. He had mixed feelings. Jiang Chen's words were filled with helplessness. He knew that Jiang Chen had tried his best, but the opponent's half-step divine emperor was too strong. They had no chance to turn the situation around. The experts of the Battle God clan had joined in, which was the greatest pressure on them. The second prefecture master was like a fish in the water. The third prefecture master was killed by Jiang Chen. He would not let anyone off. Want to leave? Can you? Humph, the second mansion lord sneered. He no longer planned to give Long San and the others any chance. This time, he was going straight for Yan Qingqing and Wu Ningzhu, because he knew that these two women held an extraordinary position in Jiang Chen's heart. How could he achieve great things with such sentiments? However, it was impossible for him to achieve anything even if he wanted to. This is the moment. The second mansion master's palm, the extreme five thunders, locked onto Wu Ningzhu. Jiang Chen executed the Azure Dragon's 5 steps and the Great Void technique to the extreme, clashing directly with the second mansion master. He withstood the second mansion master's palm and saved Wu Ningzhu. Little Chenzi. Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing cried out in alarm, grabbing Jiang Chen's hands. Their faces were filled with worry. If Jiang Chen had been a second slower, Wu Ningzhu might have become a ghost in the hands of the second mansion master. Want to run? You won't have the chance. Dou Qing shouted angrily and chased after Jiang Chen. Even he was shocked by the Great Void technique. However, no one expected that Jiang Chen could block the second mansion master's path with such a ferocious speed. Go! I'll stop them. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice, staring at Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing. No, if we leave together. If we die together. Yan Qingqing and Wu Ningzhu said in unison. They would rather die than abandon Jiang Chen. How can I bear to let you die? Jiang Chen smiled and sent the two of them into the Zulong Tower. At the same time, Qian Renji, Bing Yun, and the people of the Lihuan sect were also sent into the Zulong Tower by Jiang Chen. No! Little Chenzi, don't. Yan Qingqing's tears fell like rain, her eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Jiang Chen, you bastard. Wu Ningzhu's body trembled and almost fell to the ground. Everyone in the Zulong Tower was looking at this scene. They didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so decisive. Damned monkey, don't let me down. Take them away. Jiang Chen pushed the Zulong Tower towards Long San at lightning speed. At that moment, Long San's eyes were filled with tears. His bloodshot eyes were constantly enlarging in his pupils. Long San and Jiang Chen looked at each other. Jiang Chen knew that he would do that. Long San also understood that he had no other choice. If he was alone, he would stay without any hesitation. However, there were still Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing in the Zulong Tower. If he couldn't leave with Jiang Chen's will, how could he be considered as Jiang Chen's brother? However, if he were to leave now, he would have to bear an unparalleled pressure. He was not afraid of death, but he was afraid of losing his brother, Jiang Chen. Okay. Long San nodded silently. However, he felt that his words were extremely heavy. This was their only chance, and also the time when they had to do this. Shuiliang glanced at Jiang Qin with eyes full of indifference. Did he really make up his mind? Shuiliang, protect them and leave for me. I can't let them die here with me. Shuiliang could see the helplessness in Jiang Chen's eyes. However, he had no other choice. He wanted to stay and fight side by side with Jiang Qin. However, how could Long Shan resist the waves of attacks from behind Tongxian Mansion? You are the only person that I admire in my life. Shuiliang looked at Jiang Qin. He could leave easily and no one could stop him. With the help of the Zulong Tower, he was at least invincible. With the Great Void technique, he could shake off the half-step divine emperors. However, if he left, the rest of them would all die. Shuiliang and Long Shan suddenly looked back at Jiang Qin and left resolutely. The 7 dragon-riding heavenly guards guarded their backs, but the second mansion master and Do Qing were still chasing after them, not giving them a chance to escape. Killing Jiang Qin alone was not enough to dispel the hatred in his heart. If you want to escape, you will have to see if I will let you escape. The second mansion master's eyes were as sharp as swords. He waved his hand and Lin Yukong and the great elder followed. Long Shan and Shuiliang were surrounded by enemies. Soul-snatching divine technique, soul-killing soul. Jiang Chen's mind moved and the Emperor Realm's soul burst out in an instant. Even the 4 half-step divine emperors were shocked and quickly retreated. Jiang Chen's soul ripple was like a storm. Lin Yukong, the great elder, and the other late hierarch realm elders were all severely injured. Their soul fire was dying. Hundreds of experts below the mid-hierarch realm were all killed by Jiang Chen's soul-killing soul. Their souls were extinguished and the 100 experts died in an instant. However, Jiang Qin had used up too much of his sovereign realm's soul this time. Because he had just killed 100 venerables. It was a terrifying scene. A terrifying spiritual storm once again shocked the 4 half-step divine emperors. Such a terrifying soul power. If I wasn't prepared, I would have suffered serious injuries. Do Qing took a deep breath and could not believe the scene in front of him. Of course, the one with the darkest expression was the second mansion master. Hundreds of hierarch realm experts were killed. In other words, none of the inner mansion experts of Tongxian Mansion were spared. The mentors and elders were all killed by Jiang Qin except for a few late hierarch realm elders. They thought that Jiang Qin was already extremely weak. Who would have thought that he could instantly kill hundreds of hierarch realm experts with his sudden burst of power? It was absolutely horrifying and shocking. Those divine king realm experts were shocked speechless at this moment. Jiang Qin could kill them as easily as taking something out of his pocket. Is this the power of a peerless expert that stands above the 9 heavens? As for him, he was just a student of Tongxian Mansion 100 years ago. Jiang Chen's attitude of being above the 9 heavens made everyone tremble. Jiang Qin. Chapter 3073. No, Yan Qingqing screamed with all her might. Her face was covered in blood and tears. When she saw this scene in the Zulong Tower, she had already cried her eyes out. Jiang Chen had turned the tide and brought everyone into the Zulong Tower. He asked Long Shan and Shuiliang to send them away. However, at this moment, her heart seemed to have fallen together with Jiang Qin. Wu Ningzhu was the same. She fell into the Zulong Tower and coughed out a mouthful of blood. Her face was pale and her eyes were filled with despair. Sister Ning. Yan Qingqing held Wu Ningzhu's hand. The despair in the 2 women's heart was different. They were both depending on each other. Jiang Chen's current situation was even more painful than death to them. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. Why did this happen? Since I met little Chenzi again, why are you so unfair? Why? Wuningshu's heart-wrenching voice made everyone feel the same way. That kind of sadness infected everyone. Bing Yun and Qian Rinji felt the same way. Wuningshu had been waiting for this moment for so long. However, they met in a hurry and left in a hurry. Time passed quickly and they parted in a hurry. No one could feel the despair in their hearts. They would rather be the one who fell than to see Jiang Chen bear everything alone. After losing the ancestral dragon pagoda, he had lost his last means to save his life. He had left the hope of survival to everyone else, but he was the only one who had embarked on a path of no return. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. Do you think you're a hero? Jiang Chen, I will never forgive you. I will never. Yan Qingqing roared furiously. However, she could not change the despair and sadness in her heart. The last scene they saw was Jiang Chen being crushed by the 4 half-step divine emperors. His injuries were getting worse and worse. Even though he had used the 9 Supremes transformation, he could not resist the overwhelming momentum of the 4 half-step divine emperors. However, Jiang Chen was determined to hold everyone back. He even used his life to resist the attacks of the second mansion master and Do Qing without hesitation. Jiang Chen said that the pills you guys took were not poisonous. It was just a smokescreen. I hope you guys will take care of yourselves in the future. Qian Rinji said in a low voice. She was also extremely sad. Jiang Chen rushed forward for them. Even a divine emperor expert might not be able to defeat the 4 half-step divine emperors easily. Jiang Chen's chances of survival were extremely slim. There was not even the slightest bit of hope left. Those elders of the Lihuan sect who were severely injured looked at each other. They had been scheming and plotting their whole lives. However, they never thought that they would be fooled by a brat in the end. However, at this moment, there was no resentment in their hearts. There was only admiration for Jiang Chen. It meant that Jiang Chen did not really want to take their lives. For them, it was like a dream. It seems like we have underestimated Jiang Chen. Han Chensuo sighed. He did not have the ability to save Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen's greatness made them admire him for their whole life. Long Shisan and Shui Liang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They could only watch as Jiang Chen was mercilessly attacked. However, they could not do anything because they had to send Wuningshu, Yan Qingqing and the others away. In this way, Jiang Chen would be able to stop the 4 half-step divine emperors. Otherwise, they would only die in front of so many people. It was supposed to be a bloody battle of life and death. However, the 3 great experts of the Battle God clan had obstructed them, causing them to fail. Of course, this could not be blamed on anyone. It could only mean that this second mansion master was too sinister and cunning. The Tongxian mansion unexpectedly invited other people to help them. What they did was extremely stupid. Long Shisan's eyes were bloodshot. He had come together with Jiang Chen and entered the divine world. They had met each other several times, but it was difficult for them to be together. They spent less time together than they were apart. They cultivated on their own. However, he did not expect that he would personally send his brother to his death. Long Shisan's heart was filled with anger and despair. However, he had to do what Jiang Chen said. He could not continue making mistakes. This is not your fault. Brother Shisan, don't blame yourself. Bai Yun said in a low voice. If it wasn't for my stubbornness, if it wasn't for my overestimation of my abilities, perhaps today's scene would not have happened. Long Shisan's breathing was heavy and rapid. Bai Yun saw the determination in his eyes. Her heart was filled with worry. Shui Liang, take care of them for me. I can't watch Jiang Chen disappear in front of me. Long Shisan said in a deep voice. But, Shui Liang's face tightened. At this moment, Longsher San rushed out without hesitation toward the Tongxian mansion, which was already like a mountain of knives and a sea of fire. However, before Longsher San could get too far, Bai Yun attacked him from behind. She directly used a secret technique to knock Longsher San unconscious. You! Shuai Liang looked at Bai Yun in shock. Bai Yun shook her head and murmured. I'm sorry, Brother San. I can't watch you die. Perhaps, this is also because Jiang Qin does not want you to bear the burden with him. Shuai Liang remained silent because he did not know what to say. Longsher San should not turn back. Jiang Qin used his life to exchange for their safety. If he turned back without taking responsibility, it would be a waste of Jiang Qin's kind intentions. Most importantly, Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing were still in danger. If he turned back, it would mean that he did not fulfill Jiang Qin's promise. I know that you'll blame me when you wake up, but I won't hesitate because even if you go back, it's useless. With your current strength, you won't be able to fight against 4 half-divine emperors. Bai Yun's words were true. But she knew that with Longsher San's character, he would never forgive her when he woke up. But being alive was far more important than that. Jiang Qin had used his life-and-death situation to exchange for their chance to live, resisting the attacks of the 4 half-step divine emperors. How tragic was that? Jiang Qin was on the brink of death just for this chance to live. If it was Jiang Qin, he would never allow Dragonsher San to do that. Longsher San had already fainted. No one knew what he would do when he woke up. But at this moment, Bai Yun could not allow him to continue doing stupid things. All of this was exchanged with Jiang Qin's life. Hey Tu, I will always remember you. Bai Yun turned around and left. Shuai Liang and Longsher San quickly left the Tongxian mansion. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.